Chapter 2191. This time, Lin Fei did not come to the mountain god emperor alone. He brought an army with him. With the system, it was effortless for Lin Fei to find people in the mountain god emperor. It could be said that everything was under Lin Fei's control. Curse Fire. This is the Curse Fire. The elders of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the godly Saber Gate were terrified. The Curse Fire was something that could only be mastered after one had cultivated the Curse Tao to a certain level. At the same time, it was extremely difficult to defend against. Those who were hit by it would die for sure. Rumor had it that a magnate could kill a magnate of the same level. They had no idea how the Curse Fire landed on them. This kind of unknown death was unbearable. In a short period of time, fear filled the air. If you don't want to die, shut up. I don't mind killing all of you. Lin Fei laughed. As soon as the Curse Fire appeared, they lost the will to fight back. Who could defend against the Curse Fire? Even the 3 combat emperors were helpless. They were afraid that the Curse Fire would land on them and cause them to follow in the footsteps of their opponent. That's the way. Lin Fei was shocked. The Curse Fire attack of a dozen spell masters was able to kill an elder without anyone noticing. This was too cruel. The sword slaves and saber slaves were powerful, but compared to the spell masters, the difference was huge. The attack of the spell masters was even more unpredictable. Lin Fei used the system to analyze the attack and came to a conclusion. The attack of the Curse Fire was another way of using energy. It was more unpredictable. It was impossible to defend against. Dition, what are you trying to do? An elder of the 10,000 Swords Villa asked. As long as one was not an idiot, they could tell that this Dition was very mysterious. He might even be working with someone else. This was too scary. It's nothing much. I just need something recently. I heard that the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Saber Gate are powerful forces with deep foundations. I don't think I would mind using something to exchange for you. What do you think? If Lin Fei could kill them, it couldn't be any easier. However, the benefits were too little. Right now, Lin Fei lacked all sorts of resources to create his own army. There were plenty of resources in the immortal world. However, this was only temporary. Lin Fei had to accumulate strength for himself, and the best way to do so was to plunder from others. Limiting himself to his own territory was not a long-term solution. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. Plundering resources was the most suitable method. The 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction were undoubtedly good choices. That's impossible. The 10,000 Swords Villa elder shouted angrily. This is extortion. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the elder's body was also engulfed by the Curse Fire, and he instantly lost all signs of life. I don't want to say a second time. Send the news back now. Lin Fei wasn't willing to give them time to consider. If you don't pass it on, all of you will die. 2 elders had died consecutively, both of whom were war emperor rankers. The rest of the people lost their temper and looked at Lin Fei with even more fear. We are willing. Don't kill us. He resolved the issue between the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife Gate. Lin Fei placed his gaze on the other powers. With the elders of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife faction here, Lin Fei could begin the next step. For example, capturing people in a valley within the mountain of God Emperor. That native is too shameless. He plundered the entire mountain of God Emperor, causing us to come here for nothing. He plundered everything. I really can't accept this. Of course, when I came down, it was to plunder the prophets. Rumor has it that the mountain of God Emperor space is a fragment of the essence of the Nishti savage world, which contains a large amount of treasures, even the treasures of heaven and earth. But now, this place has become barren. It's all that Dition's fault. How could a native be so powerful? In the valley, a few young people dressed in brocade clothes gathered together. They were all disciples from several forces, and their statuses were not low. This time, they could only watch helplessly. They could only curse Dition for not being a good person. Now, they knew that Dition was not to be trifled with. Even if he was a genius, he would return in failure. Even if they were capable, They would not dare to find trouble with DTon. It's not good to speak ill of me behind my back. A cold voice enveloped the valley. Who? There were more than 100 people in the valley, and all of them were furious. Their background was not something that ordinary people could go against. Wah, wah, wah. Flames shot out from the bodies of the disciples in the valley, and in an instant, they turned into flaming people and disappeared from this world. Curse fire. This is curse fire. You people from the cursed Tao, sacred palace. How dare you? Do you know who we are? Stop it. Experts died one after another. In a short period of time, there were only 10 young people left in the valley, and their eyes were filled with fear. Lord, this is Xianxia. The one in yellow is Nangong Shao. His father is a half-step magnate expert, and this is the deputy sect leader of a first-rate sect. He has great authority. At this moment, a fluctuation came from the void, and Lin Fei quietly appeared with 2 elders standing beside him. They were the elders from the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Blade sect. The elders from the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Blade sect had helpless expressions on their faces. If they did not want to live, they would not be willing to help DTon by pointing out the direct descendants of the major forces. Great, the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Blade sect are indeed not good people. Someone recognized the two at a glance. After all, they were one of the leaders this time. Who did not know them? Long-winded. That person let out a blood-curdling scream. His body was green, and large pieces of flesh were corroded, revealing his white bones. It was a tragic sight, and he died in despair and pain. Instantly, it became quiet. You should know who I am. Now, you only need to do one thing. Of course, you can choose not to do it. The choice is in your hands. Of course, the outcome of not doing it is death. Lin Fei said indifferently, the God Emperor Mountain is beautiful and is the most suitable place for you to be buried. Who knows, after hundreds or thousands of years, you might have a chance to be resurrected. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Just now, they had seen someone die in front of them, and they did not have the confidence to defend against DTon. Lin Fei gestured to the 2 elders, and the 2 elders had sullen expressions. They passed the list to them and briefly explained the situation. Everyone's faces were filled with anger. This was robbery. You can choose not to do it, and I will send you to hell immediately. Everyone shuddered again. My father is a half-step magnate, and you dare to rob and extort? You are courting death. A stubborn person glared at DTon and brought out his background. Lin Fei was very simple with these idiots. He would kill them all and turn them into a part of his strength. Threat? Chapter 2192. The World of the 33 Sacred Heavens. The Thousand Swords Villa and the Godly Blade faction received a message from their elders. After seeing the message, his face darkened on the spot. The other elders also had the same expression. Shameless bastard. Ancestor, please let us go down and kill this shameless bastard. The Thousand Swords Villa and the Godly Blade faction had just been suppressed by the Master of the Sacred Sky and suffered great losses. If they had not paid a huge price, the entire sect would have been massacred. His hatred for DTon was so deep that he couldn't even fill up his 5 lakes and 4 seas. Now, they were extorting him. This was clearly bullying. The current sect master was also filled with hatred. An indifferent native had caused their Myriad Swords Mountain Villa to suffer a great loss. He wanted nothing more than to cut him into 8 pieces to vent the anger in his heart. The elders looked at Ancestor Thousand Swords. He was the strongest ancestor of the Thousand Swords Villa and also their strongest trump card. Like Ancestor Divine Blade of the Godly Blade faction, he was also a half-step magnate and was very close to the final step. Half-step magnate was powerful, but there was still a gap between them and a magnate. For example, the right to speak. It was the difference between heaven and earth. You're all muddle-headed. Ancestor Thousand Swords harumphed and glanced at everyone. It's not suitable for the Thousand Swords Villa to make any more enemies. It's just some materials. So what if we give them to him? Furthermore, can you deal with DTon and the Mountain God Emperor? Don't forget the tens of thousands of sword slaves and saber slaves around him. All the elders fell silent. Tomorrow, I will go into seclusion to become a magnate. Before I come out, the Thousand Swords Villa will not receive any guests. On this day, Ancestor Divine Blade went into seclusion. The next day, Ancestor Divine Blade went into seclusion too, in the Mountain God Emperor. With the guidance of a specialist, Lin Fei captured the disciples of the major forces. As for having no background, I'm sorry. You'll have to provide me with a portion of your strength. 50,000 sword slaves and 50,000 saber slaves passed by. A black torrent crushed everything in its path. Lin Fei made up for the loss of the saber slave and the sword slave, making up the numbers again. Now, he had another 100,000 combat emperor slaves. The spell master was another trump card. In the space of Mount God Emperor, there were enough saber slaves and sword slaves for the time being. Once they appeared, they were successful in every endeavor. The world of sword intent and the world of sword intent formed by light. This was enough to make people feel unprecedented terror. Lin Fei caught more and more people. They extorted large amounts of resources according to the size of their forces. The God Emperor Mountain's forces were thoroughly enraged, especially after the news spread. Preposterous. That Tian is clearly looking down on us. We haven't gone to look for him, but he has come to act violently. We can't let this go. If outsiders see this, they will really think that we are afraid of him. Thousands of people were gathered on one of the peaks of Mount God Emperor. Dozens of people clustered around one person. It could be seen that these people were not ordinary people. Young Master Cursed was the one who shouted the most fiercely. Back then, young Master Curse wanted to show off, but in the end, he suffered a crushing defeat. He hated Tian very much, and once he heard that he had come, he bewitched the geniuses present. There were also some old acquaintances on the mountain peak. For example, the demonic raiment. For example, Lord White Knight. For example, Chun Hao. There were quite a few other geniuses as well. Those who could stand here were all geniuses of the same level, and they all had strong backgrounds and forces behind them. The crowd did not have much of a reaction to young Master Curse's words. Young Master Curse, it's your problem that you suffered in the hands of Tian. Don't drag us down with you. Someone on the opposite side retorted. Now, who doesn't know that Tian is ruthless? He has a group of saber slaves and a group of sword slaves by his side. Whoever dares to go will die. Young Master Curse was used to being arrogant. Naturally, there were some people who were unhappy. Han Fei was one of them. He was also the son of a half-step giant. At the same time, he was also a powerful genius. He brought over 30 experts from his clan with him, and he was very confident in the space of Mount God Emperor. That's right. Why should we listen to you? Anyway, we have no enmity with Tian. He won't look for us. Many people chimed in. Young Master Curse's face turned gloomy, and a cold light flickered. He thought to himself, a bunch of idiots. I will kill all of you sooner or later. A bunch of cowards. Young Master Curse mocked them. I don't think you can say that. Chen Hao also had a lot of resentment towards Tian. His father was the master of Sacred Heaven, but he was forced to retreat by a native. This was simply a humiliation. Tian isn't a simple native. He is a native who has obtained a great opportunity. He even has a great treasure in his hands. Now, he even has a sword slave and saber slave. All of them are comparable to 9 stars combat emperors. Who knows what other trump cards that native Tian has? If Tian obtains the origin fruit and advances to the realm of a giant, us geniuses will have to live under his shadow in the future. Are you all willing to do that? One had to admit that Chun Hao still had some prestige. As one of the geniuses present here, they didn't wish for anyone to stand above them. It was already so difficult to deal with someone who wasn't a giant. Moreover, they couldn't think of any way to deal with Tian when they advanced to the realm of a giant. I also feel that this Tian must be eliminated. We can't let him live. Otherwise, he will definitely become a strong enemy for us geniuses. The demonic Nick Hang also chimed in with a cold expression. Chun Hao's words weren't a threat. In the future, things would really develop in this direction, so they had to be careful. I also agree with Child Chun. Miss Demonic and Child Chun are both right. We have to work together to deal with Di Tian. There's strength in numbers. A few of the sons of the Lord of Holiness agreed. None of the sons of the Lord of Holiness's sons were easy to deal with. They all knew to work together to deal with Di Tian. Child Curse was powerful, but he still ran away in panic. We still have a lot of people now. We have to work together with others. Chun Hao invisibly gained prestige. As the initiator, he received everyone's support. Everyone, there's no need to work together. I'm coming. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All of a sudden, a storm of sword will and a storm of saber will crush towards the crowd. Oh no, Di Tian is here. The thousands of people who gathered all took out their treasures to protect themselves. The storm of sword will and the storm of saber were extremely domineering. As soon as they came crashing down, the sky darkened, and all they could see was a black torrent. Swords and sabers were everywhere, turning the crowd into beehives. Corpses were everywhere, and there were countless casualties. Before they even worked together, only about a third of the thousands of people were left. Lin Fei, surrounded by a group of sword and saber slaves, watched coldly from the side. Chapter 2193. A total of 100,000 war emperors came crashing down like a torrent. There were more than 1,000 experts gathered at the scene. In the first round of attacks, there were heavy casualties. A wave of sword intent and blade intent had killed at least 100 experts, and the number of casualties was still rising. In the face of the Black Torrent, they were simply too weak. Apart from a limited number of prodigies, no one else could withstand such an attack. Everyone, come to me. Let's activate our treasures together and block Di Tian's attack. Bai Yi had suffered a small loss last time, so he was still shocked when he saw the sword slaves and saber slaves again. Especially in terms of numbers, they were exactly the same as last time. It was definitely uncomfortable. Among the prodigies, Bai Yi had a strong background and a certain amount of prestige. Dozens of figures flew over. Bai Yi waved his hand and took out a battleship. The battleship was pitch black and gave off a terrifying aura. Although it wasn't as powerful as the Bloodheaven seal, it wasn't too far off. This was a treasure of a pseudo-magnate. Great! This is young Master Bai's Eternal Warship. With the Eternal Warship, we'll be able to block the attacks and even kill Di Tian's subordinates. Everyone was delighted to see the warship. Bai Yi was a member of the Eternal God Palace, a force that had existed for a long time. No one knew exactly how strong it was, but it was known that there were several giant experts guarding it. The power of the Eternal Divine Palace was unimaginable. The Eternal Warship was one of the most famous treasures of the Eternal Divine Art. It possessed a powerful defense and combat strength. A single Eternal Warship was enough to crush a Battle Emperor. Even a 10-star Battle Emperor would have to be wary of it. Everyone boarded the warship. At this moment, no one had any objections. After boarding the warship, they followed White Knight's instructions and placed their energy into the Eternal Warship. The huge Eternal Warship shone brightly. It was like a blazing sun. The saber slaves and sword slaves that surrounded Xianxia were shot to death by the splendor as soon as they got close, and they fell from the sky. What a great warship! Its quality has actually reached the level of a pseudo-giant treasure, and the power it emits has also reached such a level. This White Knight has a mysterious background. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He had underestimated the foundation of the geniuses. This was definitely something that could only be taken out by those inherited forces with deep foundations. Di Tian, you want to kill us all in one go, but you're still one step behind. Yes, we're not that easy to bully. As long as you kneel down and hand over all your treasures, we will spare your worthless life. The Eternal Warship displayed its might, killing hundreds of saber slaves and sword slaves. All the outstanding talents saw hope. He shouted angrily at Di Tian. Bai Yi was not as optimistic as them. His eyes were flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. No one has the right to take my life. Not even you, Sky Prides. Lin Fei shook his head and laughed. It's just a warship. If I want it to be destroyed, it will be destroyed. Lin Fei strode over. The Bloodheaven seal descended from the sky, and a faint blood color spread out. With a loud bang, it landed on the eternal warship. This emperor wants to see how long you can last. It's merely a treasure of a giant. You don't have the qualifications to act fiercely before this emperor. The Blood Heaven Seal came with a fierce momentum. The bodies of the people on the eternal warship shook violently, and their blood chi surged. Those who were slightly weaker began to vomit blood. Bang! 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 Lin Fei was like a supreme emperor. With the Blood Heaven Seal in his hand, he unleashed the most domineering attack. Every time he attacked, the eternal warship would flip up and down, and cracks would appear on the body of the warship. The people on the eternal warship were also struggling. Not good. The Blood Heaven Seal was indestructible. After landing on the eternal warship again, Bai Yi cursed inwardly. The eternal warship's defense began to show flaws under the relentless and tyrannical attacks. It was broken in one go. The saber slaves and sword slaves charged in with covetous eyes. Dozens of saber slaves attacked Bai Yi. Bai Yi's expression turned grave. A bright armor appeared on his body, and he released his aura to send his enemies flying. Time slow. Lin Fei executed time slow. It enveloped the heads of the outstanding talents. Spatial compression. The eternal warship became a battlefield. Countless saber slaves and sword slaves charged in, forcing the outstanding talents to retreat. Although Lin Fei's time slow and spatial compression couldn't suppress them completely, it could at least affect them by 20 to 30%. Curse Tao, Great Prophecy. After young Master Curse suffered a loss previously, he still couldn't accept it. He looked for an opportunity and launched another attack when the other party was unprepared. It was a fatal attack. Lin Fei had long since disregarded this. The system's mysterious energy could completely disintegrate such attacks. It could be said that no matter how many such attacks came, they would all be disintegrated. After cloning the Cursed Tao Mage, the system analyzed the Cursed Tao attacks and studied them in detail. The mysterious Cursed Tao in the eyes of others was nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. You know the Great Prophecy, so do I. After the system finished analyzing the Cursed Tao, it wasn't impossible for Lin Fei to execute it. Boasting shamelessly, young Master Curse sneered. The Cursed Tao was a peak existence that had disappeared for an era. Now, only a few people grasped it, and no one else had the chance to see it. Watch carefully then. Lin Fei allowed the Great Prophecy to land on him. Great Prophecy. Lin Fei's voice became especially sacred. It was different from the way young Master Curse cast it. It was simpler. Go! Young Master Curse originally wanted to mock him. How could a native like him learn the Cursed Tao of their Curse Palace? He was too presumptuous. The other prodigies split a trace of their divine sense to pay attention to the movements here. They also didn't believe that Di Tian knew the Cursed Tao. The moment the mystic seal appeared, the sneer on young Master Curse's face suddenly disappeared. His pupils constricted, and from his feet up, half of his body instantly turned into nothingness. Cough, cough, cough. This Cursed Tao, impossible. Young Master Curse wanted to say why Di Tian's Great Prophecy was more terrifying than his, and he didn't even know when he was hit. The prodigies on the Eternal Warship, who were still fighting, were all dumbfounded. This was because they saw young Master Curse's body turn into nothingness under the corrosion of the Great Prophecy. He disappeared in front of them without even a moment of support. Is young Master Curse dead? Doubt, confusion. All kinds of emotions could be seen on everyone's faces. F*CK, the strengthened version of the Great Prophecy, is so powerful. He killed young Master Curse with a curse. Lin Fei looked at the strength bonus. Indeed, it was more than usual. System, you're really awesome. What Lin Fei had cast previously was the strengthened version, which was the most suitable to be used. He underestimated its power and killed young Master Curse with a curse. This was too domineering. Lin Fei originally thought that it would be good if he could severely injure young Master Curse. Now, it was completely beyond his expectations. Everyone, if you don't want to die like young Master Curse, the best choice is to surrender. Chapter 2194. The Great Prophecy spell itself was strange, and its power was exceptionally strong and terrifying. The enhanced version of the cursed Tao was still more than 10 times stronger than expected. A single cursed Tao killed young Master Curse mercilessly. As the person who did it, Lin Fei was also shocked. The system was too awesome. Most terrifying of it all was that this ultimate attack of the cursed Tao was mysterious and unfathomable. It was impossible to guard against. It was like a sharp sword above one's head that would descend at any moment. Young Master Curse is dead. The frown on Bai Ye's face was so deep that it almost formed a Chuan character. Mr. Cursed was killed, and he was killed in one move. What is Di Tian's background? How can he master such a terrifying curse like the Great Prophecy spell? Bai Ye's mind raced, but he couldn't figure out the connection. Could Di Tian be from the Cursed Palace? This is important news. In the beginning, the appearance of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Divine Knife sect by Di Tian's side made everyone feel uneasy. No one knew when Di Tian had colluded with them. If that was all, no one would feel much about it. The 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Divine Knife sect were not weak, but in the world of the 33 Holy Heavens, they were at most first-rate forces. In front of the super forces, they could not withstand a single blow. Any one of the major powerhouses was enough to wipe out the two forces. Now it's getting troublesome. Ever since Di Tian used the curse technique, everyone had a headache. Not only was it difficult to deal with, but it also involved the 33 Holy Heavens. Bai Yi, the demonic Nikhang, Chun Hao, and the other chosen saints all revealed grave expressions after young Master Curse was killed. Especially the last sentence, coupled with the encirclement of tens of thousands of battle emperors, they gradually felt powerless. We've underestimated Di Tian, Heavenly Devil Rainbow said with a bitter smile. Di Tian has grasped a curse technique, and it's a killer move like Great Prophecy technique. No one knows if he also has curse techniques. Damn it. Damn it, an unremarkable sealed world. How did such a freak appear? Chun Hao was a holy son, but he had to admit that Di Tian had become even more terrifying after mastering curse techniques. Breakthrough? They were no longer confident. The Cursed Palace was a force that struck fear in the hearts of others. Even a powerhouse would not be willing to offend any disciple of the Cursed Palace. That was because the Cursed Palace was famous for shielding their own. 100,000 wore Emperor rankers, and they were still at the 9 stars realm. This was undoubtedly a chasm that could not be crossed. They could easily trap them to death. You want us to surrender? Who do you think you are? One of the heavens chosen let out a cold snort. His fist technique shook the heavens and sent more than 10 combat emperors flying. At the same time, he waved his hand and released several puppets to shield his back. His silhouette turned illusory, creating layers of afterimages. They were about to break out of the encirclement. Bang! The sky was filled with afterimages as the prodigy fell out of the void. The cursed fire wrapped around his body, and he screamed miserably as he turned into nothingness before everyone's eyes. Everyone, feel free to break out. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. After the previous incident, Lin Fei was prepared. He could not wait for them to break out of the encirclement. He would kill as many as they broke out of the encirclement. He did not believe that they could escape from the spellcaster. Putting everything else aside, just the various curses and attacks were enough to give everyone a hard time. Cursed fire. The rest of the prodigies who wanted to break out of the encirclement shuddered. The cursed fire was a terrifying attack that was not inferior to the Great Prophecy spell, other than the treasures that were specially refined for curses. Outsiders could not withstand the attack of the cursed fire and would be burned into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. 2 types of curses had appeared consecutively, and they were both top-notch existences. It was no different from dropping a heavy bomb. Don't act rashly. Bai Yi did not want to send everyone to their deaths. This time, they are already prepared. It will be difficult for us to break out of the encirclement. Chen Hao said dryly. With the Great Prophecy spell and the Cursed Fire, I believe that there are people from the Cursed Palace hiding in the void. It will be even more difficult to break out. Everyone, give up resisting. Even Bai Yi. There was no way to break out of the encirclement. This Di Tian was too terrifying. When the rest saw that Prince Baiyi had given up resisting, they also gave up. Instead of dying in vain, they might as well see what Di Tian wanted to see. With their background, Di Tian should not dare to kill them. They were also skeptical about the latter's idea. Even Prince Bai had killed Baiyi, let alone them. Prince Bai, you have made a good choice. Lin Fei smiled. I will not kill you. I am only making a deal with the forces behind you. I am a very easy person to talk to. Easy to talk to? Everyone did not believe this. It was easy to talk to 100,000 battle emperors surrounding them. This is a small toy that I have refined. If you stay here peacefully, it will naturally protect your lives. If you have other thoughts, this small toy will give you a perfect gift. You will definitely be satisfied. Many small toys were sealed on the bodies of the geniuses. It was a blooming flower. The color of the flower was pitch black, but it gave off a dangerous aura that made one's heart palpitate. Everyone, don't move. This flower should be augmented with the cursed fire and other cursed secret techniques. Once it explodes, our bodies will definitely not be able to withstand it. Baiyi was experienced and knowledgeable, so he was aware of the danger. Prince Bai, you have good eyesight to be able to recognize it at a glance. This emperor is impressed. Lin Fei clapped his hands. Since you know, this emperor will not say any more. The geniuses who had given up resisting were all guarded by the Tao slaves and sword slaves. The eternal warship, a pseudo-giant level treasure, was also taken away by Lin Fei. It could provide some help for the Blood Sky Seal's advancement. Prince Bai, where are the other people from the 33 sacred heavens? Please tell me. This will save me the trouble of looking for them. Lin Fei smiled at Baiyi. Baiyi smiled bitterly. I don't have a choice. What do you think? Baiyi had become a prisoner. Coupled with the fact that he had not figured out Chu Ditian's background, he naturally would not offend him at this time. A treasure that could combine the cursed fire and other secret techniques to form a unique threat was not something an ordinary person could create. Before the danger was resolved, no one was willing to offend Di Tian. No matter what, they had to survive first. They could not wait for Di Tian to offend all the 33 sacred heavens forces. When that happened, even if they had countless battle emperors, they would not be able to withstand the fury of the giants. Di Tian, this native, was now walking on the path of death. He had captured the geniuses. Lin Fei led the Tao slaves and sword slaves straight to the camps of the various forces. Kill. On a plain, several forces had joined together to form a base camp. A black torrent rushed in and broke open the camp. The Tao slaves and sword slaves rushed in like a flood and started a massacre. The plain was filled with the stench of blood. Lin Fei did not need to do anything. The Tao slaves and sword slaves had become the most terrifying warriors on the battlefield. Baiyi and the other geniuses were being held at the back. Unless a giant expert comes, these people will not be able to withstand Di Tian's power. Baiyi sighed softly. This is too terrifying, especially since they have mastered the sword techniques of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the top-notch saber techniques of the Divine Saber sect. Their killing power is too terrifying. They are not afraid of death. They could clearly see the battle on the battlefield. Chapter 2195. Mountain of God Emperor. This is bad. Run. This is too scary. His cultivation level is so high, and he has mastered high-level blade and sword skills. We can't stop him. Don't kill us. We surrender. Following the invasion of the Black Torrent, even the 10-star battle emperors felt their scalps go numb. No one wanted to experience the feeling of being surrounded by waves of enemies. One by one, the forces were wiped out. They're finished. Prince Baiyi, who was being watched by the battle emperor's side. Along the way, Baiyi experienced the terror that Di Tian's subordinates brought. I didn't expect Di Tian to be so ruthless. He killed everyone except the genius disciples. Saint Xianxia said coldly. Their group was expanding, being watched by the battle emperors and the treasures they had. They didn't have the heart to resist. You've been caught too. Sai, who knew Di Tian's underlings would be so powerful. They're like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. This is too scary. The geniuses who were familiar with Di Tian were captured one by one. It was inevitable that someone would point out the culprit. In the group, The geniuses were dejected. The prodigies who were usually arrogant about their strength and could kick the various major forces around were all defeated in front of Dition and captured alive one after another. If they wanted to die, Lin Fei didn't mind sending them on their way. In fact, there were only a few geniuses who wanted to die. They chose to surrender when there was no hope. Bai Yi and the rest were the best proof. At least they didn't kill the geniuses. After wiping out one force after another, all the major forces in the Mountain of God Emperor were wiped out. Only a few powerful top forces were left. No one could stop Lin Fei's human wave attack. Most importantly, they were battle emperors, 9-star battle emperors. There were more than 100,000 of them. No matter how many came, they would die. It's time to attack the other top forces. Lin Fei squinted his eyes as he looked at the captives behind him. With a wave of his hand, the mighty army of battle emperors headed towards a direction in the Mountain of God Emperor. Dition, if I were you, I wouldn't look for trouble with them. Bai Yi suddenly said, "You don't know how terrifying they are. This is my territory. No matter how powerful you are not as powerful as me." Lin Fei didn't even turn his head as he threw out a domineering statement. In the Mountain God Emperor space, there were only 4 top forces left. These 4 top forces, in the world of the 33 holy heavens, without exception, they were all top-notch existences. There were powerhouses at the level of giants, and at the same time, there were even stronger existences. Unlike the others, they didn't attack Dition from the start. They disdained such behavior. Therefore, no matter what happened, they still occupied a spot in the Mountain of God Emperor and waited for the origin fruit to appear. This was also a display of their confidence in their own strength. Boom, boom, boom. Tens of thousands of soldiers gathered their spirit, energy, and spirit together, breaking through the clouds, domineering and invincible. Interesting that Dition is here, within a mountain valley. At the peak sat an elder with a head of white hair. His gaze was like lightning as he passed through layers of space and saw the mighty flood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several prodigies came up from the foot of the mountain and appeared beside the old man. Elder Chun, this should be that Dition. Rumor has it that he has tens of thousands of 9-star battle emperors by his side. A prodigy with black and white eyebrows stared coldly in front of him. What a good aboriginal, thinking that he is invincible after destroying other forces. He thinks too highly of himself. Does he really think that our ocean god city is easy to bully? Elder Chun, let us teach Dition a lesson. It would be best if we can capture him alive. At that time, we can see what treasures he has on him. By then, whatever treasures he has will belong to our ocean god city. Another prodigy requested to fight. Ocean god city was one of the top forces in the world of the 33 holy heavens. You are not allowed to fight. The old man stood up. This Dition is not easy to deal with. If anyone underestimates him, they might die here. Several prodigies had unnatural expressions on their faces. Elder Chun, you are helping others' morale and diminishing your own. He is just an aboriginal. If not for the opportunity, how could he be our opponent? A prodigy was unconvinced. They were born into nobility. How could someone from the sealed world compare to them? Elder Chin's words were undoubtedly a provocation to them. Chen Wanyin shook his head in disappointment. Can't you see how powerful Dition is? Tens of thousands of 9-star battle emperors. How many forces could do that? Can you do it? Of course, Chen Wanyin would not say these words out loud. Your Majesty Dition, what is the meaning of you bringing so many people here? A loud rumbling sound spread. The entire Mountain God Emperor was spread out. Everyone heard the sound. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. What a great ocean god city elder. He is indeed not simple. Sea God City, from what he heard from others, was a top-notch power. If he was in the world of the 33 sage heavens, Lin Fei might have some reservations. But now that he was in the Mountain of God Emperor space, where powerful experts could not come down, he had nothing to worry about. The Mountain God Emperor is my territory. Where can I not go? Elder Chun, don't you think so? Lin Fei took the initiative and emphasized the ownership of the Mountain God Emperor space. In fact, he gave him a reason to attack. Let's see if you are convinced. Lin Fei did not want to offend such a top force for the time being. Chen Wanyin realized that Di Tian did not come with good intentions. Di Tian, the Mountain God Emperor space is yours just because you said it's yours. Who do you think you are? A prodigy sneered. I also said that the Mountain God Emperor space is mine. In front of me, a junior like you is not qualified to speak. Lin Fei glared at the prodigy. The prodigy let out a miserable cry. The cursed fire burned fiercely and instantly turned him into ashes. Cursed fire. Chen Wanyin was shocked. What relationship do you have with the cursed palace? Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Elder Chen, your prodigy is too unruly. It's best if you take care of him. I don't like people who talk nonsense. Chen Wanyin thought that Di Tian was cunning. The prodigy's death was in vain. He turned back and glared at them. All of you shut up. A single cursed fire made the prodigy fearful. After being reprimanded, he could only glare at Di Tian angrily. This was the hardest attack to defend against. Your Majesty Lin Fei, the prodigy is insensible. You have already vented your anger by killing him. Chen Wanyin looked at Lin Fei. Can you tell me why you are here? Chapter 2196. Kill without mercy. The last 3 words resounded in the sky above Mount God Emperor. So domineering. A bumpkin dares to say such words to an elder of Sea God City. I'm in awe. Illegal invasion? How dare he say that? Although Di Tian has more than 90,000 battle emperors, Sea God City is not a force to be trifled with. Di Tian is seeking his own death. The captured prodigies clapped their hands in their hearts, hoping that Di Tian would suffer a huge setback at Sea God City. Everyone knew the strength of Sea God City in the 33 sacred heavens. Now, Di Tian was not afraid of anything. Provoking Sea God City was equivalent to finding trouble for himself. At the same time, several powerful divine senses swept across the entire space of Mount God Emperor. They were the elders of the other 3 factions. The divine senses transformed into a clear figure that appeared in the sky. Their appearance immediately drew gasps of surprise from the prodigies. They're here. I've seen the one on the left before. That's Elder Fong from Horizon Mountain. He was a powerful prodigy 1,000 years ago. The one at the top, I've seen him once from afar. He's an extremely shrewd and calculative elder. Elder Lin from Flame City. The one in black is known as the Blade of Death. He's an expert in saber techniques. Elder Yu from Sky City. In the sky, 3 figures exuded an invincible aura. Kill without mercy? You're that arrogant Di Tian? Fong Wang, a middle-aged man in embroidered robes, said coldly. They all say that there's an arrogant guy in the sealed world. I didn't believe it before, but now I believe it. What do you think, Elder Yu? Lin Yijian from Flame Mountain squinted his eyes. His gaze flickered as if he was calculating something. Yulin did not like this Elder Yijian. This guy was too calculative. Who knew what he was calculating? He liked to use force to destroy everything. I don't know if he's arrogant or not, Yulin said. I only know that this Di Tian is interesting. This Di Tian is interesting. I wonder how many strikes he can take from me. Chen Wanyin's expression darkened. No one dared to say such words, especially in front of him. That would be a provocation to Sea God City. Chen Wanyin narrowed his eyes when the elders from the other 3 factions appeared. That's impossible. Lin Fei was not surprised by the appearance of the elders of the 3 factions. He had been monitoring the space of the Mountain God Emperor ever since he came here, so he would be notified immediately if anything happened. You're just 3 divine sense afterimages. How dare you put on an act here? Lin Fei snorted coldly, which was like a bolt from the blue. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The saber slaves and sword slaves formed a sword formation and charged over without any warning. 3 divine senses materialized. Evidently, they hadn't expected Di Tian to be so violent. He didn't even give them a chance to display their strength. Instead, he pressed down on them with his army and attacked them from all directions. Di Tian, how dare you? You're rebelling. How dare a native like you attack us? The army pressed on, drowning the 3 shadows in the sea of people. Even though the three divine sense shadows had extraordinary combat power, they were instantly destroyed by the sea of people. He couldn't even hold on for a little longer. Even if it's me, I will still kill him without hesitation. Lin Fei was very calm about the situation before him. Elder Chun, don't you think that's reasonable? Chen Wanyan decided to wait and see. It would be best to let them test Tian so that he could figure out something. After all, tens of thousands of 9 stars battle emperors who were not afraid of death were extremely terrifying. If it was a giant powerhouse, there was nothing to be concerned about. However, Chen Wanyan wasn't one. He was merely a 10-star battle emperor. Even if he had treasures in his hands, he didn't have much confidence. This Tian really doesn't play by the rules. Chen Wanyan was also shocked. Tian had destroyed the divine senses of the 3 elders just because of a few words. Is he going to attack me? Chen Wanyan wasn't sure what Lin Fei was thinking. Even though Chen Wanyan had a trump card, if he really went all out, the other 3 factions would benefit from it. If he couldn't get the origin fruit, he wouldn't be able to explain himself when he returned. Then how much does Your Majesty Tian want for this entrance fee? Chen Wanyan thought for a while and immediately came up with an idea. Based on Chen Wanyan's understanding of the other 3, even though it wouldn't affect them much after their divine senses were destroyed, they definitely wouldn't be able to take it lying down. They would definitely find trouble with Tian. This was something that Chen Wanyan could think of even if he closed his eyes. Elder Chun is really straightforward. This is the entrance fee. You can take a look. A jade slip flew over. Chen Wanyan grabbed it in his hand. He didn't think that the other party would ask for too much. As soon as his divine sense entered the jade slip, his expression instantly changed and his whole face darkened. The origin fruit is formed from the essence of the wasteland world. One origin fruit can create a powerhouse. No matter what, it will be a giant realm. In the eyes of a top force like Sea God City, this entrance fee is not worth mentioning at all. Lin Fei smiled. Chen Wanyan's words were rebutted by Lin Fei. His heart was filled with anger. This damn guy, a backward country bumpkin, how dare he ask for such a condition? This is blatant robbery. Some of the materials on the jade slip were ordinary, but some were priceless. This was an exorbitant demand. This put Chen Wanyan in a difficult position. How should he answer? The Black Army gradually closed in. As an elder of the Sea God City, Chen Wanyan had never encountered such a situation. It was really displeasing. This is impossible. You are asking for an exorbitant demand. After some thought, Chen Wanyan still rejected. He didn't want to be perfunctory anymore. At most, he would just fight. Moreover, the experts of the other 3 factions had appeared. Together with him, it shouldn't be difficult to destroy Tian. Giant-level treasure? What was that? All 4 major factions had it. It was just a small toy. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Why do you have to do this? Actually, I really don't want to kill you. Kill. Chen Wanyan thought that Tian was afraid. In the next second, the surrounding disciples, deacons, and prodigy elders of the Sea God City were all attacked by curse techniques. Elder, not good. I've been hit by the weakening technique. I've been poisoned. This is too terrifying. The Tao slave and sword slave charged over and slashed at the disciples and prodigies present. Almost none of them had the ability to fight back. Your opponent is me. Lin Fei took out the blood sky seal and suppressed it with a rumble. Time and space enveloped them, and everyone's speed slowed down. They were instantly killed. Heart of the Ocean. A torrential ocean pressed against Chen Wanyan's head. Chapter 2197. As soon as the heart of the ocean appeared, monstrous waves formed a barrier. This was only one of the treasures of Ocean God City's Elder Zhang Wanyan. Ocean God City was the epitome of wealth. In the eyes of others, it was impossible to obtain a magnate-level treasure. However, in the eyes of Ocean God City, a magnate-level treasure was nothing at all. This was the difference between them. Tian, you will regret ignoring our Ocean God City like this. Zhang Wanyan activated the crystal blue heart of the ocean, raising monstrous waves that crushed over. Half of the sky was filled with water. Elder Zhang is right. He's just a native. How dare he threaten us? In the distance, Lin of Sky City came alone with a black spear in his hand. With a shake of the spear, the void collapsed. A total of 18 dragons roared and shot towards Lin Fei in the sky. Flame Divine Pearl burned 10,000 miles. Lin Yijian of Flame City was not willing to be outdone. With such a good opportunity, he had to kill Tion. If he did not kill this kind of person, he would definitely become a huge threat in the future. With this thought in mind, his killing intent became even stronger. Lin Yijian was born with a kind of intuition. As long as someone was dangerous, he would be able to see through it with a single glance. He had never made a mistake before. From the first glance, Lin Yijian felt that this Tion would be a strong enemy in the future. If he did not kill him now, when would he? Not to mention that there were 4 top forces involved. The monstrous flames instantly engulfed all the enemies in the sky. The entire world became a sea of red flames. Even from afar, everyone could feel the heat waves surging towards the sky. The red flames burned their bodies, and they all circulated their energy to resist. What a good treasure. I'm afraid Tion is in trouble. Bai Yi said indifferently. Flame City's Flame Divine Pearl can burn 10,000 miles. Even a War Emperor expert will be burned to death. Tion's subordinates probably won't be able to resist this kind of red flames for long. Flame City was known as the Grandmaster level of fire. This flame was naturally powerful beyond imagination, especially now that it was a magnate-level treasure that was used. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the red flames appeared, hundreds and thousands of blade and sword slaves were instantly burned into nothingness. There was basically nothing that could resist it. Even though Flame City's Lin Yijian was not a magnate, he could still kill a War Emperor expert with this pearl in his hand. He could still kill War Emperors. Within these flames, he was an omnipotent existence. You will definitely die today. Lin Yijian laughed and pushed the divine flame bead to the limit. Your flames are indeed powerful. This Emperor's flames are stronger than yours. Lin Fei's lips curled up as he lightly spat out 2 words. Cursed flames. Without warning, Lin Yijian's body soared into the air and a ball of cursed fire appeared. Not far away, Yu Lin and even Zhang Wanyan were the same. Cursed flames emerged from their bodies. Once the cursed flames appeared, they were unparalleled under the heavens. Tao of spells weaken. Tao of spells paralysis. Lin Fei continued to cast curse techniques. His entire person became incomparably mysterious. They all cried out in alarm. As the cursed flames burned, Lin Yijian's expression changed greatly. One of his arms was burned off, and the divine flame orb fell to the ground. Just as he was about to retrieve it, the curse attack came again, and he was out of strength. How do you know how to cast spells? You are from the Spell Palace. Lin Fei suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yijian. With a single grab, the divine flame bead fell into his hand. This thing is not bad. I will gladly accept it. Whoosh! Lin Yijian was entangled by the cursed flames. Coupled with the paralysis effect, he could only watch as the divine flame bead was snatched away. As soon as the treasure fell into his hand, the flames that filled the sky were retracted. Dao Nu and Sword Nu besieged him. There were more than 20,000 of them, drowning Lin Yijian. To Lin Fei's subordinates, other than the threat of the flames, there was no threat to them. After losing the treasure, the divine flame bead, Lin Yijian did not hold on for long before he was killed. In fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, Yulin did not have a good ending. His combat strength was not bad, and the treasure was not a large-scale treasure. A dense number of war emperors surrounded him and closed in on him. Wave after wave, they paid the price of 8,000 to kill him in one fell swoop. The Black Spear also fell into Lin Fei's hands. Kill all the people from Blazing Mountain and Sky City. Since he had killed them, Lin Fei might as well go all out and kill them all first. 50,000 subordinates went straight to 2 places to kill. Fong Wong of Sky Cliff Mountain. How long are you going to hide? Lin Fei's eyes were like lightning as he shot towards the void. Your Majesty Tion, don't attack. Fong Wong came out from the void. He couldn't help but be shocked. Zhang Wanyan watched as two experts were killed one after another, and he became uneasy. The divine flame bead was a powerful treasure, but it was still defeated by Di Tian. His mind quickly turned. I am willing to pay the entrance fee, Fang Wang added, afraid that Di Tian would attack. From the beginning, Lin Fei was prepared to kill one or two to show them who was the boss. Only then would he be able to continue his act. Now, everything was under control. Our sea god city is also willing. Zhang Wanyan put away the ocean's heart. The unstoppable cursed flames were too terrifying, and they were even more powerful than the cursed palaces. Lin Fei's face darkened. I was polite to you before, but you didn't know what was good for you. I even dared to kill people from Sky City and Blazing Mountain, let alone the two of you. The two of them could hear the cold, killing intent in Di Tian's voice. He was really going to make a move on them. At this moment, the two of them could only smile bitterly and helplessly. They had planned to work together to kill Di Tian, but who would have thought that he would be so powerful? Once the cursed flames were released, he killed the two of them. The scariest thing was that this Di Tian had some kind of relationship with the Cursed Palace. That was the scariest thing. If they knew that the Cursed Palace's terrifying cursed flames were here, they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. They didn't have such a hobby. We are willing to pay double the price. The two of them didn't dare to fight Di Tian now, and they would rather pay the price. Lin Fei said coldly, even double the price is not enough. I feel that it is better to kill you first and end everything once and for all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The saber slave and sword slave who had left earlier quickly returned. Their killing intent soared into the sky, and at the same time, they reeked of blood. Your Majesty, Sky City, and Blazing Mountain have been killed. A saber slave covered in blood walked in front of Lin Fei. Not bad, well done. Fang Wang and Zhang Wanyan's heart sank. Sky City and Blazing Mountain were completely finished. The two of them knew their strength very well, and they had lost too quickly in front of Di Tian. It was a complete defeat. The saber slave and sword slave surrounded Di Tian. The pressure on the two of them multiplied. At this moment, they had no confidence. So what if they had a magnate-level treasure? They couldn't block the curse technique. Once they were hit by the curse technique, it would be fatal. We will pay triple the price. The saber slave and sword slave continued to advance. A sky full of killing intent welcomed them. 4 times, 5 times. The two of them could only tempt Di Tian with this. As long as they kept their lives, they would have plenty of chances to take revenge in the future. Lin Fei didn't relent. You want to let you go with 5 or 6 times. Dream on. 6 times. 7 times. Sweat appeared on the two of their foreheads. If these people rushed over, they would be killed. 8 times. Don't kill us. This was a huge price to pay. The two of them gritted their teeth. Lin Fei's system was also analyzing the two of them. It would be best if he could take a big bite out of them. That way, he wouldn't have killed the people of Sky City and Blazing Mountain in vain. Chapter 2198. 8 times the price. Both Fang Wang and Zhang Wanyan heaved a sigh of relief after hearing what Lin Fei said. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. They had never been afraid before, but this was the first time they were afraid in front of Di Tian. They were afraid that the curse technique was too powerful. Hand over your treasures and stand aside obediently. Some saber slaves came out and demanded them to hand over their treasures. Lin Fei would not be merciful to his enemies. If he did not control the system and had the ability to convert the mysterious energy into secret techniques, he would have become a dead soul in their hands. The surrender of Tinya Mountain and Oceania God City announced that the Mountain God Emperor space was once again in Lin Fei's hands. Even though some of them were not convinced, Lin Fei's method was simple. Kill them on the spot. After killing some of them, the rest became obedient. In their eyes, Lin Fei had become a demon king. The forces of the Mountain God Emperor were soon wiped out. Lin Fei did not capture any captives and chose to kill them all. He was a step closer to becoming a giant, and the forces of the Mountain God Emperor were wiped out. Some forces also escaped into the immortal world. Lin Fei did not go and deal with them for now. The most important thing now was to occupy the mountain god emperor's space. The origin fruit was very important. The mountain god emperor was also heavily guarded, and the system started to monitor it. If any forces tried to invade, the saber slaves and sword slaves would kill them on the spot. For a moment, no one dared to enter the mountain god emperor's space. Lin Fei arranged for the soldiers to stay at the important positions. They would be killed as soon as they showed themselves. When the news spread, the world of the 33 sacred heavens was in an uproar. Everyone was silent. So many powers were sent down, yet they all fell to Di Tian's hands. What was going on? When did such an expert appear in a sealed world? The four top forces were defeated one after another. There were even rumors that the four top forces would roar from time to time. The news came back one after another. All the forces were dumbfounded again. The first time, the interference of the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Knife sect had already made everyone unhappy. Then, the two sacred masters brought people to settle the scores with the 10,000 Swords Mountain Villa and the Godly Knife sect. He bit off a large piece of flesh from their mouths and barely let them go. Before they could figure out why the people from the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Divine Knife sect would appear next to Di Tian, they received even more unacceptable news. Di Tian seemed to be from the Cursed Palace. As soon as the news spread, no one could remain calm. Who didn't know how powerful the Cursed Palace was? Even their cultivation art was ranked among the top 10 cultivation arts. Compared to the 10 great cultivation arts, incantations were even more bizarre and impossible to guard against. There had never been anyone who dared to offend the Cursed Palace because the Cursed Palace's vengeance was extremely crazy. Now that such a piece of news had come out, it was definitely not good news. Soon, all kinds of rumors spread. Di Tian is from the Cursed Palace. Di Tian is the illegitimate son of a giant of the Cursed Palace. Di Tian is a pawn of the Cursed Palace. The news spread like wildfire. As for those who wanted to find out the truth, not a single one of them dared to do so. The leader of the Elysium was extremely anxious. Could it be that Di Tian was really a pawn of the Cursed Palace? No one was sure. However, Di Tian had used the curse fire within his curse arts to heavily injure Blazing City's Lin Yijian in a single exchange. How could that be explained? Pressure? If it was any other power, it would be fine. However, this was the Cursed Palace. That was not something they could easily pressure. Other than that, Di Tian's exorbitant demand had shocked everyone. When they saw that there were precious and ordinary materials on the list, they were all confused. What was this Di Tian trying to do? The news about Di Tian continued to spread in the world of the 33 Sage Heavens. In the world of the 33 Sage Heavens. In a dark abyss without any daylight. There were huge cities floating in this place. Endless black winds whistled, and huge flying beasts flew across the sky. They swallowed the howling black winds. At the same time, a huge black river surrounded the city. This black river had a terrifying name. It was called the Curse River. The Curse River was a river where incantations gathered. It was a mysterious thing that was born in the world. Every once in a while, a secret technique would be born. The secret techniques of the entire Cursed Palace originated from this Curse River. Today, all the giants of the Cursed Palace were gathered together. There was no choice. Something big had happened in the Cursed Palace. The security of the Cursed Palace had also been strengthened. In the Eerie Palace, many shadows landed on the thrones. Every one of them was a giant expert. These giants had not been feeling well recently. It was because of Di Tian's Cursed Palace. Now, all the disciples in the Cursed Palace were guessing which giant's illegitimate son Di Tian was. The Cursed Palace had always been very strict with incantations. Normally, incantations would not be leaked out. If they were leaked out, outsiders would not be able to successfully cultivate them. Which one of you has admitted that Di Tian is the illegitimate son of one of you? The one sitting at the head of the table was the Cursed Palace's palace master. He was dressed in white and looked at everyone with a sharp gaze. It would be a lie if he wasn't angry. As the palace master, he actually didn't know about such a big thing. Whenever this matter was brought up, the palace master was filled with anger. He really wanted to catch the culprit. The cursed palace was swept into the center of the world of the 33 sage heavens. Everyone thought that this was done on the orders of the cursed palace. Even the lord of the sagely sky was unhappy. The cursed palace was taking everything for itself. Wasn't it too overbearing? Weren't they afraid of burying themselves? In fact, the lord of the sagely sky had even told the cursed palace to release the slots so that they wouldn't take everything for themselves. This made the palace master of the cursed palace speechless. Even though the cursed palace was very powerful, they didn't dare to offend the lord of the sagely sky and the other major powers. After all, the cursed palace wasn't as glorious as it had been in the past. Right now, they had to find out whose subordinate Dtion was. The giants all remained silent. They really didn't have an illegitimate son. Palace master, they're deliberately slandering us, a giant said. Don't fall for it. The palace master's expression darkened. He roared, Bullsh**T. What's slandering? Then who can explain why Dtion has cursed flames and why he is paralyzed? These are all secrets. If anyone tries to explain it, I will think that they're Bullsh**Ting. Everyone fell silent again. This matter was extremely vexing. The giants all cursed Dtion in secret. They had just been laughing at the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect. But in the blink of an eye, the cursed palace had become the scapegoat. The scariest thing of all was that Dtion had killed all the people from Flame City and Sky City. This was the start of a feud. This was something that was going to be a huge headache. What? You have nothing to say. Chapter 2199. And Dtion had appeared in the mountain of God Emperors. Hence, the entire 33 sage heavens were unhappy. Many of their disciples and prodigies were in Dtion's hands. This was no small matter. They had to redeem them. Take revenge again? Send experts down? Who knew? They weren't confident. If they lost more experts, it would be a slap to their faces. Everyone could only choose the second option. They had to pay a price to redeem their disciples. They couldn't allow their disciples to remain in Dtion's hands forever. If Dtion was unhappy and killed all their disciples, they would be the ones to suffer losses in the end. Mount God Emperor. Lin Fei's temporary residence was on the highest mountain peak. You can leave now. After receiving another gift, a saber slave would immediately take the prodigy out and release the seal on his body. The prodigy would then run away without looking back. This was a painful time for this prodigy in the Mount God Emperor. Apart from that, he would have to face his senior and junior brothers when he returned. This wasn't a matter of pride. He would have to learn how to conceal himself for a period of time. Master, this is the 20th prodigy. In the palace, Lin Fei sat on the throne and played with the storage ring on his hand as he listened to his subordinates' reports. They are quite obedient. Ever since he destroyed Sky City and Flame City, no one dared to come down from above. Mount God Emperor was also in a state of panic. Various forces sent over ransoms to redeem the prodigies. Lin Fei was a man of his word. He would release the prodigies as soon as the ransom was paid. In less than 2 days, he released over 20 prodigies. However, Lin Fei still had over 100 prodigies. As for the worthless prodigies, he killed them all. Lin Fei let the system absorb all the ransom money that was delivered. This was his future strength. If they knew about this, they would be supporting the enemy. This is an act of supporting the enemy. I believe that their faces will definitely be very ugly. Lin Fei laughed. This is just the beginning. Those people will not be able to sit still. The day of the origin fruit was getting closer. Just as Lin Fei had guessed, just as the cursed palace was explaining to the outside world about Dtion, another group of people brought ransom money to redeem the disciples of their sections. This was because the Sea God City and the Horizon Mountain had both reacted, paying 8 times the price. Redeem all of their people, even though the 2 families were sneakily coming here. How could Lin Fei miss out on such an opportunity? He spread the news that the 2 factions had come to redeem their people. In reality, he was telling those factions that even top-tier factions were willing to redeem their people, let alone them. With them taking the lead, the other forces could no longer sit still. He was willing to pay any price to redeem her. Lin Fei had a smile on his face every day. He was overjoyed. In secret, the saber slave and the sword slave were being cloned. At the same time, there were also curse mages, which would play an important role in the future. In just 2 days, Lin Fei had cloned over 20,000 sword slaves and saber slaves through the system. This was already very fast. In less than 5 days, Lin Fei released all the captives he had captured. Bai Yi, Chun Hao, demonic Nikhang, and the other geniuses were all brought back. The God Emperor Mountain was temporarily quiet. The system is not doing well. With a large amount of resources in hand, the speed of cloning did not increase. He only had 50,000 more subordinates, 20,000 of which were curse mages and 30,000 were left. The other half were sword slaves and saber slaves. For the time being, Lin Fei cloned these 3 types of subordinates. Master, actually, you can build a cloning base. At that time, the production will increase, and you won't have to worry anymore. Little Evil Demon gave a good suggestion. You're forcing me to spend money. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. A cloning base was not cheap. This was also the reason why Lin Fei had not started yet. He did not have a lot of mysterious energy on hand. I can only wait for a while more. Lin Fei did not leave the God Emperor Mountain. According to the system's analysis, the origin fruit would be ready soon. There was another reason why he did not leave. In fact, it was to plunder the destiny energy. The God Emperor Mountain was much stronger than the outside world. This place was formed by an essence fragment. Lin Fei had to make use of the time to plunder the destiny energy. Now, Lin Fei's goal was to create an army of 400,000 to 500,000. At that time, even if he had to use the human wave tactic, he would not be afraid of exhaustion. Suddenly, in the palace, a light screen fell down and formed a human figure, appearing in front of Lin Fei. Your Majesty D. Tian, you're so relaxed. As soon as the figure appeared, it spoke in a mocking tone. People from the Cursed Palace, what's your purpose? Just say it. Lin Fei said, don't beat around the bush in front of me. I don't like it. Impressive, impressive. You can even see through this. Lin Fei laughed. I have the system. What can I analyze? Even if you're a projection, I can still calculate it. What's the point of acting mysterious in front of me? With the system around, nothing could escape Lin Fei's eyes. Although the person had expected Di Tian to be extraordinary, he didn't expect him to be so direct. He didn't seem like a scheming person at all. Could he be someone from the Cursed Palace? Moreover, he was in existence with an extremely high status. Everyone in the Cursed Palace was speculating about this. They didn't believe that Di Tian's mastery of cultivation techniques would be leaked out. In that case, it must have been leaked by a certain powerhouse. If he wasn't powerful, I wouldn't be sitting here. Lin Fei smiled. You came earlier than I expected. If you don't tell me the purpose of your visit today, my guards won't mind tearing you into pieces. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Cursed flames filled the sky, followed by endless killing intent. Facing someone from the Cursed Palace, Lin Fei had to show his toughness. Wait, the person revealed a look of shock. Once the cursed flames were unleashed, experts would be able to tell if it was real or not. What a powerful cursed flame. It's clearly the same cursed flame. So why is its power increased so much? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that a powerhouse had a new breakthrough in his research? Of course, this expert from the Cursed Palace wouldn't know that the cursed flames had been enhanced by the system. Fortunately, I'm here. Even a powerhouse wouldn't dare to underestimate a cursed flame of this level. I'm here on behalf of the Cursed Palace to discuss a cooperation with His Majesty. With this understanding, the other party restrained his attitude. What kind of cooperation? Tell me. Lin Fei didn't kill the projection directly. In fact, he was laughing in his heart. From the moment he unleashed the cursed flames, Lin Fei believed that someone from the Cursed Palace would come. If they didn't, they wouldn't be the Cursed Palace. Our Cursed Palace would like to purchase the origin fruit from His Majesty. Chapter 2200. By the origin fruit. The meaning behind this was completely different. Lin Fei had a certain amount of influence in the world of the 33 Sage Heavens. Even the Cursed Palace, which had obtained the inheritance of the era, started to pay attention to Lin Fei. They even mentioned the word by. Actually, Lin Fei had a rough idea of why he had come. It was because they didn't know his background. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel proud. He finally had some influence. Although the methods he used were too bloody, at least it was effective. You guys want this origin fruit? That's easy. Lin Fei smiled. However, you guys have to pay a deposit. That means you guys have the right to bid for the origin fruit in the future. After killing the prodigies of several factions, Lin Fei treated the mountain of God Emperor as his territory. The origin fruit would be his. Lin Fei didn't have the intention to eat it all in one go. He wanted to fool these people first. For example, the representative of the Curse Palace. The person who came did not say much. Unexpectedly, he chose to agree and took the deposit slip back. From beginning to end, he did not say another word. As long as I have a large amount of resources, I can create an endless human army. No matter what schemes you guys have, don't think of using them on me. Lin Fei didn't believe that the Curse Palace would be so kind. Little devil, how's the analysis of the origin fruit? When will it appear? Lin Fei asked. According to my calculations and the system's analysis, it should be in 3 days. As for the exact location, I still need to calculate. 3 days? There's still time. World of the 33 Sage Heavens. Curse Palace. In a secret chamber. Giants gathered. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked. The overall strength of the Curse Palace was indeed very strong. Any of the giants here would be an invincible existence among those of the same level. Everyone was waiting for news. In the past few days, the Curse Palace was having a hard time. The Curse Palace's palace master, Zhou Wuhuan, was under a lot of pressure. He cursed Tian countless times. All the major factions were eyeing them. If not for the fact that the Curse Palace had a strong foundation, some of the other factions would have joined forces to attack them. After all, this was a perfectly justifiable excuse. How is it? One of the leaders, sitting in the middle, opened his eyes. The surrounding magnates became spirited. Should we kill that Tian? This trip, all of them knew their goal. Firstly, they wanted to test Tian. If they could kill him, that would be for the best. But even if they couldn't kill him, they had to at least achieve some sort of objective. Everyone had the thought that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. Tian is very mysterious. At the same time, he grasped an even more terrifying curse technique. I suspect that this Tian might have inherited the essence of the curse path. As soon as this big shot's words came out, everyone could no longer remain calm. Impossible. The legacy of our Curse Palace is the most complete. That's right. He's just Tian, and he's in the sealed world. How could he have obtained the legacy of the Curse Tao? Moreover, it's even more powerful than the curse techniques of our Curse Palace. One by one, the magnates asked. This was something that would affect the future of the Curse Palace. Everyone, quiet down and wait for Elder Mu to speak. Chu Wuhuan shouted, and everyone quieted down. Elder Mu, one of the magnates, projected himself. He was more experienced and reliable. He wasn't an impatient person. Everyone, please take a look. A light screen shot out from Elder Mu's eyes. The light screen showed the scene of Tian unleashing the curse fire. It was clearly displayed in front of everyone. The secret chamber was instantly in an uproar. The layman watched the show, while the experts saw the artistry. Everyone understood what was going on when they saw it. Even the palace lord, Chu Wuhuan, had a solemn expression as he stared at the light screen. It was a deep sense of helplessness. The others were also dumbfounded. Even they could feel the power of the curse fire. But why was it stronger than their curse palace? This didn't make sense at all. Inside the mountain of God Emperor, the Tao slave and the sword slave were patrolling nonstop. However, everyone in the 33 sacred heavens would be killed without mercy. They would all be turned into a part of Lin Fei's power. It was unknown if everyone knew that the origin fruit was going to appear, or if they were frightened. For a moment, no one appeared in the mountain of God Emperor. Apart from the patrolling guards, there was no one else. Have you calculated the exact location? In the blink of an eye, it was time for the origin fruit to appear. Lin Fei didn't dare to let his guard down for even a moment. There was a limited number of origin fruits. Lin Fei wasn't willing to lose the origin fruit. The origin fruit, which was born from absorbing the fragments of the wilderness world, contained unimaginable power. Perhaps, with the help of the origin fruit and the system, Lin Fei could create even more powerful slaves. Almost there, almost there. The mysterious energy was also being consumed. This was also the reason why Lin Fei didn't want to make a mistake. He could use the mysterious energy to analyze the situation. 2 hours later, Lin Fei finally heard a beautiful voice. "Master, I have already calculated the location. You can rush over now," the little devil said. "Moreover, I have also detected that there were countless energies that covered the mountain of God Emperor. Although the traces were hidden, they couldn't escape my detection." Lin Fei gave her a thumbs up. "Good job. The last 3 days were peaceful." Lin Fei didn't believe that they would give up. They were waiting for the origin fruit to appear. When the time comes, they would fight for it in the mountain of God Emperor. Lin Fei immediately obtained the exact location. When he found out, he couldn't help but be surprised. "It's actually here." Interesting. At the same time, all the major powers in the 33 Sage Heavens had their eyes on the mountain of God Emperor. Who asked the origin fruit to be so important? All the powers that had reached a certain level knew one thing, and that was that the origin fruit brought great benefits. Now that the origin fruit was about to mature, everyone was staring at it. The ancestor has calculated that the origin fruit will appear after midnight. All the elders, stay alert. Don't let anyone beat you to it. As soon as the origin fruit appears, make your move. In the void, a treasure opened up, hiding a person inside. This was a wave of forces. What about Dtion? He has 100,000 combat emperors with him. They're all 9 stars. They're extremely powerful. If you are trapped, your life will be in danger. The appearance of Dtion in the mountain of God Emperor was very worrying, especially the combat emperor army. Until now, they still couldn't figure out how this Dtion was related to a force like the Curse Palace. Everyone felt quite pressured to go to the mountain of God Emperor. After all, the mountain of God Emperor was formed from a piece of desolate world fragment. The stronger one was, the greater the suppression. However, in order to get one origin fruit, everyone used all their trump cards. Chapter 2202. It's actually here. Mountain God Emperor. There was a sinkhole in the center. This was also the only sinkhole in the Mountain God Emperor. The sinkhole was unfathomably deep. Someone had tried to enter it before. There was a mysterious energy in the sinkhole that was constantly whistling. Anyone who came into contact with it would die. After knowing the location, Lin Fei was dumbfounded for a moment. For example, Lin Fei was standing at the edge of the sinkhole at this moment. He looked into the sinkhole. It was pitch black inside, and at the same time, there was a dangerous aura. Even Lin Fei felt an inexplicable sense of fear. What a sinkhole! I'm afraid no one would have thought that the origin fruit would appear inside the sinkhole. Lin Fei would never doubt the system's words. Little devil, check the energy in the sinkhole and see what it is. Lin Fei had checked this sinkhole before. At that time, the sinkhole did not have this kind of pressure. In the eyes of outsiders, it was just an ordinary sinkhole. There was nothing special about it, and no one would remember it. Analyze it immediately. It will consume a certain amount of mysterious energy. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Allow. The analysis was quick. Lin Fei did not have to wait for long before the system had a result. Congratulations, Master. There is a mysterious energy in the sinkhole. It is one of the origin fruits of the wilderness world. Although it is very thin, it is a good thing for Master. You can smoothly transform it into mysterious energy. Lin Fei suddenly understood and slapped his forehead. So, it is the origin fruit. No wonder I felt a terrifying aura of death. Those who did not know the truth might have died because of the origin fruit. Go in. Lin Fei summoned a Dao slave. Without saying a word, the Dao slave jumped into the sinkhole. The originally peaceful sinkhole was suddenly filled with a black astral wind. The Dao slave, whose strength was at the level of a 9-star combat emperor, was torn into pieces by the black astral wind. It was torn into pieces by the black astral winds, leaving not a single trace behind. It was extremely terrifying. My Dao slave is a 9-star combat emperor, but he did not even have the slightest ability to resist. He was killed just like that. I wonder how long this invincible defense of mine can last. Master, if you jump down from here, even if you activate your invincible defense, you won't be able to withstand the power of the origin. It won't last more than 10 breaths of time before disappearing from this world without a trace. Lin Fei shuddered. That was close. If not for the little devil's reminder, Lin Fei really wanted to try it out. But now, he had completely lost the mood. He didn't want to disappear from this world. In that case, hurry up and help me get rid of the essence power. I'm still waiting to go down. Although the space of the Mountain God Emperor looked calm, Lin Fei knew that many pairs of eyes were staring at the space of the Mountain God Emperor. Master, you can consume the mysterious energy and activate the invincible defense to reach the bottom of the sinkhole. So simple. Help me isolate my divine sense. I'm going down. Divine sense barrier, activating, consuming energy at every moment. Lin Fei took a deep breath and jumped into the sinkhole. Activate invincible defense. As soon as he entered the sinkhole, the aura of death enveloped him. For a moment, Lin Fei suspected that he was going to die. The power of the origin was actually this terrifying. The black astral wind whistled over. Lin Fei's body had an additional layer of power, and this layer of power was constantly changing. He felt as if he had fallen into an endless ocean, and at any moment, he would be thrown to the ground by the huge waves. F*CK. This is too terrifying. Seeing the incoming black astral wind, the energy on Lin Fei's body kept changing, reaching a shocking speed. The moment it was about to land on his body, the energy on his body changed into the same quality as the black astral wind. The violent and terrifying astral wind turned into a warm spring breeze. It blew past his body. This is possible? Imitating the power of the origin? Lin Fei was a little dumbfounded. As long as it's energy, the system can analyze it. This is nothing, the little devil said in disdain. Lin Fei wiped off his sweat. The astral wind is so powerful, it can kill everything in an instant. Without the instant kill from the astral wind, the origin fruit will still belong to me. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Fei allowed himself to fall. The terrifying astral wind was like a good friend passing through him. The moment Lin Fei disappeared, the powerhouses of the 33 sacred heavens were all dumbfounded. Although the space of Mountain God Emperor was formed by a barren world fragment, and the powerhouses couldn't come down, their powerful consciousness could still spy on the space of Mountain God Emperor. Without a doubt, Lin Fei was also in the surveillance, just that he didn't show it so clearly. After all, having someone like Di Tian in the space of Mountain God Emperor was not a good thing. Instead, it was a bad thing. Subordinates that had grasped the sword techniques of 10,000 Swords Villa and Godly Blade Gate were not easy to deal with. Di Tian had to be monitored. Just as everyone looked away, Di Tian disappeared from the space of Mountain God Emperor. Xiao. Divine consciousnesses pierced through the space of Mountain God Emperor. Where is he? Why is he gone? Why is he gone? Almost all the powerhouses had the same thought. Hence, the entire space of Mountain God Emperor was covered by powerful divine consciousnesses. They didn't miss a single spot, hoping to find Di Tian. The powerhouse's divine consciousnesses searched back and forth, but they couldn't find Di Tian. Do they feel unwell? Master, we just discovered a powerful divine consciousness covering the space of Mountain God Emperor from the 33 sacred heavens. According to the system's analysis, they should be searching for you. Lin Fei fell for tens of thousands of feet, but he still hadn't reached the end. There shouldn't be any problem with the divine consciousness barrier, right? Lin Fei asked worriedly. It's fine. Unless the powerhouses themselves come down, they can't see through the divine consciousness barrier. Lin Fei was completely relieved. Just how deep is the sinkhole? It's not the bottom yet. Inside the sinkhole, Lin Fei was still falling. The black astral wind kept howling. Lin Fei didn't dare to move. Any gust of astral wind in the sinkhole could easily kill him. Yes, the kind that could kill him instantly. 100,000 feet, 500,000 feet, 700,000 feet. The sinkhole seemed to have become a bottomless pit. Lin Fei had the invincible defense. Although it consumed mysterious energy, at least it prevented him from being killed instantly. After reaching 900,000 feet, Lin Fei looked down and his pupils constricted. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The sinkhole wasn't considered narrow to begin with. After reaching 900,000 feet, the space below suddenly widened. At the same time, a towering tree opened up like a giant umbrella. A terrifying and dangerous aura spread out from this giant tree. Lin Fei was like an ant in front of this pitch-black giant tree. Origin fruit. Lin Fei looked down again. Under the towering tree, on the pitch-black branches, there were 9 fist-sized black fruits that were devouring the black mist. This was the origin fruit that Lin Fei was looking for. Chapter 22:03. The fist-sized origin fruit hung on the origin tree, appearing in front of Lin Fei's eyes. Before seeing the origin tree, one would never be able to imagine how tall it was. Lin Fei was also shocked. However, the most eye-catching thing was the origin fruit on the origin tree. The origin fruit constantly absorbed origin energy. Before it even got close, Lin Fei could already feel the power of the origin fruit. No wonder everyone is interested in the origin fruit. Lin Fei muttered to himself, "This really is a unique existence in the world. If I casually digest one, my battle strength will increase explosively." Lin Fei did not approach the origin tree. A powerful aura appeared near the origin tree. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense, not daring to approach for a moment, afraid of being torn apart by the terrifying origin energy. Before the wild world shattered, the strength of the entire wild world can be imagined. After so many years, the origin energy of the fragmented world can still give birth to unique existences in the world. The world is really full of wonders. Lin Fei stared at the origin fruit. There were only 9 origin fruits on the huge origin tree. Master, the origin fruit contains endless energy. If Master's Blood Sky Seal can absorb the origin fruit, it will evolve into a hegemon-level treasure, the little devil reminded. There's such a use, Lin Fei thought. Looks like the Holy Lords and hegemon-level experts of the 33 Holy Heavens might have such thoughts. The little devil's words made Lin Fei think even further. What are the effects of picking the origin fruit now? Do we have to wait until it ripens? Lin Fei asked. Lin Fei completely believed that the moment the origin fruit ripened, the experts of the 33 Holy Heavens would descend to fight for the 9 origin fruits. There were so many forces in the 33 Holy Heavens. Any one of them could form a nest here. Lin Fei had some thoughts about the origin fruit, but if he gave it to them, they definitely wouldn't have such good intentions. Letting the enemy become stronger for no reason would be stupid. System analyzing. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Master, according to our analysis, origin fruits grow by absorbing origin energy. The origin tree before us is the pillar of the origin fruit. If we pluck it now, we'll only be able to unleash around 50% of the origin fruit's effects. 50%, not bad. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Master, there's more. Although the origin fruit is pretty good, after the system analyzed it, we discovered a shocking piece of information. This origin tree is even more valuable. It is a fragment of the savage world. Lin Fei was startled, and then he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "No way. The source tree is more valuable?" Originally, he was still worried about whether he should draw it now. Suddenly, he heard a piece of news. Lin Fei couldn't be more excited. "Yes, very valuable," Little Fiend said. "It isn't easy for a big shot to absorb origin energy. The system has the ability to absorb and devour. As long as one absorbs this origin tree, the benefits will be much greater than the 9 origin fruits." Well done. They're eyeing the God Emperor Mountain space. Isn't it for the origin fruit? This time, I will make you happy for nothing. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Time passed by minute by minute. The powerful divine sense of the God Emperor Mountain space. After searching the inside and outside of the God Emperor Mountain space, there was still no trace of DTon. The major forces were all dumbfounded. Where did this DTon run off to? No one guessed that DTon had found the location of the origin tree, let alone that he was very close. If they knew, they probably wouldn't be able to calmly search with their divine sense. Instead, they put down their clones and went to the God Emperor Mountain space. Now, Lin Fei released the Dao and sword slaves. The Dao and sword slaves approached the origin tree as instructed. As soon as they approached the origin tree, they were instantly decomposed by the origin energy, leaving not even their bones behind. After sacrificing dozens of Dao slaves, Lin Fei confirmed the situation. The origin energy is indeed terrifying. Lin Fei sighed. With such terrifying power, picking the origin fruit won't be easy. Even a big shot would have a headache. The origin energy had the ability to decompose, and Lin Fei wasn't willing to send the Dao and sword slaves to their deaths. In the face of such a powerful force, even millions of powerhouses wouldn't be able to withstand the decomposition of the origin energy. No matter how many went, they would die. Master, it's easy to pick the origin fruit. Little Fiend said, although the origin energy is powerful, there will always be things that counteract it. As long as there is something that counteracts it, you will be able to pick the origin fruit. The other method is to devour the origin energy. As long as you weaken a portion of the origin energy, you will be able to pick the origin fruit. Lin Fei pondered for a moment and rejected the first method. It wasn't that there weren't things that counteracted each other, but it definitely wouldn't be that easy to find. Although the second method was stupid, it was a good one for him. All right, I'll devour the origin energy then. Inside the heaven pit, the massive blood heaven seal was taken out, and Lin Fei activated Endless Devour. He would devour as much as he could. As soon as the blood heaven seal's Endless Devour was activated, traces of the origin energy were absorbed into the blood heaven seal. The huge blood heaven seal also began to change slightly. Lin Fei deliberately controlled the speed of the devouring to prevent the blood heaven seal from being unable to hold on. He did not want this treasure to be overloaded by the origin energy. Devour. The system was also activated. Lin Fei's entire body turned into a huge vortex. The terrifying origin energy surged, enough to disintegrate any existence. Initially, he was worried that the system would not be able to hold on. It would be a huge loss if it was disintegrated. Fortunately, this did not happen. System number 2 became an invincible existence, and once the origin energy came, it was all absorbed into the system. Lin Fei's uneasy heart was finally at ease. Once the origin energy was absorbed by the system, it did not turn into an energy unit as Lin Fei had imagined, nor did it turn into a mysterious energy. Instead, there was another energy beside it, the origin energy unit. That works. Lin Fei was stunned and could not help but ask, then what's the use of this origin energy unit? The number of the origin energy unit was constantly increasing. The origin energy unit is very useful. The little devil explained. It's also Master's good luck. There are remnants of world fragments in this alternate space, and it has evolved into a space that can preserve the origin energy. With the origin energy unit, Master can create high-level puppets. As long as there's a suitable body, coupled with the origin energy, you can create a powerful existence that is comparable to a giant existence. That awesome? Lin Fei was very surprised. Then can the current sword and sword slaves be promoted? Lin Fei's mind turned quickly as he thought of his own subordinates. Chapter 2204. P.S. I couldn't write for a few days, so there was an accident. Everything's fine now. I'll start at 2 chapters today. The unexpected appearance of the origin energy unit surprised Lin Fei. An existence comparable to a giant powerhouse? How terrifying was that? Absorb the origin energy as much as you can. Lin Fei roared. Also, you must monitor the powerhouses outside. I don't want to be disturbed while the system is absorbing the origin energy unit. A new measurement unit system appeared on the system page. Compared to the previous mysterious energy unit, the origin energy unit's growth was not fast. Instead, it was very slow. Lin Fei was not greedy. The origin energy unit was a powerful existence. It was reasonable that it could not grow quickly in a short period of time. Not far from the origin tree, the majestic origin energy was being plundered by the system. Congratulations, player. You have received 1 origin energy unit. Congratulations, player. You have received 2 origin energy units. The increase of the origin energy unit was not as difficult as imagined. After the first unit appeared, the second unit appeared. Soon, the third one appeared. While Lin Fei was paying attention to the increase of the origin energy unit, he was also paying attention to the mountain of God Emperor. Finally, someone is here. Time passed minute by minute. In the peaceful mountain of God Emperor, people gradually appeared. Most of them were from the 33 sacred heavens. They released a powerful aura. There were also some who were hiding in the void previously. As soon as these people appeared, they began to search frantically. Needless to say, they were looking for the origin tree. Due to the restriction of the origin energy in the mountain of God Emperor, the giant powerhouses could not come down for a while. Lin Fei did not act rashly. The inside of the sinkhole was shielded by the system's mysterious energy. To find this place, it would take some time. Now, Lin Fei still had time. 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours. The time for the origin fruit to ripen was getting closer. Various forces in the mountain of God Emperor. They could not stay calm. What the hell? Why hasn't the origin fruit appeared yet? This doesn't make sense. Didn't the old ancestors say that the origin tree would appear? And that Tian, where is he hiding? I can't even find a trace of him. Everyone was very unhappy. They couldn't find him. The origin tree was nowhere to be seen. The forces that were able to come again had arranged for their elite disciples. Every one of them was an existence that had made a name for themselves in the 33 holy heavens, and there was no lack of seniors among them. Although they hadn't broken through to the giant realm yet, they were experts who were infinitely close to it. His explosive power was very strong. Even so, he was still unable to find the origin tree. If not for the old ancestors' warning, everyone would have suspected that they had come to the wrong place. Boom! Just when everyone was at a loss, the entire God Emperor mountain erupted with a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. As soon as this aura appeared, it engulfed the entire space of the God Emperor mountain. No matter who it was, they all felt that they were minuscule and would die without a doubt in front of this destructive energy. This is origin energy. Now that the origin tree has appeared, the origin fruit will also appear. Everyone, prepare for battle. Those who stand in our way are all enemies. Kill without mercy. All the forces in the God Emperor Mountain were excited. Even though everyone's faces were pale, their eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. No one had the mood to care about Tian anymore. Right now, the origin fruit was the most important. It was related to whether or not a sect could survive in the future. In the center, the representatives of the various forces took out their sect's treasures and charged toward the center while withstanding the pressure of the origin energy. The first to turn into a ray of light was a giant skull. In the world of the 33 ascending heavens, one of the more famous and ruthless forces was known as the Ghoul sect. The Ghoul sect specialized in making all kinds of puppets. They also used all kinds of vicious cultivation techniques. In the world of the 33 sacred heavens, they were notorious. For example, right now, they were activating a giant treasure. It was known as the Head of Death. It was made from the head of the Ghoul sect's god of death. It possessed terrifying power. Quick! Inside the Head of Death was an independent space. Countless disciples were activating the Head of Death. The Head of Death was bursting with godly power. It withstood the power of the origin energy. As expected of the energy that everyone fought for back then, even through the Head of Death, I can still feel the terrifying power. The Ghoul sect elder, dressed in black, exclaimed, "The elder ancestor is right. We have experienced the terror of the origin energy before even seeing the tree of origin. No wonder the elder ancestor told us to be careful and not to be careless. It was indeed meaningful. A black giant, burly as the sky, stepped on the ground. With one step, it was not inferior to anyone's treasure. This was the puppet sky demon of the Sky Demon Palace. It was also a giant treasure. Elder, the tree of origin has appeared. Perhaps Dtion is already nearby. We have to be careful. The Sky Demon Rainbow was still dressed in black. Its veil danced, faintly discernible. Rainbow, since I'm here, it's not up to Dtion anymore. The Sky Demon Palace Elder, also dressed in black, radiated coldness. You bullied the people of the Sky Demon Palace. I will avenge you. The Sky Demon Rainbow looked into the distance. The enemies are coming. I wonder how you will defend against them this time. The demonic rainbow was clearer than anyone else about the strength of the demonic palace elder in front of her. Even though she was not famous in the world of the 33 sacred heavens, only those who knew her would know how terrifying this elder was. He was a half-step giant. Moreover, for the sake of fighting for the origin fruit, there were more than 10 half-step giant powerhouses. The Sky Demon Rainbow could not think of how the conceited Dtion would deal with it. That Dtion guy is really unreliable. Another force activated a giant altar. The leader stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. I wanted him to hold back the firepower of the others. At the very least, he should have exhausted a portion of their strength so that we can have a chance to attack. Now, he actually went missing. The leader of the Sky Demon Palace said sinisterly, "We can only act according to the situation. No matter how bad it is, we have to get an origin fruit." This was naturally the people of the Cursed Palace. They had inexplicably taken the blame. Whenever the people of the Cursed Palace mentioned Dtion, they would be filled with anger. They wanted to make use of him, but they did not expect him to go missing. This made them even more unhappy. Everyone was eyeing the origin fruit covetously. Chapter 22:05. It was getting closer and closer. Just as they were about to reach the crater, they once again felt the terrifying threat from the origin energy. Everyone was in a daze when they saw it. It was familiar. They had been to this crater a few times and had scanned it with their divine senses countless times, but they found nothing. Now that they felt the origin energy from the crater, they were no longer calm. It was different from what they had seen before. Logically speaking, it was illogical. It was hard to imagine that the bottom of the crater was related to the origin tree. Forces gathered around the crater. At this moment, no one dared to go down. Even if they had magnate treasures, they were fragile in front of the origin energy. There were also some small forces that were completely attracted by the origin tree and relied on their treasures to rush down. The result was obvious. After a few hundred people died, everyone suppressed their excitement. Wait, that was what everyone was thinking. As long as the origin energy weakened, they were confident that they could rush down and find the origin tree and fruit. For a moment, everyone was safe around the crater. No one would make a move at this moment. The origin energy weakened. The half-step magnate stared at it. As soon as the origin energy weakened, the half-step magnate immediately felt it. Go down. Hellgate's head of death turned into a black light and rushed down. Let's go too. Everyone reacted quickly and entered the crater one after another. Without a hegemon-level treasure in hand, he could only watch helplessly. The origin energy's powerful disintegration ability disintegrated everything. Only a hegemon-level treasure could resist it, maintaining the misfortune of not being disintegrated. Everyone went down faster and faster. The origin energy was also weakening. This isn't right. The black-robed elder from the Sky Demon Palace frowned. Even if the origin energy weakened, it wouldn't be this fragile. The Heavenly Devil Palace elder's face turned grave. The thin origin energy only had a slight effect on the Heavenly Devil puppet. It wasn't as terrifying as the old ancestor had warned. Elder, you're not worrying too much. Everyone knows how powerful the origin energy is. It should be normal for the origin energy to weaken. Even the smart Sky Demon Raymond didn't think that there would be a problem. I hope so. Soon. On the other side, Lin Fei was not far from the origin tree. It was only a few thousand feet away. The system was even more awesome than he had imagined. It kept devouring the origin energy. This was also Lin Fei's good luck. If one were to encounter someone who had yet to condense an origin fruit, it would be impossible for them to descend here. Now that the origin fruit had absorbed all of the origin energy from the origin tree, the pressure it released was not as strong as before. This gave Lin Fei an advantage, allowing him to plunder as much origin energy as he wanted. Master, your enemy is here. Imp reminded. At the same time, the image of the sinkhole appeared in Lin Fei's eyes. Good fellow. For the origin fruit, they sent out more than 20 half-step magnates. On the image, the stronger one the color would be different. Therefore, Lin Fei could see it clearly, especially the 20 or so dots. It would be strange if he couldn't see it. An old acquaintance is here too. Lin Fei even saw a few old acquaintances. Master, absorb the remaining origin energy. You still need time, so you have to make a choice, Master. The little demoness reminded him again. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It's time. Let the slave army kill to their heart's content. No more hiding. Shio. On the way to the bottom of the sinkhole. What's that sound? The disciples of the ghoul sect felt a great threat approaching. An inexplicable sound came from the front, causing their scalps to go numb. Bam, bam, bam. Before they could react, the Grim Reaper's head encountered a dense barrage of attacks. There were all sword rays and saber rays that seemed to cover the entire sky. The tunnel was filled with enemies. The Grim Reaper's head was indeed a magnate-level treasure. It only shook slightly. It's Di Tian's men. The people of the ghoul sect shouted angrily. Now in the entire 33 sacred heavens, everyone knew that Di Tian had a group of terrifying subordinates. They were all at the same cultivation level. Until now, they didn't know where Di Tian got them from. It was as if they appeared out of thin air. Di Tian had also become very mysterious. When they saw the densely packed army once again, the forces that had followed behind were all shocked. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be. Open the defense. Everyone reacted. The advantage of the magnate-level treasure was displayed. The attacks of the Black Torrent only had a small effect on them. At the same time, everyone realized that Di Tian, who had been missing all this time, was at the end of the sinkhole tunnel. We still miscalculated. The elder of the Sky Devil Palace's eyes flashed. He should have been here for a long time. Puppet Sky Devil, attack. When Di Tian's men appeared, everyone was sure of one thing. Di Tian was inside. No one hesitated anymore. The half-step magnate personally controlled the magnate-level treasure and charged towards the Black Torrent army. The sinkhole tunnel wasn't very big. When Lin Fei's men appeared, they realized that something bad had happened. Someone had beaten them to it. They didn't expect it to be Di Tian. Everyone was enraged. When a half-step magnate used his strength, the magnate-level treasure in his hands exploded with infinite power. The sword and saber slaves that Lin Fei had arranged to guard the tunnel were immediately injured. Luckily, it wasn't a large area. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the battle in the tunnel. As expected of the half-step magnate, only they can use half of the magnate-level treasure's power. Lin Fei had already expected the casualties. We can't let them continue. Lin Fei didn't want all his men to be killed. I have to give you another gift. Lin Fei chuckled. Spell Master's attack. At the end of the tunnel, a group of black shadows appeared. Their faces couldn't be seen, but they all looked serious. Spell Paralyze. Spell Corrode. Spell Weaken. This was the first time Lin Fei had shown his ability as a spell master. In the tunnel, the disciples of the ghoul sect were clapping and cheering. Elder is mighty. Elder is mighty. The half-step magnate elder of the ghoul sect was called Xianxia. His face was cold and gloomy, and a cold wind blew from time to time. No one dared to approach him. So what if there are many of them? I will kill them all eventually, Xianxia said coldly. Suddenly, a scream came from behind him. Elder, save me. The disciple closest to him was a combat emperor. However, his flesh and blood had turned into a pool of blood and kept falling from his body. The surrounding was filled with a pungent, rotten smell. He kept screaming, "Not good! Dition has made his move." Gui Jianshou had also heard that Dition knew spells. He subconsciously thought that it was him. "What's going on? I feel weak. I need a rest. I'm dying of pain. Someone save me." In less than a few breaths, all the disciples were attacked by spells. Chapter 22:06. When the curse came, everyone was dumbfounded. The ghoul sect, who was charging at the front, was caught off guard on the spot, causing heavy casualties among their disciples. In front of the terrifying curse, the disciples of the ghoul sect had no ability to resist. Even if it was the War Emperor realm, facing the untraceable curse, the result would be the same. "It's a curse. I'll help. I don't want to die." The moment the curse was unleashed, the sinkhole passageway immediately turned into hell. No matter who it was, even if they took out their treasures, it would be difficult for them to resist the invasion of the curse. Only the half-step giants could barely resist the invasion of the curse. "Awesome," Lin Fei laughed proudly. The strengthened curse had become even sharper and more terrifying than before, and at the same time, it was even harder to find traces of it. The Curse Mage army is truly invincible. Lin Fei knew that once the Curse Mage appeared, they would definitely be able to suppress the scene. However, it was even more terrifying than he had imagined. "Saber Slave and Sword Slave, move out." Lin Fei gave the order again. "Kill." Killing intent gathered, shaking the heavens and earth. With the help of the Curse Mage, the Saber Slave and Sword Slave had the upper hand. The giant treasures could only unleash 70% to 80% of their power in the hands of the half-step giants. At the same time, they needed the help of the disciples. Now that the disciples of the various forces had suffered heavy casualties, the power of the giant treasures had plummeted, and it was difficult for them to suppress Lin Fei's men. The blade intent and sword intent wantonly roared, interweaving into an inescapable net. For a time, the various forces were unable to move forward. Seeing the disciples and geniuses that they brought fall to the curse one after another, the leading elder's face was filled with malevolence. At the same time, there was a trace of fear. "Dition, this old man will tear you into pieces." The disciples of the ghost sect suffered the heaviest casualties. Almost none of them were left standing, as they were all killed by the curse. The treasure space was littered with corpses, and the smell of blood filled the air. As a large sect, when had the ghost sect ever suffered heavy casualties in front of their enemies? At this moment, his face was ashen and sinister. He continuously activated his Heaven's Mandate energy, forming layers of defense around his body. "Do you like my gift? Ha ha ha." In the passage, Lin Fei's wanton laughter echoed. "Like?" Everyone was about to vomit blood. Who would like this gift? This was a slap in the face. The densely packed saber slaves and sword slaves, as well as the incantation experts among them, caused the various forces in the tunnel to be unable to remain calm. They continuously activated their treasures to defend against the incantation attacks. No one had expected such a situation. Cursed Palace? How do you explain that? Some of the experts in the lead looked at the people from the Cursed Palace in the distance. They also kept retreating. They really couldn't block the densely packed curse techniques. This has nothing to do with our Cursed Palace. The one who came from the Cursed Palace was also a half-step giant. His name was Xianxia. His previously high-spirited face was now filled with confusion. How can there be such a powerful curse technique? Its power is even greater than their curse palaces. This is impossible. The moment the curse appeared, Xianxia sensed a familiar aura. He could smell it even with his eyes closed. After a moment of confusion, he saw that his forces had suffered heavy casualties and that the people of the Curse Palace were unscathed. Xianxia's expression became even more unsightly. "It's over. We've been tricked by Dition." Hence, the words that he blurted out earlier came out. No one believed him now. Nothing to do with it? What kind of joke was this? It was clearly the curse technique of the Curse Palace. Were they all blind and couldn't tell? This wasn't a curse technique. What was it? Retreat. The saber slaves and sword slaves charged forward. Even the half-step giants could only activate their hegemon-level treasures to cover their disciples' retreat. If they didn't leave now, they would really be wiped out. Almost at the same time, everyone chose to retreat. Fight? How could they fight? They couldn't even block the elusive curse techniques. Even the half-step giants felt their scalps go numb when they saw the densely packed curse techniques. Some of them were high-level curse techniques. Who could endure this kind of concentrated attack? I didn't expect Tion to still have a trick up his sleeve. We're all doomed. The saber slaves and sword slaves are already difficult to deal with. With the help of the curse techniques, they're like tigers that have grown wings. If we go up, we'll just be sending ourselves to death. How many unknown secrets are there behind Tion? The half-step giants suffered a huge blow. Even though they were half-step giants, after seeing the help of the curse techniques, they no longer had the thought of suppressing Tion. With such a terrifying group of subordinates, they would probably be killed by Tion even if they wanted to charge in. When they entered, everyone rushed forward one after another, afraid to fall behind. It was the same when they retreated. Everyone wished their parents had given them more legs. They threw all kinds of treasures at Tion, wanting to leave this damned place as soon as possible. The calm Sky Prides also lost the thought of fighting. Tion, a native of the sealed world, had turned into a tall mountain in their eyes. He was an existence that they had to look up to. Fight? Why should they fight? When the Curse Technique army moved out, the giants who had been paying attention were completely moved. Because of the barbaric world fragment, they couldn't enter the space of Mount God Emperor. However, this didn't mean that they couldn't pay attention. Their powerful divine senses still enveloped the space of Mount God Emperor. Curse techniques. They're even more mysterious than the curse techniques of the Curse Palace. Tion actually had another trick up his sleeve. Why does he have a group of curse technique subordinates? Damn the Curse Palace. These giants thought of the Curse Palace. Other than the Curse Palace, who else could support Tion's troops? Originally, everyone was unhappy that the Curse Palace was related to Tion. They didn't expect the Curse Palace to arrange for people to be in the space of Mount God Emperor at such a crucial moment. No one dared to underestimate the power of curse techniques. An army of curse technique experts that could use high-level curse techniques. To Tion, this was like adding wings to a tiger. Initially, the half-step giants were still a deterrent. However, with the appearance of the curse technique army, the half-step giants' usefulness became negligible. It was already good enough for them to be alive. Curse Palace. All the giants hated the Curse Palace to the core. They saw the scene in the passage clearly. With the help of the curse technique army, their troops lost their ability to fight. They were being chopped up like vegetables. It was a naked/one-sided slaughter. Since when did the combat emperors and half-step giants become stray dogs? Now, they were really stray dogs. Curse Palace. It's over. We're dead this time. Chu Wuhuan, the palace lord, was also paying attention to the entire situation. When he saw the appearance of the curse technique army, Chu Wuhuan's face turned as black as coal. His body was trembling slightly. This black pot was too big, especially when they saw that the people of the Curse Palace were fine. Everyone's anger seemed to be stabbing into their hearts. Chu Wuhuan could already imagine that the giants of the 33 Sage Heavens hated him to the core. No matter how he tried to explain, it would be useless. Chapter 2207. Continue to kill. Kill until nothing is left. Lin Fei did not care what the higher-ups thought. He would kill to his heart's content first. As for the Curse Palace's men, Lin Fei had specially arranged for them. No matter what, the Curse Palace would definitely suffer. At the very least, it would attract some firepower for him. Lin Fei did not believe that the magnates would not hold a grudge against the Curse Palace. Those were genuine curse techniques. They were not low-level curse techniques, but mid-level and high-level curse techniques. Only the direct disciples of the Curse Palace and above could cultivate them. In the Sinkhole Passage, the saber slaves and sword slaves occupied the passage, and the cursed sorcerers supported them from the rear. The end of the passage had almost become a fortress. Unless the magnates made a move, those half-step magnates would not be able to enter. If it were not for the magnates' treasures, Lin Fei would not mind leaving a few half-step magnates behind. They were good targets for modification. But now, it was better to absorb all the origin energy first. This is too terrifying. We are finally safe. They did not catch up. After exiting the sinkhole passage, the remaining forces heaved a huge sigh of relief. The pitch-black entrance to the sinkhole had become the entrance to hell in their eyes. They had never thought that they would suffer a crushing defeat. After being affected by the curse techniques, they saw their good friends, deacons, and others being swarmed by the saber slaves and sword slaves and dismembered into pieces. They did not want to recall that scene a second time. Some of the half-step magnates had been affected by the curse techniques and were only suppressing it with treasures and powerful strength. One could imagine how terrifying those people were. After confirming that there was no danger, the half-step magnates did not leave. Instead, they stopped near the sinkhole and took out their voice transmission treasures to report the news. This was not something they could deal with. A few half-step magnates were careless and were affected by the curse techniques. It was a tragic sight. They did not have the guts to enter now. This is too tragic. The demonic rainbow could not believe it either. In a short time, more than 70% of the Sky Devil Palace's disciples had died. Among them were elite disciples and some geniuses. In the face of powerful curse techniques, whether they were elite disciples or geniuses, they became extremely vulnerable. We have all died. We were all defeated. Who would have thought that DTon would be so capable? The Heavenly Devil Palace's half-step powerhouse side. First, help them suppress the curse. That's the most important thing. For the time being, only a half-step giant could suppress a war emperor rancor who was cursed. He knew that this was a strategy. The half-step giants had no choice but to do so. DTon, a furious roar rang out. This voice was filled with endless hatred, and it turned into endless killing intent as it attacked. A mere divine sense dares to act violently in front of me. Lin Fei laughed and pointed at the void. Curse, Great Slicer. An arc of light flashed past like a full moon. Great Slicer? You know it too. A bottomless crack was left in the void. Chu Wuhuan appeared on the other side of the crack, glaring at DTon. The Curse Palace was in deep trouble because of DTon. Regardless of the danger, Zhou Wuhuan went to the mortal world in person to figure out what was going on. It's just a mere curse. Why wouldn't I know it? Lin Fei laughed. If it wasn't for your Curse Palace's inherited curse, I wouldn't mind killing all the people of your Curse Palace just now. Fortunately, it's the Curse Palace's inherited curse. Zhou Wuhuan's heart sank. DTon, you're talking nonsense. You stole the curse from our Curse Palace and deliberately framed us. You have the nerve to say it out loud. Being able to become a palace master, how could Zhou Wuhuan not understand the meaning behind his words? If he admitted it, he wouldn't be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Moreover, the people above must be paying attention to this place. The ability of a giant powerhouse wasn't that simple. Lin Fei laughed even more happily. He shook his head slightly. Wrong. I really feel sad for you. After so many years, the curse is in your hands. There's no light, and you still have the nerve to say that it's an inherited curse. I will let you see what a real curse is. Lin Fei's aura suddenly changed. Curse num. Curse, great prophecy. He pointed at Zhou Wuhuan's divine sense phantom. The disapproval in Zhou Wuhuan's heart disappeared without a trace. An inexplicable crisis from the bottom of his heart shocked him. It's moving. Damn it. With a bang, Zhou Wuhuan's divine sense vanished into thin air. You can't even block my curse, and you still have the nerve to question me. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. Using the origin energy to cast a curse, the power is really amazing. Just now, Lin Fei tried to cast a curse with the origin energy. The result was like this. Preposterous. In the secret chamber of the Curse Palace, Zhou Wuhuan opened his eyes and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He roared, Palace Master, how is it? Has DTon, that little bastard, been subdued? In the secret chamber, the giants were all present. Zhou Wuhuan's roar was ignored by the giants, which made Zhou Wuhuan feel very aggrieved. Can't they see that I'm bleeding? I wasn't able to kill Di Tian. Instead, he used a curse to kill my divine sense clone. Zhou Wuhuan was indeed worthy of being the palace master. He briefly explained what happened next. Palace master, is there a mistake? Our curse has been passed down for a long time. Is Di Tian's curse stronger than ours? That shouldn't be the case. The curse of our cursed palace is the real curse. The others couldn't remain calm anymore. This matter was too serious. Although the divine sense clone wasn't much, 2 curses had killed the divine sense clone. One could imagine the power of the curse. Perhaps Di Tian has mastered an even more advanced and profound curse technique. Suddenly, a giant said. Everyone fell silent. Zhou Wuhuan's divine sense clone was killed just like that? A paralysis curse and a great prophecy curse. How could they be so terrifying? Could it be that Di Tian is the reincarnation of the old antique of the Cursed Palace? Only the reincarnation of the old antique can cast a curse of this level. The holy sovereigns who were watching couldn't remain calm anymore. A divine sense clone, and it was at the level of a giant. Even Di Tian, who was a 10-star battle emperor, wouldn't be able to kill it so easily. Therefore, the fact that Di Tian could kill Zhou Wuhuan's divine sense clone so easily, and he didn't even have time to make a move, it could only mean that Di Tian had a more terrifying curse. This wasn't good news. If possible, they really didn't want to see such a situation. This had added unforeseen trouble to them, and it wasn't a small one. Di Tian has become a thorn in everyone's heart. As long as he and his people are here, we won't be able to get the origin fruit. In my opinion, this man must be killed immediately. A giant suggested. I agree to kill Di Tian. Di Tian has become a tall mountain in the God Emperor Mountain. He must be removed. The giants soon had different opinions. Chapter 22:08. Inside the mountain of God Emperor, the aura of the origin tree was gradually weakening. The ripening of the origin fruit was also delayed. This was naturally Lin Fei's doing. This was especially so after the curse had shown its might. The origin tree and the origin fruit on it had long since become Lin Fei's possession. He was just short of saying something domineering. This place is mine. In fact, Lin Fei had already taken over this place. After destroying the Cursed Palace's divine sense avatar, I believe those people won't be so stupid to come again. Lin Fei wanted to give them a show of strength. If a tiger doesn't show its strength, they would really think that I'm a sick cat. Master, be careful. There's an expert attacking you. Without warning, the little devil warned Lin Fei. Lin Fei's brows twitched, and a chill descended from the sky. Above the crater, a huge black finger suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei, who had a strong physical body, instantly felt like his body could not withstand it and was about to explode. This is definitely the attack of a magnate-level expert. Lin Fei was not flustered. Cowardly scoundrel. How shameless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Space solidified in front of the black finger. Haha, Di Tian, you've been tricked. A complacent voice came from behind Lin Fei. A dark green palm slammed into Lin Fei's back. You've been struck by this old man's nether ghost palm. You're dead for sure. Boom. Lin Fei's entire body exploded. I thought you had some ability, but it turns out that you're only SOSO. We've overestimated you. The black-robed old man said disdainfully. We've made a mountain out of a molehill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few figures appeared near the origin tree. Their eyes quickly fell on the origin tree, and a hint of joy flashed across their faces. Fortunately, the origin fruit is still here. That bastard Di Tian did not take it. These figures were all the divine sense avatars of the magnate. Their battle prowess was infinitely close to the level of a magnate. Even a half-step magnate would not be a match for them. They hadn't expected that they would be able to kill Di Tian so easily with just a diversion. It seemed to be too smooth, according to what they thought. Di Tian's origins were mysterious, and he definitely had some trump cards on him. They had already made their mental preparations. Creating a diversion was merely one of them. Di Tian is dead. He was killed by the great leader of the ghoul sect. Great. That bastard Dtion has finally been killed. Dtion is nothing in front of Giant Powerhouse. Why does he have to think that he's invincible? Outside the sinkhole, the remaining forces receive the news. Dtion, who had been showing off his abilities, had been killed. Not even his bones were left. Hearing this news, everyone smiled, and their faces were no longer as pale and powerless as before. Killed? After the heavenly devil, Nikhang heard this. A puzzled expression flashed across her exquisite facial features. After not knowing much about Dtion, the heavenly demon Rainbow finally had a feeling that Dtion would not be so easy to kill. The heavenly devil Raymond was very confident in her feelings and rarely doubted them. This was a kind of intuition that belonged to experts. Elder, I think we should not go in for the time being. The heavenly devil Rainbow reminded. The elder, the heavenly devil Palace, did not understand. Why? Elder, think about it. Dtion has always been mysterious. Can such a person be killed so easily? The process is too smooth. It seems like it's really smooth. In the world of the 33 saintly heavens, the various giants were also paying attention. Even though there were some giants who shamelessly attacked, there were also some who chose to wait and see. Dtion was killed by the great leader of the ghoul sect. This made everyone very surprised. That extremely powerful Dtion was killed just like that? He did not even struggle. If that was the case, they would have done it themselves. Now, they had been taken advantage of by the great leader of the ghoul sect. They killed Dtion first. Even though this was not a glorious thing, and in the eyes of outsiders, there would always be suspicions of the strong bullying the weak. However, Dtion's secret, many people wanted to find out. For example, the rapid increase in battle strength. If this was a technique, then it could not be better. If they obtained it, it was equivalent to grasping a shortcut to quickly increase their strength. To the forces in the world of the 33 saintly heavens, this was definitely something that could not be ignored. Also, how did Dtion get such a group of powerful subordinates? Among them, the most important was the strong curse experts in their hands. They were definitely existences that could not be estimated. It was hard not to be afraid of them. Whoever obtained Dtion's secret first would definitely expand their strength to an unimaginable level. The sword and knife techniques of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Knife sect were nothing. But curse techniques were different. Until now, curse techniques were still considered top-notch techniques in the world of the 33 saintly heavens. He died just like that. Curse Palace. Chu Wuhuan roared again. That detestable guy who killed him before was killed in 2 or 3 moves. What kind of joke was this? Could it be that Dtion, that bastard, can only use curse techniques of this level twice? Chu Wuhuan could not understand. If I had known this would happen, I would have held on for a while longer. Wouldn't the treasures on that bastard Dtion belong to me? Thinking of the opportunity he had lost, Chu Wuhuan's face turned even darker. What a huge loss. Old ghost, you killed Dtion. Shouldn't you let everyone see the secret in Dtion's storage ring? Don't think that the giants did not have privacy. That would be a big mistake. In the eyes of the giants, Dtion was like a child hugging a gold ingot. Every part of his body was a treasure. After confirming that Dtion was really dead, the other giants turned their attention to giant Guiju. They wanted to broaden their horizons. Guiju was expressionless. He cursed everyone for being shameless in his heart. Then he realized one thing. From the beginning to the end, it seemed like he had not seen a storage ring. In fact, he had not seen anything on Dtion's body. Then, where did those things go? Guiju was very confident that his netherworld divine palm had indeed landed on Dtion's body. But now the problem was, where did those things go? Guiju, you've already killed Dtion. Why aren't you willing to share Dtion's things? Could it be that you want to keep those things to yourself? Seeing that Guiju was silent, the giants were unhappy. You're going to keep everything to yourself. Too shameless. Back then, we agreed that after killing Dtion, those things would definitely be shared. Now that Dtion is dead, you don't want to share those things anymore? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Gui Ju wanted to curse. Now, he had nothing in his hands. What did he take out? This old man feels that everyone has overlooked one thing. Perhaps Dition is not dead at all. Instead, he is hiding nearby and watching the show, forcing us to fight among ourselves. Gui Ju said with a solemn expression. I knew that you, old ghost, would not be honest. Dition was killed by you. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Naturally, the things are in your hands. As long as we share those things, no one will have any objections. Chapter 2209. The origin fruit had yet to ripen. Everyone's attention was attracted by the secret that Dition had left behind. Regardless of whether it was the people who controlled the spells or the spells that came from the same era, they were all existences that would make people envious. As long as he could obtain even one of them, his power would definitely reach a whole new level. With such an opportunity in front of them, even a fool would be willing to miss it. Even if one was a giant, the divine sense avatars present were all giant powerhouses. Gui Ju, are you going to hand it over or not? Our patience is limited. You alone can't stop all of us. Gui Ju felt very sullen. It seemed that he had stepped into a huge pit, and he couldn't explain it clearly now. No matter how Gui Ju explained, he could not come up with any convincing evidence. Everyone thought that Gui Ju wanted to enjoy the fruits of his labor alone and did not want to share the treasures. Do it. A terrifying aura soared into the sky, and the surrounding void was shattered. The powerhouses had made their move. He attacked the leader of the Absolute Ghost faction. Listen to this old man's explanation. I really don't have what you want. This is a trap that Dition intentionally left behind to make us kill each other. Gui Bujue continued to explain. What awaited Gui Ju was a merciless siege. How could a giant fight against the siege of a group of people? Moreover, everyone was a spiritual consciousness avatar, and their strength was almost on the same level. Gui Ju retreated step by step. Two fists are hard. Many enemies are hard. Hit him hard. In the void, Lin Fei swaggered, looking at the giant's divine sense doppelgangers surrounding the ghoul sex giant. He was laughing in his heart. From the moment they arrived, Lin Fei knew everything through the little devil's reminder. Absolute Ghost's ambush and diversion could not escape the system's monitoring. The spiritual sense giant avatar's combat power was very strong, but Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Thus, a bright idea came to him, and he thought of a way to have them kill each other first. They consumed each other's energy. Lin Fei was very happy to see this happen. What Gui Ju had killed was merely an afterimage left behind by Lin Fei. It was extremely realistic. Even the naked eye could not tell if it was real or fake. Of course, this naturally came from the system. The battles between giants weren't that long. Instead, they were very short. Gui Ju was the first to be killed. It was just a doppelganger formed by divine sense. So what if it was killed? If everyone attacked together? Even if Gui Ju had any ideas, he would have to start a war with a group of big shots. They did not think that Gui Ju had the courage to start a war. Therefore, Gui Ju would definitely suffer this loss. You will regret this. Absolute Ghost divine sense was destroyed, and he was extremely angry. At the same time, his hatred towards Dition increased. He now had reason to believe that Dition was hiding nearby. Well, that must be it. With his spiritual consciousness damaged, Gui Ju did not dare to send his spiritual consciousness avatar again. There's nothing. The powerhouses were fighting for the treasures. Once Gui Ju's spiritual consciousness was destroyed, everyone wanted to see if there were any secrets within the storage ring left behind by Dition. The scene in front of them left them dumbfounded. Nothing appeared. That didn't seem possible. After all, the absolute ghost giant had killed Dition first. Logically speaking, Dition's treasures should have fallen into the absolute ghost giant's hands. This was something that did not need to be considered. Where did it go? All the magnates frowned, and their faces darkened. If it wasn't on the absolute ghost giant, then what belonged to Dition was there. Could it be a thought flashed across their minds? Pa 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 pa. Just as everyone was about to shake off that thought, applause followed. It landed on the hearts of the magnates very rhythmically. It's quite an interesting scene. This emperor's eyes have been opened. On the origin tree far away, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, looking over with a smile. Tian, you actually didn't die. We were tricked. In a world within the 33 sacred heavens. In the sinister ghost gate, the absolute ghost giant slammed the table and stood up, gritting his teeth. A bunch of idiots. You know that you were tricked. No, I have to make another trip. A bitter smile flashed across the faces of the magnates. They had lived for so long, and they actually suffered a loss to a junior. They had put on a show, and if word got out, they would be laughed at to death. All the magnates stared at him in anger. They had been tricked by a kid. Tian, go and die for me. One of the giants could not hold it in any longer. He took out a treasure that was like a scorching sun, emitting a scorching aura. The surrounding temperature was rising, and black holes were being burned in the air. Lai Gang, it's time. The scorching sun treasure headed straight for Lin Fei's head. Lin Fei shook his head. What a waste of a treasure. Crash. As soon as the treasure entered the vicinity of the origin tree, the origin energy unleashed its might, and the treasure disintegrated into nothing. This giant Lai Gang's clone was also pierced through by a ray of origin energy and disappeared without a trace on the spot. Could it be that he can use the origin energy? The rest of the great leaders were completely shocked. That was the origin energy just now. Only the origin energy could be so tyrannical, instantly destroying treasures, and even killing the avatar of divine sense. Impossible. The origin energy is the most sacred energy in the world. He is only at the War Emperor realm. How can he control it? All the giants shook their heads. This matter was simply unimaginable. The origin fruit is about to mature. You can leave now. I don't like you. Chase us away? Aren't you too naive? Tian. All of the great leaders had the same thought. It was truly absurd. Lin Fei's aura was like a mountain. He swept a glance with his cold eyes, raised his hand, and released a curse. Curse technique, Fire Beacon City. The curse fire that filled the sky descended onto the bodies of the great leaders. In an instant, all of the great leaders turned into flaming men. Without any sound, the great leaders all disappeared into thin air. One move kill. Lin Fei raised his head, his gaze like lightning, shooting into the distance. This is my territory. Whoever comes will be killed. A terrifying voice resounded throughout the entire mountain of God Emperor. Everyone could see that outside of the mountain of God Emperor's space passage, the endless curse fire was burning wantonly. All the experts that were enveloped by the curse fire were all turned into green smoke. A true instant kill. They even saw a great leader's clone descend and be killed by the curse fire. This unlucky fellow was the great leader of the ghost sect. Coincidentally, he was killed on the spot by the curse fire, without any ability to resist. The great leaders of the 33 sacred heavens world were all stunned. The power of the curse fire is too tyrannical. What is this? What is it that is being killed? All the great leaders saw it clearly. The endless curse fire had reached the level of a great leader, and at the same time, it was the most difficult flame to resist. Thus, everyone had a headache. Then, everyone saw the sky full of curse fire explode from the sky crater, covering the entire passage, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Chapter 22:10. The blazing cursed fire became a roadblock. Everyone was helpless against the cursed fire that covered the entire sky crater. The forces that were originally near the sky crater were suddenly caught off guard and were burned to ashes by the curse fire. The scene was a tragic sight. No matter who saw it, they would feel fear in their hearts. The curse fire of the Cursed Tao era was not something they could resist. Too terrifying, the War Emperor experts are actually unable to block the attack of the Empyrean curse fire. Fortunately, I was quite far away. This Tian is too terrifying. The faces of the people who were lucky enough to escape were filled with fear. It was the same for the elite disciples. They had never seen such a large-scale curse fire appear before. Kill, without waiting for them to calm down. A sonorous and powerful roar that carried a sense of danger soared into the sky. The sword slave and blade slave moved out. The moment they appeared, their tactics were unleashed. Like a black torrent, they surrounded everyone, forming a huge encirclement. A saber slave with a long saber on his back took a step forward. He faced the crowd and said coldly, "His Majesty Tion said that if you don't want to die here, then surrender immediately. Those who resist will be killed without mercy." His voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. I didn't expect that we would be surrounded again. The demonic rainbow laughed bitterly. "If you want us to surrender, you people don't have the qualifications to say that. Let's go." Among the forces present, there was a half-step giant who was the leader. He sneered and activated the giant treasure in his hand, preparing to leave the mountain of God Emperor. Although this half-step giant did not see the movements in the sky crater, he could instinctively sense it. If they did not leave now, when would they? Open. The giant treasure was activated. It blasted open a path. This was also the confidence of a half-step giant. The rest of the people watched quietly. After all, they had witnessed Tion's power. Before they confirmed the situation, they would not act recklessly. Curse technique, numb. Curse technique, weaken. Curse technique, gravity enhancement. Previously, this half-step giant had gone to the sky crater. He had seen the power of the Curse Legion. At that time, the position was narrow, and his hands and feet were tied, unable to unleash his full strength. But it was different outside. Tion didn't believe that Tion would be able to keep them here with a magnate-level treasure in his hands. The sky was filled with curses, all of them attacking the half-step giants. Even though the magnate-grade treasures blocked some of them still landed on the half-step giants. As soon as the curse landed on the other party's body, the effect was immediately activated. The half-step magnate's speed slowed down, and his mind began to be affected. The magnate's treasure also began to show flaws. The saber slave and the sword slave didn't have to pay a huge price to break through the defense of the magnate-grade artifact. They charged in from the outside, and the battle emperors fell one after another, turning into corpses. In less than a short period of time, after killing over 100 sword slaves and saber slaves, this half-step powerhouse let out a shrill cry as he was chopped into pieces by the flurry of blades. A half-step giant had fallen. Ants can really bite elephants to death. With the death of the half-step giant, the rest of the half-step giants shuddered. Those who don't surrender will be like them. The siege outside was naturally ordered by Lin Fei. As soon as the curse fire was unleashed, the divine sense clones of the giants were instantly killed. Fierce. With the death of the giant's divine sense clone, Lin Fei obtained a lot of energy. This time, no one can stop me from taking the origin tree and origin fruit. Lin Fei laughed loudly. The attack of the curse fire had been imbued with origin energy, and its power was extraordinary. Anyone who came would be hit. The entire world of the 33 sacred heavens, all the sacred lords, and the other experts who were paying attention fell into silence. No matter if it was a giant or not. Or perhaps the sacred lords had realized one thing. Under the restriction of the Savage World fragment, they were unable to obtain the origin fruit. The terrifying and irresistible curse fire had instantly killed their divine sense clones. During this time, they didn't even last a breath. Tion's terror had risen to a rare level in their hearts. This time, everyone is going to return disappointed. Who would have thought that there would be a local snake down there? Even dragons and snakes have to lie down obediently. Deal with him? Who is going to deal with him? Luckily, I didn't go down. Tion is indeed not easy to deal with. A big move. This is definitely a big move. Palace Master, this curse fire is too terrifying. The powerhouses of the Curse Palace were all paying attention to what was happening at Mountain God Emperor. The moment the curse fire appeared, all the powerhouses instinctively stood up and stared at the burning curse fire. I dare to say that this curse fire is completely above our curse fire. Tion has grasped this curse fire. Even if the divine sense clones of the powerhouses go down, they will just be food for Tion. No one can block this curse fire. Palace Master, We must obtain the curse fire in D. Tian's hands. Even a single curse fire can greatly increase the overall strength of our curse palace. At that time, no one will dare to look down on our curse palace, especially the curse fire. If we use such a high-level curse fire, even the powerhouses will have to retreat. Everyone will be afraid of us. The powerhouses' thoughts became more and more complicated. Those who could become powerhouses quickly understood that unless D. Tian came to the world of the 33 sacred heavens, no one would be able to suppress him. Since that was the case, they might as well take another path. After all, their curse palace had inherited curse arts. D. Tian also had curse arts of unknown origin. The level of curse arts was obviously stronger than their curse palace. It shouldn't be difficult to communicate with D. Tian. Curse Wuhan laughed bitterly in his heart. I didn't expect the situation to change in such a short time. D. Tian put on such a big show. I'm afraid everyone will have to change their method now. In the face of benefits, losing a small portion of the divine sense clone was nothing. Everyone's thoughts are similar. There's no time to lose. We must discuss this with D. Tian as soon as possible. In my opinion, why don't we let the eldest young master go down? In the world of the 33 sacred heavens, everyone had the same idea. If they couldn't use force, then they could change their method. For example, they could buy the origin fruit from D. Tian. Losing a portion of the divine sense clone was insignificant to the powerhouses. If they lost it one after another, the loss would be huge. Just the recovery of the divine sense would take a long time. Another method became urgent. This was equivalent to lowering their heads. They knew that this wasn't a good thing. They couldn't find a way to block the curse fire. Especially since their main bodies couldn't go down personally, there was nothing they could do. Before they could make any arrangements, the powerhouses that they had arranged sent back news. Their people had been captured again. At the same time, there was a list of ransomed items. The powerhouses flew into a rage. Then, they became dejected. Chapter 22:11. Despicable. I am despicable just like that. The list of captives to be redeemed was naturally written by Lin Fei. If I don't extort money from you, how could I make a fortune from the dead? What kind of joke was this? The forces that were able to retreat from the crater all had amazing foundations. For example, Sky Demon Palace, Ghoul Sect, and some other forces had terrifying influence. It's time to collect the origin fruit. After the curse fire showed its power, no one came down. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this result. Humans would be afraid of death, not to mention the big shots. No one was willing to pay the price and let others take advantage of them. No one was willing to be a good person. Therefore, Lin Fei was relaxed. The system was crazily devouring the origin energy, and Lin Fei could completely resist the invasion of the origin energy. Collect. Rays of cold light flashed. 9 origin fruits fell down. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the system automatically collected the origin fruits. This was the safest place. Ding. Discovered origin fruit. Contains rich energy. Absorb. The moment the origin fruit was collected, the system prompted, absorb half for now. Lin Fei smirked. The origin fruit was still very useful to him, and he couldn't just absorb it all. By the way, if the origin energy in the origin fruit is absorbed, the fruit won't be affected, right? Lin Fei asked. This was related to the success of the next thing. The little devil smirked. Master, you don't have to worry about this. The system will absorb the origin energy without damaging any part of the origin fruit. Lin Fei was relieved. The origin energy contained in the origin fruit was beyond his imagination. After the system started absorbing the origin energy from the origin fruit, Lin Fei turned his attention to the origin tree. Open. Lin Fei turned his hand into a palm and struck the branch of the tree of origin. What a tough branch. My attack couldn't even break a single branch. Looking at the branch that didn't move, Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder it's good stuff. The branch of the origin tree is very useful. Lin Fei believed what the little devil said. Whether it was the origin fruit or the origin tree, they were all good stuff. Origin energy, open for me. This area was blocked off by the imps. Lin Fei didn't want to expose too much information. Shielding was the best solution. Voila! The origin energy transformed into a long saber and chopped down on the origin tree's incomparably tough branch. It was cut off. If I want to chop off the origin tree's branches, I must use origin energy. Lin Fei also want to give it a try. Ding! Discovered the source tree's branch. Absorb? No need. Lin Fei had learned about the uses of the source tree from the little devil. So how could he let the system absorb it? I'm going to be a lumberjack today. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the bottom of the sinkhole, saber light flashed. With each flash of the saber, the origin tree's branches fell one by one and were collected by the system. Lin Fei had originally planned to cut down the origin tree, but the origin tree was constantly absorbing origin energy. With his current strength, he would not be able to cut down the origin tree in a short time. If he couldn't cut it down, then so be it. Lin Fei didn't really want to cut it down and obtain the origin tree's branches, so he was satisfied. Under Lin Fei's violent cutting, the towering origin tree was soon left with a bare trunk. The rest of the branches were all chopped off. In the system space, the origin tree's branches were piled up like a mountain. After being nourished by the origin energy, these branches could be said to be divine weapons. Although they couldn't be activated, no treasure could compare to the origin tree's sturdiness. Done. The origin tree was left with bare branches. Lin Fei clapped his hands, finally calling it a day. Although he had wasted a lot of origin energy units, the benefits were obvious. All the benefits of the origin tree had been monopolized, and at the same time, he had obtained a portion of the power bonus. Lin Fei was very clear that the entire 33 Sage Heavens was probably gnashing their teeth at him right now. As for the origin tree's trunk, Lin Fei didn't intend to uproot it. That would consume a lot of origin energy units, and it might not succeed. After all, the Mountain God Emperor space was actually evolved from a fragment world. The origin tree and the wilderness world fragment could be said to be one. He didn't have the confidence to poach it away. As for those magnate experts, they were also helpless. Lin Fei turned around and left the crater. Outside the crater, the saber slaves and sword slaves imprisoned the people of the various forces separately. Even the half-step magnate experts became obedient at this time. With the previous example, who would dare to court death for no reason? Reporting to the Arch, the forces of the Mountain God Emperor space have all been captured, a total of. A saber slave flew over and reported the situation. Take them away, Lin Fei said indifferently, not looking at those people. Wait a minute. Lin Fei waved his hand, preparing to take them away. The Mountain God Emperor space wasn't too safe. Even if they came, they wouldn't be able to break into the Invincible Palace. This place was too dangerous. Lady Heavenly Demon, I didn't expect you to be my captive again. Lin Fei recognized the voice, turned around, and smiled at the Heavenly Demon Rainbow. The Heavenly Demon Rainbow was very angry, and her body was trembling slightly. She was a saintess in waiting, and when had she ever been looked down upon like this? And this shameless guy in front of her seemed to have become her nemesis, falling into the hands of the other party again and again. This time, all the major forces of the 33 Sage Heavens had their eyes on the Mountain God Emperor space. The Heavenly Demon Rainbow thought that Tion wouldn't be so lucky and would be crushed by the experts. Who would have thought that the final result would be like this? She was once again captured. Hearing the commotion coming from the bottom of the crater, the Heavenly Demon Rainbow flashed a bad thought. Maybe you're just relying on numbers. What kind of hero are you? The Heavenly Demon Rainbow said with a cold expression. Lin Fei came to a place not too far away from the Sky Demon Rainbow dress and laughed loudly as he said, Hero, this emperor has never cared about being a hero. So what this emperor pursues is the result. For example, right now, you are a high and mighty genius, so why not fall into this emperor's hands? Miss Sky Demon, what do you think? You, the Heavenly Demon Rainbow, pointed at Tion, unable to retort. In the distance, the other geniuses and elite disciples who were being held stared at him angrily. They were unwilling to lose. If not for their capable subordinates, they wouldn't have lost. Take him away. Lin Fei tore open the void and disappeared in front of everyone. After the mountain god Emperor Crater's shield was removed, the 33 Sage Heaven's world was in chaos. Bastard! How could he do that? The branches of the origin tree, not a single one was left. He chopped them all off. How did he do it? I've never heard of anyone being able to chop off the branches of the origin tree. Even if I go, I can only watch helplessly. When they saw the bare trunk, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 22:12. No matter how angry they were, no one could do anything to Tion for the time being. Even the holy leaders and the big shots could not help but laugh bitterly after a round of roaring. Perhaps only Tion would do something as shameless as this. Arrange for someone to go to the invincible palace in the mysterious sky world immediately. Although they did not know how Tion managed to collect all the branches of the origin tree, they did not dare to ignore the importance of the origin tree's branches. Everyone had to make a trip to the mysterious sky world. Mysterious sky world, invincible palace. Continue monitoring. Continue absorbing the origin energy. In the secret chamber. After returning to the invincible palace, Lin Fei went to his own secret chamber. The equipment all over the Mountain God Emperor space continued to operate. The benefits of the Mountain God Emperor space had been taken, but that place was still the entrance to the upper world. Lin Fei naturally had to arrange for equipment to monitor it. Apart from that, Lin Fei left a group of subordinates to monitor the Mountain God Emperor space. Origin fruit, hee. In the secret chamber, Lin Fei played with the origin fruit in his hand. He could clearly feel the traces of origin energy coming from the origin fruit. If I was not the one who started it, I would not be able to see the remaining 10% of origin energy in the origin fruit. This was the origin fruit after it was absorbed. Now, there was only 10% of origin energy left. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to keep 50%, but after some thought, he felt that it was not right. Since he could not see it, he might as well absorb 90% and leave 10% for them. Master, this is according to your instructions. Even the holy leaders and the big shots would not be able to see through the origin fruit. Little Devil said proudly, unless they personally absorb the origin energy. Lin Fei trusted Little Devil's words. If they cannot see it, then they definitely could not. After absorbing 90% of the origin fruit's origin energy, Lin Fei did not feel bad about the remaining 10%. After all, this thing was a hot potato. Holding in one's hand was like a ticking time bomb at all times. Once it exploded, it would explode. Once it exploded, there would definitely be no bones left. Lin Fei kept the origin fruit. Mysterious sky world, invincible palace. After Lin Fei returned, the entire profound sky world was heavily guarded. Sword slaves, saber slaves, and even curse mages. All of them were sent out. The mysterious sky world was built like an iron bucket. Even if a giant came, they would have to shed a layer of skin. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. After the battle over the origin fruit, everyone started to pay more attention to Tion. It was no longer a secret among the upper echelons of the world of the 33 sacred heavens that the cursed fire had instantly killed the avatar of a giant. Everyone was shocked. If it was any other battle emperor, they wouldn't be able to display such a powerful technique. Tion had done it. They had lost. Young master, is this the profound sky world? In the starry sky of the mysterious sky world, a group of people appeared, clustered around a young genius. Some of them were pointing at the mysterious sky world. Idiots, shut your mouths. The prodigy scolded his subordinates, shaking his head in his heart. Don't forget why we're here. Tion isn't a nobody. I'll tell you in advance that he's not a nobody. If anyone is killed by Tion, the Cursed Palace will definitely not avenge you. Cursed Thunder never thought that his father would be so serious before he left. No matter what, we must get the curse art from Tion. Cursed Thunder knew this better than anyone else. This was an opportunity that his father had arranged for him. As long as he successfully brought the curse art back, his position in the Cursed Palace would be stabilized. Bring the gifts. Let's pay a visit to His Majesty Tion. What a Cursed Palace. to actually arrange for young Master Cursed Thunder to come here. Who would believe that? After the people from the Cursed Palace left, a group of people appeared in the starry sky. The leader laughed coldly. Elder Chun, should we go now? Or, they were people from the Sky Devil Palace. There's no need to wait. Elder Chun said, those people have already made their move. We can't fall behind them. Right now, both the Origin Fruit and the Origin Tree Branch are in Dtion's hands. Whoever can obtain the Origin Fruit from Dtion will obtain great benefits. Elder Chun looked at the mysterious sky world and revealed a trace of shock and seriousness. There had never been a force that could make the Sky Devil Palace lower its head. Dtion was one of them. Cursed Palace. Cursed Thunder is here to pay a visit. After entering the mysterious sky world, the people around Cursed Thunder subconsciously gasped. The patrolling sword slaves and saber slaves were all at the same realm, which undoubtedly created a strong visual impact on the people present. Those people are so scary. I heard that they are sword slaves and saber slaves, and they have mastered the sword and saber skills of the 10,000 Swords Villa and the Godly Saber Gate. After seeing the sword slaves and saber slaves, everyone's arrogant words were dealt a blow. Young master, look over there. They seem to be cursed sorcerers. I heard that they have mastered even more mysterious curse arts. Cursed Thunder's heart skipped a beat. Cursed sorcerers. Compared to the sword slaves and saber slaves, Cursed Thunder was more concerned about the cursed sorcerers. Cursed sorcerers played an important role now. Dtion was able to obtain the Origin Fruit because he had mastered more advanced curse arts. Far away, groups of cursed sorcerers patrolled the mysterious sky world under the protection of the saber slaves and sword slaves. I really don't know where Dtion came from. Cursed sorcerers, together with saber slaves and sword slaves, are like an army of tigers and wolves. Not many forces in the 33 sacred heavens can stop them. Cursed Thunder's eyes were fixed on the cursed sorcerers. Cursed Thunder couldn't be more familiar with the curse aura on them. What surprised him the most was that their curse aura was obviously thicker and purer than that of the Cursed Palace. Fortunately, the number of cursed sorcerers in Dtion's hands is limited. Otherwise, once they enter the 33 sacred heavens, it will be a nightmare. After witnessing the situation, young Master Cursed Thunder was determined to complete the mission. Sky Devil Palace. Chun, who is here to pay a visit. Not long after Cursed Thunder entered the mysterious sky world, Chun, who led the disciples of Sky Devil Palace into the mysterious sky world. They first reported their origins to avoid being surrounded by the sword slaves and saber slaves. Now, everyone knew how powerful the sword slaves and saber slaves were. If they were surrounded by hundreds of them, they would definitely be in trouble. Not to mention the cursed sorcerers behind them. They were experts who could kill half a step to magnates. Who would dare to belittle such a valiant battle record? Elder Chun of Sky Devil Palace was a clone of a big shot. He couldn't report his name to avoid Dtion's misunderstanding. Seeing the sword slaves and saber slaves patrolling in an orderly manner, Elder Chun, whose eyes turned red. If there's Sky Devil Palace. Chapter 22:13. Not here. Cursed Thunder suppressed the anger in his heart. Our Majesty is not here. Did you not hear clearly? Cursed Thunder did not expect to run into a situation where Dtion was absent on his first visit. His heart was filled with bitterness. I thought that since I'm here on behalf of the Cursed Palace, I should be able to meet Dtion. Who knew that would be like this? When will His Majesty come back? We, the Cursed Palace, have something very important to discuss with His Majesty. Cursed Thunder asked in a low voice. Whoever saw His Majesty Dtion first might have some sort of advantage. When His Majesty wants to see you, he will naturally see you. The guard said indifferently. At this point, Cursed Thunder had no other choice. He could not barge in, after all. If he really did that, he would definitely not have a good ending. Regardless of whether they were from the Cursed Palace or not, Cursed Thunder believed that Dtion would not mind killing a bunch of people to establish his dominance. Cursed Thunder left with his men and prepared to settle down nearby. Elder Chun, you're here too. On the way back, Cursed Thunder met Elder Chun, who of the Demonic Palace. This was a clone of a giant. Cursed Thunder naturally knew him and took the initiative to greet him. "So it's young Master Mantra." Shenhu smiled. "Have you met His Majesty D. Tian?" Cursed Thunder shook his head. "The guard said that D. Tian is not here, so we have to come back and stay here temporarily." After Chun-Hu and Cursed Thunder chatted for a while, Cursed Thunder took the initiative to leave. His Majesty D. Tian doesn't want to see anyone. Chun-Hu understood what he meant. D. Tian placed Cursed Lei Liang of the Cursed Palace to the side. "Elder, are we still going to see D. Tian?" someone immediately asked. Chun-Hu pondered for a moment. "Let's not go for now. We still have to send someone to deliver the gifts. Let's redeem the demonic rainbow and the others first." Lin Fei was indeed not at the Invincible Palace. Lin Fei had long anticipated the arrival of the forces from the 33 Holy Heavens. No one was willing to fall behind others, and no one would give up on the fight for the origin fruit. Lin Fei didn't want to be busy welcoming people, so he simply chose another method, no matter who came. Let it cool for now. He would wait for everyone to arrive before proceeding to the next step. Now, Lin Fei once again came to a familiar place. "I really didn't expect you to have such a method. Those people have suffered quite a bit in your hands, but aren't you worried that they will join forces to put pressure on you?" In an independent space, Wu Mingzhan stared in horror at Di Tian, who was seated opposite him. Even though Wu Mingzhan was being suppressed in this space, the situation in the outside world did not change. He could see everything clearly. All of Lin Fei's actions had shaken him. Pressure? That depends on the target. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of celestial wine and drank it by himself. "Therefore, I plan to auction the 9 origin fruits after they are all here." Although Zhang Wuming was shocked by Lin Fei's capabilities, he didn't think that Lin Fei would be able to withstand the pressure from the upper echelons. The fact that Di Tian would use such a method to deal with the pressure from the upper echelon stunned everyone present. "You're actually planning to auction the origin fruit?" Even if it was Wu Mingzhan himself, faced with the temptation of 9 origin fruits, he would absolutely not auction them. "Your Majesty Di Tian is really bold." Wu Mingzhan turned around and said, "I'm not as good as you. Indeed, you have your reasons for your achievements." Lin Fei snickered in his heart. "If not for the fact that I absorbed 90% of the origin energy, who would be willing to auction it? Do you really think that I'm so bold? I actually came here today to make a deal with you." Lin Fei put down his wine cup and said, "I'm currently a prisoner. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do with your Majesty." Wu Mingzhan said plainly. After returning from Mountain God Emperor Space, Lin Fei started thinking about the future. He had offended almost everyone in the 33 sacred heavens, and that wasn't a good thing. Lin Fei didn't forget about the return of the ancient experts either. For example, the Yellow Springs Sect Master and the Heavenly Law Old Ancestor. These powerful fellows, Lin Fei didn't forget a single one of them. "Senior Zhang, that's not right. Although you can't leave now, once you escape, it's like a fish returning to the sea. From then on, the sea will be wide and the sky will be wide. Not long after, you will regain your position as the Overlord. I'm not wrong about this, right?" Lin Fei said with a smile. Wu Mingzhan was suppressed in this space. As time passed, coupled with the failure of his plan, he never thought that he would be able to leave this place while he was still alive. Moreover, the entire divine world was under Di Tian's control. It was even more impossible for him to escape. This was something that Wu Mingzhan was very clear about. "Your Majesty Di Tian, you're really eloquent." Wu Mingzhan smiled. "This old man's heart is already dead, and I don't look forward to the days outside. Your Majesty, you don't have to say anything more." Lin Fei sneered in his heart. He didn't believe Wu Mingzhan's words. It would be a lie if this kind of ambitious person didn't want to obtain freedom. If it were in the past, Lin Fei might not have mentioned this. Who knew if Di Tian would make a move on him if he was released? After obtaining the origin energy, Lin Fei no longer had such worries. Lin Fei sighed. "Sigh, I originally planned to let Senior leave. Since Senior has chosen to stay here, I won't force you." Wu Mingzhan was startled, and his pupils constricted. "Di Tian wants to set me free?" After such a long time, Wu Mingzhan had almost forgotten the taste of freedom. Wait. Seeing that Di Tian was about to leave, Wu Mingzhan could no longer remain calm. After a brief moment of surprise, Wu Mingzhan got straight to the point and asked, "What price do I have to pay for you to let me go?" The current Di Tian was no longer that weak Di Tian. Instead, he was an existence worthy of attention. Others might not have a solution, but Di Tian might have a solution. Wu Mingzhan had to take a risk. No one was willing to stay in this place forever. Lin Fei smiled. "I won't make things difficult for Senior." After all, Senior was also one of the heroes in the past. An old monster like Wu Mingzhan was even more ancient than the Demon Emperor. He definitely had his own influence in the 33 sacred heavens. Lin Fei didn't mind letting a tiger out. This was the first move Lin Fei was going to use to stir up chaos in the 33 sacred heavens. Lin Fei also believed that Wu Mingzhan wouldn't disappoint him. Open. In a mysterious space, Lin Fei quickly negotiated the conditions with Wu Mingzhan. Wu Mingzhan was in a daze for a long time. This condition seemed a little too simple. Under Lin Fei's intentional suppression, the rumbling sounds didn't spread out. Rumble, rumble. In Wu Mingzhan's eyes, those cracks that even he had no way to break through actually crumbled under Di Tian's hands. The entire space crumbled unceasingly under Di Tian's attacks, and in just a short period of time, the entire space had completely collapsed. I actually obtained freedom. Wu Mingzhan was at a loss. Chapter 22:14. Master, this is a good move. Releasing an old monster, those fellows above will definitely be dumbfounded. After Wu Ming regained his freedom, he did not say much and only left behind a sentence. "I will fulfill my promise within a month. Let's go back." After gaining control of the origin source energy unit, Lin Fei was no longer worried that an old monster like Wu Ming would do something bad. To Lin Fei, releasing Wu Ming's freedom was not an important matter. If Wu Ming wanted to do something against him, Lin Fei did not mind destroying his soul. Others might not be able to kill Wu Ming, but to Lin Fei, killing him was a piece of cake. At least, Wu Ming's strength had yet to recover to the level of a giant, or even higher. "I hope you will not disappoint me." Lin Fei turned around and left with a smile. "This old man has regained my freedom." In another part of the void, Wu Ming could not believe that this was real. He had actually regained his freedom. The most unbelievable thing was that what he could not achieve with all his effort was so easily accomplished by Di Tian. He had seen the space collapse with his own eyes. That kind of method was shocking. Obtaining a special race within a month. What is this Emperor Di Tian trying to do? Until now, Wu Ming did not understand why Di Tian would make such a request. Looking for all sorts of special races. In the face of regaining his freedom, he would agree to whatever conditions Wu Ming proposed. Wu Ming suppressed the excitement in his heart. "Let me recover my cultivation before returning to the 33 sacred heavens." While Lin Fei was out, the mysterious sky world welcomed batches of guests. These guests had shocking backgrounds. The people of the mysterious sky world were already used to such a situation. In front of a great emperor, this was a must. The various forces that came down from the upper domain were surprisingly calm this time. No one had the right to put on airs and stayed quietly in the inns. The mysterious sky world was no longer a place where they could act wantonly. The sword slaves, saber slaves, and even the curse mages were all demonic existences. Killing them here was as easy as flipping one's hand. If they had such thoughts, they might as well wait for Di Tian to return. They believed that Di Tian would definitely receive them. No one was willing to offend all of them at once. They automatically overlooked one thing. Di Tian had offended all of them a long time ago. At the very least, most of the forces were surrounded and attacked by Di Tian's subordinates. The number of people who survived could be counted on one hand, and some of them were even captured. Lin Fei returned to the Invincible Palace. The Supreme Demon Emperor rushed over to report the situation. In a short period of time, the highest Demon Emperor stepped into the War Emperor realm. Although his cultivation level was not high, he managed the Invincible Palace well. The Supreme Demon Emperor had never thought that the fellows from the upper realm would gather in the profound sky world. No matter which power it was, the supreme Devil Emperor would have to suck in a breath of cold air. At the same time, he felt proud of himself for making the right choice back then. Your Majesty, 23 powers have come to visit today. This is the list of visitors, as well as the gifts they've sent. Allow them to redeem their disciples. The Supreme Demon Emperor took out a list. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Leave them alone for a few days. Kill anyone who dares to act presumptuously in Invincible City. After the establishment of the Invincible Palace, in these few years, a huge city had been built on the periphery. Invincible City. In the inn, a low voice came from a guest room. Di Tian is getting more and more impudent. We came personally, but he didn't see any of us. If this was up there, this old man would have destroyed Invincible City and Invincible Palace with a single palm. From time to time, the people present would exude an aura that looked down on the world. Fortunately, they were all deliberately restraining themselves. After everyone vented their anger, they couldn't help but reveal a helpless expression. Old bastard, aren't you quite powerful? Why don't you go and take care of Di Tian? We'll support you from behind. Forget it, this old man doesn't have such thoughts. If word gets out, people will easily think that I'm bullying the weak. Ha ha, everyone laughed. In Xianxia, victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. There's no need to put pressure on yourself. Chunhu comforted the god's devil clothing. After hearing that Di Tian was not around, Chunhu brought the ransom money to redeem him. Then, he rented a small courtyard in the city and temporarily used it as the temporary residence of the god's devil palace. The god's devil clothing had indeed suffered a huge blow. She couldn't accept her loss. Elder, I won't put pressure on myself. After all, that Di Tian himself is a monster. There are no words to describe him. The god's devil clothing adjusted her state of mind. Chunhu was very optimistic about the god's devil clothing. That's good, Chunhu said. And Xianxia, based on your understanding of Di Tian, do you think he will be pressured into handing over the origin fruit? Chunhu had never interacted with Di Tian before. He had only heard some things. He knew far less than the god's devil clothing. The god's devil clothing's beautiful eyes flickered. This Di Tian can't be judged with common sense. The big forces above have all arranged for people to come, but he's good. He won't even see a single one. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to do that. I really can't think of what to do with the 9 origin fruits. Speaking of this, Chunhu couldn't help but smile bitterly. The god's devil palace was famous, but they still couldn't see Di Tian. The people above wouldn't believe it. Who would dare to ignore the god's devil palace? We can only wait. A tycoon is indeed a tycoon. While the outsiders were discussing, Lin Fei took the ransom money and went to the depths of the Invincible Palace. This place was specially set up by Lin Fei. Little Devil also used a special method to block it. Even if all the forces in the Invincible City gathered, they wouldn't be able to see through it. My territory, I call the shots. Lin Fei put these words into action. In fact, in the mysterious sky world and even the immortal world, it was a matter of one sentence. The sword slaves and saber slaves weren't to be trifled with, not to mention the curse mages behind them. Although Lin Fei had achieved a lot, Lin Fei didn't dare to relax. Little Devil, other than finding special races and creating a powerful army, what other way is there to create an army? 2 kinds of close combat subordinates and long-range curse mages. Lin Fei still wasn't very satisfied. Lin Fei absolutely believed that the people above were all eyeing him covetously and then biting off a piece of meat from his hands. For example, increasing the strength of his hands. Because of this, Lin Fei didn't hesitate to use the origin energy and let women go. Through his methods, he found some special races in the world of the 33 sacred heavens. Master, this isn't difficult. If it was a while ago, the system wouldn't be able to do anything. Now that Master has obtained the origin energy and the materials from their ransom, you can produce the corresponding races. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was good news. There are races? Chapter 22:15. If it wasn't for the race, Lin Fei wouldn't have let Zhang Wuming leave the prison so that he could help him collect the special races. As soon as the little devil said the word race, Lin Fei immediately became spirited. That was good news. Although war emperors and curse mages were not bad, Lin Fei always felt that they were too monotonous. If possible, he didn't mind enriching the army a little more. "Master, please look." A 3D hologram appeared in front of Lin Fei. Vivid and lifelike dynamic images appeared on the 3D screen, each one giving off a terrifying pressure. When did this thing appear? Lin Fei had never seen such a thing before. This was activated after Master obtained the origin energy. The little devil explained, "At that time, Master was busy dealing with the guys above, so I didn't inform Master." Is this a blueprint? Lin Fei focused his gaze and saw that there was a simple annotation below each dynamic image. The Diamond Ape Race is a race in the endless universe. They are born with unparalleled divine strength and can reach the God Emperor realm in adulthood. Their growth potential is 1 star. Heaven-devouring beast, a powerful race in the endless universe. It could devour everything to grow, and when it reaches adulthood, it can reach the realm of a giant. Its growth potential is 5 stars. Flying Numbness Bug, a special race. They are born with the ability to release paralysis toxins that can paralyze any race. Tyrant Sky Dragon, one of the most powerful races. Lin Fei was dazzled by the variety of races. Are these all races from the endless universe? Lin Fei had even seen a few heaven-defying races reach the level of a giant just from birth, and this included the later stages of adulthood. Yes, these are the universe races collected by the system. The little devil said, "Master, you should have seen it. These races are temporarily sealed. As long as the seal is opened, Master will be able to obtain the blueprints and create an identical race." Lin Fei looked again with rapt attention, and it was just as he said. Many of the motion diagrams were dark in color, while the ones that were unraveled emitted bright colors, making it easy to see at a glance. Ever since he got this system, Lin Fei had been pondering over it. Just where did this system come from? As for the original idea of modifying the game, Lin Fei had long since forgotten about it. This was definitely not the leveling system from before. Lin Fei didn't ask the question in his heart. Perhaps the system came from a more advanced place. Lin Fei felt that this was very likely. In other words, I'm now at level 1 authority, and I can unseal races with 1-star potential. Lin Fei struggled to retract his gaze. Yes, as long as Master unlocks the next level of seal, the authority will be unlocked. Lin Fei nodded. A race with 1-star potential, and the strongest being was only in the God Emperor realm. This made him very unhappy. At least give him a race with 2-star potential. God Emperor realm, cannon fodder. Master, you don't have to be depressed. The little devil continued. Among the races with 1-star potential, there are actually some races that are very suitable for Master to fight. For example, this puppet worms. 1-star growth potential. Extremely weak combat power, but it does have a special ability that allows it to dominate the body of any race, controlling the opponent's body and devouring the opponent's soul. Lin Fei's eyes widened. That's possible? Any race. Yes, any race. Lin Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This is too terrifying. Don't tell me it doesn't differentiate by realm. Puppet worms are a magical race. They are an oddity among life forms. Their only ability is to control the body of others, and at the same time, they keep reproducing and devouring. From then on, they occupy many powerful worlds. At their strongest, they once occupied a great cosmos world. Lin Fei didn't dare to continue imagining. Extremely weak combat power, but could indeed occupy a great cosmos world. And this, another message popped up. Flying Numbworm, 1-star growth potential. Born with paralysis toxin that can affect a radius of 1 kilometer. Those who are poisoned will be paralyzed for a certain period of time. This was something that Lin Fei had noticed before, and he had made a mental note of it. Master, if you use the Flying Numbworm to open the way and sneak into the territory of a faction, and then use it together with your army, which faction can't be attacked. There are also puppet worms. Master can also use them. Even a giant-level powerhouse can't resist the control of a puppet worm. Even if one can't, no one can resist hundreds of them. The more Lin Fei listened, the more excited he became. I have indeed underestimated the magical power of some races. In the boundless universe, there are indeed many races that we don't know about. If it wasn't for the information, Lin Fei would have found it hard to imagine these races existed. Then if I buy the blueprints, can I produce these kinds of soldiers? Lin Fei thought for a moment. It was more suitable to use one word to describe it, and that was soldier. Other than soldier, Lin Fei didn't know what else to use to describe it. Yes, each blueprint needs to be purchased by the source units. During production, as long as the materials on the blueprint are matched, it can be produced. At that time, I only need to inject destiny energy to activate it. How simple. After looking at the price of the blueprints, Lin Fei couldn't help but say, so shady. The production blueprints of the flying numb worm required 500,000 source units. As for the production blueprints of the puppet worm, it was a terrifying 1 million source units. As for the others, even the cheapest ones required 100,000 source units. No wonder I didn't activate it before. I don't even have a single source units. Why should I activate it? Lin Fei sighed. He had painstakingly absorbed 9 source fruits and the source energy in the crater to obtain a total of 5 million source units. In comparison, source units were much more difficult to obtain than destiny energy units, and the conversion efficiency was not as high. 5 million units of origin energy was enough to make Lin Fei drink a pot of wine. Fortunately, I only need to buy the blueprints once. As for the materials, I can only rely on plundering. Lin Fei's mind spun quickly. Then, what kind of privilege mission do I need to complete to unlock the 2-star growth potential? Ding! Race privilege mission released. Players only need to accumulate 30 million source units, occupy a territory in the world of the 33 holy heavens, and hold on for a month to successfully complete the mission. Lin Fei blinked. That doesn't seem too difficult. Although this was what he thought, Lin Fei knew that if he went to the world of the 33 holy heavens, those people would definitely not let him occupy a territory. They would think of ways to deal with him. This was a matter for the future. Lin Fei quickly put it down. After all, he hadn't reached that step yet. There's no time limit for the mission, right? No. Chapter 22:16. Mysterious Sky World. Everyone was hiding. Especially in Invincible City, it was bustling with people and carriages. There were people in all kinds of clothes. Everyone's goal was the same. Before getting rid of DT, everyone could only put down their noble identities and come to Invincible Palace personally. Just like that, they waited for 5 days. In 5 days, almost all the forces had come and gathered in Invincible City. However, in 5 days, no matter who went to visit, the result was the same. Emperor DT seemed to have disappeared. There was no trace of him at all. Even more so, no one would use their divine sense to investigate. No one in Invincible City could look down on the Curse Masters, as well as the Sword Slaves and Saber Slaves. Once they got angry, they could definitely bite off a big piece of meat from everyone. After that, they would not be able to say anything. On the 6th day, outside the temporary courtyard of Sky Demon Palace, there was a hurried knock on the door. When the Sky Demon Palace disciple returned, he held an invitation in his hand. Who sent it? The Sky Demon Rainbow came too. The people from Invincible Palace sent it. Elder Chen who took it and opened it personally. He glanced at the contents. Interesting, His Majesty DT has finally come out. The Sky Demon Rainbow took it too. Elder Chen, DT has disappeared for 5 days. Could it be that he can't stand the pressure? Although she said that, the Sky Demon Rainbow felt empty and helpless. DT could not be that kind of person. Chenhu smiled. Whether he can't stand the pressure or not, since he invited us, we have to go over personally. We can see what His Majesty DT is up to. That guy DT invitation, he will personally receive us at Invincible Palace. Finally, good news. We thought DT was going to continue being a tortoise. One by one, the forces received the invitation in the morning. Everyone finally smiled. Everyone had expected this outcome. They did not believe that Tion could bear it. After all, everyone had a shocking force behind them. No force could be underestimated. Moreover, everyone was here now. Not to mention them, the top forces had also arranged for their successors to come. Any one of them could wipe out a first-rate force. The forces that Tion had on hand sounded pretty good, but if they were to reach the upper echelons, Tion couldn't even be put on the stage. Just one giant powerhouse would be able to easily knock him down from the clouds. It was a truly crushing method. The moment the invitation was sent out, everyone wanted to know how the Tion Immortal Emperor would resolve this great trouble. Dusk fell. Darkness enveloped the profound sky world. For the people of Invincible City, tonight was a good day. That Tion finally couldn't endure the pressure anymore. He would receive them in the main hall of the Invincible Palace. Many forces were secretly rolling up their sleeves. No matter what, they had to force Tion to hand over the origin fruit. If possible, they wouldn't mind forcing Tion to hand over the origin tree branch as well. Old Fong, long time no see. We haven't seen each other for hundreds of years, right? Your strength has increased by a level. Congratulations. You're here too. At the entrance of the Invincible Palace, wave after wave of people appeared one after another. This was a rare sight in the world of the 33 holy heavens, but it was happening at the entrance of the Invincible Palace. Among them, there were some familiar faces. There were also some old opponents. But at this moment, everyone had a tacit understanding. They all had smiles on their faces as if they were really old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. The spell mages are used to restrict the air. The saber slaves and sword slaves are used to attack. What a great combination. I wonder how the people of the Spell Palace will look when they see this scene. Everyone filed into the main hall of the Invincible Palace. The first thing they saw was the fully armed spell mages. They were all spell mages, lined up on the left and right, occupying all the entrances of the Invincible Palace. It was a spectacular scene. Other than them, there were also the saber slaves and sword slaves. They were also armed to the teeth and filled with killing intent. It was very shocking. Everyone look, the weapons on the waists of those saber slaves. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "That's the branch of the origin tree. There's no mistaking it." If only one person exclaimed, it might be a coincidence. But when everyone else exclaimed, their eyes lit up. None of them could remain calm. They noticed this detail. Tion actually used the branch of the origin tree to refine a weapon. "This is unbelievable," the demonic rainbow exclaimed. "Could it be that he's also a blacksmith grandmaster?" The branch of the origin tree was a supreme, peerless material. Everyone had at most heard about the origin of the origin tree. No one had ever seen it being refined into a weapon. "Elder Chun, I wonder what grade the weapon refined from this material will be. Will it be at the level of a magnate?" The people of the Sky Demon Palace looked at Chun-Hu. Chun-Hu's gaze was solemn. "Even if it's not a magnate, it will be infinitely close to it. With such a weapon, Tion will be even more difficult to deal with. He won't even need to kill a half-step magnate himself. A weapon infinitely close to the level of a magnate." On the other side, the people of the Spell Palace could not shift their gazes away. Their gazes were also on the branch of the origin tree. With their eyesight, they could naturally identify it. There's also the spell mage. The scepter in his hand seems to be made from the branch of the origin tree. Cursed Thunder was unusually excited and agitated. "Third uncle, what do you think?" Cursed Thunder asked a middle-aged man in a gray robe beside him. "What a genius!" Cursed Wu Fa narrowed his eyes. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. "The casting of our spells requires time. If I'm not wrong, Great Emperor Tion created a weapon that can assist in the casting of spells. It might even be able to assist in increasing the power of spells." The spells of the Spell Palace could not be ranked among the top 10 techniques, but they were infinitely close to it. Unfortunately, their inheritance was incomplete. There were some flaws in certain aspects, such as the time needed to cast spells. To an expert, the time needed to cast spells was of great importance. If Great Emperor Tion could overcome this problem, it would definitely be good news for the Spell Palace. "Young master, this time, we must contact Tion no matter what." Cursed Wu Fa stared at the weapon on the spell mage. This concerns the future of the spell palace. Cursed Thunder nodded heavily. Everything is for the spell palace. The other forces were similarly dumbfounded. Just when everyone was trying to threaten Dition, he had quietly created a weapon that was infinitely close to the level of a magnate, giving them a visual shock. Previously, they were still relying on their background and did not take Dition seriously, trying to be arrogant and despotic in the mysterious sky world. However, after seeing the equipment innovation of the spell mage and the sword and sword slaves, they realized that great Emperor Dition was getting more and more difficult to deal with. At least in the lower realm, no one could do anything to Dition. Chapter 22:17. Hee. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant and despotic. In my territory, you can only sit there. Using the origin tree's branch to forge a weapon was naturally Lin Fei's method. If he did not shock them, Lin Fei did not believe that they would be well-behaved. At the very least, they would be well-behaved unless they were willing to stay in the mysterious sky world. The refinement of the origin tree branch was not a complicated matter. With the system's analysis and the use of origin energy, it was easy to refine. The Blade Slave and Sword Slave's weapons were collectively known as sharpness. After forging, the quality of this weapon would increase exponentially, infinitely close to the magnate grade. Even if they encountered a half-step magnate with a weapon like sharpness, they would only need 10 soldiers to kill the other party. If it was before, they would need hundreds or thousands of soldiers to kill a half-step magnate. The Cursed Sorcerer's weapon was named Cursed Scepter by Lin Fei. It was a very cliché name. Lin Fei did not know how to name it, so he casually gave a name. With the Cursed Scepter, the Cursed Sorcerer's casting speed increased by 2/3. At the same time, with the support of the origin tree, the power increased by more than 2 times. Lin Fei had personally tested all of these and obtained perfect data. Your Majesty, everything has been arranged. The Supreme Devil Emperor came in and said respectfully. Lin Fei smiled. It's time to meet these guys. Your Majesty Dition has arrived, just as everyone's eyes were on the origin tree branch to forge a weapon. Zhongzheng's loud and clear voice reverberated in the hall. Everyone could not help but retract their gaze. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Fei walked out unhurriedly. This was not the first time they had seen Dition, but they were still shocked. Damn it, he's too young. To be able to achieve this at this age, there were not many prodigies in the 33 sacred heavens. At least, this Dition made them feel helpless. This Majesty is so young. Too young. Unimaginable. Many people started discussing softly. Dition's name spread very quickly in the world of the 33 holy heavens, but not many people had actually seen him. Lin Fei came to the front desk. This place had already been set up. I am young. What can you do? Lin Fei was in a good mood. On the stage, Lin Fei faced the crowd and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work. Come and participate in our banquet. We believe that everyone will return from tonight's banquet with a full load." There are also some people who curse silently. Your Majesty Dition, aren't you going to give us an explanation for taking the origin fruit for yourself? There was a cacophony of noises. Came from the crowd. So it's the Ghoul sect that suffered heavy losses that day. There's going to be a good show. Everyone looked over, and they knew who was targeting Dition. The Ghoul sect was a first-class sect. Everyone knew that they had suffered heavy losses in the last fight for the origin fruit. Your Majesty Dition, don't you think it's too unsightly? The origin fruit is a rare fruit of heaven and earth. We have nothing to say about you taking one for yourself, but you took all 9 origin fruits in one go, and even chopped off the branch of the origin tree. What's the meaning of this? The person from the Ghoul sect was a half-step giant, and his name was Ghostly. Ghostly was tit for tat, and he said one sentence after another. We need an explanation. Ghostly threw out another sentence. Explanation. Lin Fei had long expected that the banquet wouldn't be peaceful. Someone would definitely cause trouble, and it would come earlier than expected. I'll give you 2 words, retard. Ghostly's expression was ferocious, and he was furious. Lin Fei didn't care. This was his territory. Would it be his turn to be fierce? If you dare to say another word, I don't mind slaughtering everyone from the ghoul sect. It was a voice that was neither soft nor loud, but everyone could feel Tion's killing intent. That was a very domineering killing intent. Undisguised killing intent. Ghostly instantly became angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. Now, who has anything to say? Lin Fei said indifferently. Don't be nervous. I'm not a bloodthirsty person. No one took his words seriously. If Tion wasn't bloodthirsty, who would cause the 33 holy heavens to be littered with corpses with just a word? Everyone snorted. No one dared to say anything. Your Majesty Tion, I really want to know the theme of the banquet you invited us to. Can you explain it to us? In the crowd, a familiar person stood out. Demonic raiment. Lin Fei smiled. Actually, this matter is very simple. Ever since I picked the origin fruit, I wanted to eat it in one go to increase my strength. But after thinking about it, I felt that it wasn't right. The origin fruit is a rare fruit of heaven and earth, and it's extremely rare. I thought in my heart, such a rare fruit. Rather than eating it alone, it's better to share it with everyone. So, I hosted tonight's banquet and prepared to auction the 9 origin fruits. The highest bidder will get it. At the start, everyone didn't take Tion's words seriously, but when they heard the latter part, everyone revealed a look of disbelief. Auction the origin fruit. This was definitely the most unbelievable thing they had ever heard. It was as if the sun rose from the west. Your Majesty Tion, is this true? Someone asked excitedly. Lin Fei let out a long sigh. 9 origin fruits, one is a blessing. I got 9 in one go, and I feel that I don't have the blessing to enjoy it. Rather than wasting it, why not let others have it, and let everyone bid for the origin fruit? Young master, our chance is here. Cursed Thunder was stunned, and then he became unusually excited. They came to the Invincible Palace for the origin fruit. The most important thing was to obtain high-level curse techniques to strengthen the curse palace. The origin fruit wasn't the main point. If there was a chance, they wouldn't mind getting it back. In the past few days, they had studied Tion, and they felt that pressuring him wasn't a good idea. No one had expected Tion to say something like that. Third uncle, could there be a conspiracy in this? Cursed Thunder asked Third Uncle. Cursed Wu Fa, how could he be so kind as to auction the origin fruit? It shouldn't be. With Tion's strength, no one would have thought of such an outcome. Naturally, it made people suspicious. Cursed Wu Fa shook his head. Young master, he wouldn't dare to play any tricks. Whether the origin fruit is good or bad, as long as we take it out, it will be clear. I don't believe that he could deceive everyone here. Cursed Thunder's doubts dissipated a lot. If it's true, perhaps this is our chance. Elder Chun, do you think Tion would be so kind? The demonic rainbow, who asked the question, originally wanted to give Tion a blow, but she didn't expect it to turn out like this. The demonic rainbow instinctively refused to believe Tion's words. This guy is full of evil tricks. Chapter 22:18. Everyone present would be puzzled. Would Tion be so kind? There is no guarantee that there was no conspiracy. The possibility of this was very high. Lin Fei naturally saw everyone's gaze. He clapped his hands. Come in. 2 groups of saber slave guards and maids carried in a plate. The plate was covered with a black cloth and reinforced with a seal. Could it be? Someone guessed. Everyone's breathing quickened. It was very likely to be the origin fruit. No one dared to make a move. The cursed sorcerer with the staff would definitely be able to stop them immediately. Moreover, there was a terrifying Tion. No one knew what realm His Majesty Tion was at. Everyone don't miss it. Lin Fei was proud. Hee. No matter how you guess, you will still be fooled in the end. The seal was opened, and the black cloth was removed. Origin energy was released from the origin fruit, spreading throughout the Invincible Palace's main hall. It's the origin fruit. It's really the origin fruit. I can't believe it. This is the aura of the origin energy. It can't be fake. Everyone was excited. The 9 origin fruits were neatly arranged on the plate. It's actually real. Saint Chunhao was also dumbfounded. He actually didn't eat it. What kind of medicine is Tion trying to sell? Seeing the origin fruit, everyone was stunned for a moment. They could not believe that this was real. That was an origin fruit. Even Chun Hao did not believe that he could control it. If he ate one, his strength would skyrocket. Elder, quickly take a look. Is it the origin fruit? Third uncle, our chance is here. Curse Lei could not believe it was real. This was absolutely unimaginable. Curse Wu Fa was also greatly shocked. This should be real. The origin energy on it cannot be replicated by anyone. It's just that I wonder if His Majesty D. Tian is able to do so. I wonder what His Majesty D. Tian is thinking. Curse Wu Fa could not think too much. Third uncle, no matter what, even if we have to pay a high price, we have to get an origin fruit back. Our curse palace needs the origin fruit. Curse Wu Fa said solemnly. My words have always carried enormous weight. I wonder if anyone has any objections. Lin Fei said with a smile. Your Majesty D. Tian, we have no objections. What a good person. We are willing to bid for the origin fruit. Your Majesty D. Tian, may I ask about the auction of the origin fruits? I don't know when it will start. The avatars present were able to determine the truth in the shortest amount of time. Everyone agreed that the origin fruit was real. It was genuine. There was no doubt. Now, it was their turn to feel urgent. If those top powers knew about this auction, they would definitely not miss this opportunity to bid. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. As for the origin fruits auction, this emperor has decided to set it for 3 days from now. Furthermore, this emperor isn't interested in treasures and the like. Instead, I'm more interested in the various resources. This time, we will be auctioning resources. Don't worry, everyone, we will prepare a device that can identify the amount of resources. When the time comes, everyone can use this resource to bid. Resource auction. Everyone was at a loss. Based on what they were thinking, they believed that D. Tian would be moved as long as they took out expensive treasures. Lin Fei's words caught everyone off guard. There seemed to be a huge difference. Many people were delighted. If it was a competition of treasures, they might not be D. Tian's match, but if it was a competition of resources, that was different. They had a chance. The Great Thousand World. Resources are limitless. The higher the grade, the more resource points you can exchange for. This emperor has specially divided the resources. Everyone, we can bring them back to study. Lists fell into everyone's hands. Every list was very detailed, covering all the resources in the Great Thousand World. Even some unpopular resources were taken out. The entire banquet didn't last long. Everyone left the invincible palace excitedly. We only have 3 days. We must report the news immediately. Who's afraid of who when it comes to resources? Coming out of the invincible palace, everyone's smiles disappeared as they returned to their temporary lodgings. In less than an hour, the entire 33 Sage Heavens was in an uproar. None of the major powers had expected that D. Tian would auction the origin fruit. Everyone was momentarily puzzled. There was actually someone who was willing to take something out for auction. What exactly was D. Tian after? No matter how hard they thought, they couldn't think of an answer. Immediately give the order to collect all kinds of resources. The major powers started to move. The originally cheap resources and materials all rose in price. This allowed the small powers to earn a small sum of money. Master, are you planning to promote the use of energy units? After everyone left, Lin Fei sat on the throne and crossed his legs. Why not? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Not a single world in the 33 Sage Heavens is simple. To control the entire 33 Sage Heavens, other than a sea of people and an army, I need something else. I believe that when that time comes, after enjoying the benefits of the energy units, the entire market economy will be in my hands. The 33 Sage Heavens was different from any other world. They were too powerful. Other than martial arts, Lin Fei also needed support. The thing that could support him was the energy units. Lin Fei planned to promote the sword and saber slaves. He believed that he wouldn't miss out on any power. The energy units weren't something they could replicate. They needed special tools. Although it would bring about great changes, Lin Fei believed that he could control it. In terms of technology, no one in the 33 Sage Heavens could match his system. Master, there are people outside who want to see His Majesty. They say they are from the Curse Palace. The Supreme Devil Emperor was becoming more and more responsible as a housekeeper. All right, bring them in. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that the people from the Curse Palace came to visit. If the people from the Curse Palace didn't come, wouldn't he have rejoiced for nothing? Under the Supreme Devil Emperor's lead, Cursed Thunder and Cursed Wuxia came to the main hall. Your Majesty D. Tian, sorry to disturb you. Please don't take offense. Cursed Thunder put away his arrogant attitude and cupped his hands. We were forced to. Lin Fei chuckled. Men, give them a seat of honor. Cursed Thunder and Cursed Wuxia heaved a sigh of relief. As long as His Majesty D. Tian isn't angry, we can continue our discussion. While everyone left, the two of them came back. They knew that if they didn't come now, they probably wouldn't have the chance to see His Majesty D. Tian. Both of you are the upper echelons of the Curse Palace. I wonder what you have to say. Why don't you just say it? I'm easy to talk to. Lin Fei looked at the two of them. Chapter 22:19. Your Majesty D. Tian, I am the young master of the Curse Palace, Cursed Thunder. I represent my father and the Curse Palace to make a deal with Your Majesty D. Tian. When Cursed Thunder came, his father had told him about this mission in detail. No matter what, he had to complete it. Cursed Thunder kept his thoughts to himself as he was in D. Tian's territory. The mission was more important. So it's young Master Cursed. Lin Fei already knew his identity. Under the little devil's supervision, everything was under his control. He just did not say it out loud and pretended not to know. Then, what kind of deal would young Master Curse want? Cursed Thunder had no choice but to reveal his identity. Only then would he have some confidence. Although D. Tian did not say anything, Cursed Thunder felt pressured in front of D. Tian. It was an aura that belonged to an emperor, and it made him uncomfortable. My father once said that Your Majesty D. Tian and the Curse Palace are related. You could say that we were one family a few thousand years ago. Cursed Thunder did not blush. He had to pull some strings. Now, the Curse Palace is having a hard time in the upper realm. My father heard that Your Majesty has advanced versions of curse techniques, and he wants to get some from Your Majesty. The Curse Palace is willing to accept any conditions that Your Majesty has. Cursed Thunder was serious. He was just sure being eloquent. Lin Fei was amused. This Cursed Thunder really knew how to brag. He was just secretly learning your curse techniques and using the system to upgrade them. You guys, on the other hand, are talking about our origins? Oh, I see. Lin Fei dragged his voice. Well, if it was someone else, I would definitely reject it. However, you guys are from the Curse Palace. Just like what you said, I do have a connection with the Curse Palace. The Curse Palace was a first-rate force in the world of the 33 Holy Heavens. It was only one step away from becoming a top-tier force. Lin Fei would not let go of the chance to disrupt the world of the 33 Holy Heavens. Cursed Thunder and Cursed Wuxia were elated. You want advanced curse techniques? I do have them with me. They are 2 to 3 times more powerful than normal curse techniques. Lin Fei continued. It's not that I can't sell it to you, but I don't know if you can accept the conditions I set out. First, I need a large amount of resources. I only need resources for every curse technique. I don't need anything else. Lin Fei didn't offer any special conditions. What if he scared them away? As long as the people from the Curse Palace came, Lin Fei would just have to plunder some resources. In any case, this technique was nothing. The system was constantly calculating it. So easy. Cursed Thunder and Cursed Lawless were ready to demand an exorbitant price. Who would have thought that D. Tian would not be so harsh? It was just gathering resources and materials. In the eyes of the Curse Palace, it was not very difficult. All they needed was some time. We are willing. The two of them agreed without hesitation. Where else could he find such a good opportunity? As long as he could bring back the advanced curse art, the Curse Palace's strength would definitely increase by a large margin in a short period of time. The two of them also felt that D. Tian was exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Once they have mastered high-level incantations, I will sell them saber and sword slaves. I believe they won't let it go. In Lin Fei's eyes, the Curse Palace was rich, and he was prepared to take a big bite out of them. High-level curses were the first step. The second step was to promote equipment and curse mages. No matter which one it was, Lin Fei believed that they would not let it go. He would be able to obtain an endless amount of resources from the Cursed Palace, and they would not be the slightest bit annoyed. In fact, they would even cooperate wholeheartedly. Little devil, have you memorized the scene just now? Lin Fei smiled. Master is so bad. If news of what happened tonight gets out, I'm afraid the people in the 33 sacred heavens will have their own ideas. Lin Fei smiled. The Cursed Palace is infinitely close to a top-tier faction. No matter what, we have to push it so that we can attract the firepower. Third uncle, let's do it this way. Cursed Thunder returned to his temporary residence. He still felt like he was dreaming. It was done. It seemed too easy. Do you think there's a trap? Cursed Thunder had a feeling that Tion was not that kind. Cursed Lawless didn't think too much. Young master, no matter what Tion's motive is, we don't have to worry. You have forgotten something important. Our base is above. What about Tion? Cursed Lawless patted the young master's shoulder. Cursed Thunder's eyes lit up. I really forgot about this. Tion isn't in the same place as us. When the time comes, even if he wants to do something, he won't be able to do anything. If we can complete this transaction, let's see if we can exchange for those sword and saber slaves from Tion. Our Cursed Palace needs them too. In the Invincible Palace, the two didn't ask about this. They also didn't ask about the origin fruit. They were really worried that they would be rejected. 3 peaceful days passed. However, the 33 sacred heavens was buying resources and materials everywhere. Some half-step magnates even personally went to collect materials. Everyone worked hard and prepared to fight for the origin fruit. In the space of Mountain God Emperor, Lin Fei withdrew the patrolling team and arranged for them to guard near the crater. This was also to tell those people that as long as they didn't go near the crater, everyone would be fine. Those people seemed to have forgotten about the crater. No one went near it. Once they entered the space of Mountain God Emperor, they immediately headed to the mysterious sky world. Once again, the sun rose. Invincible City welcomed a new day. Today was the day of the auction. Everyone was excited. At the same time, the clones of the magnates personally arrived. All of them had a high status in the sect and could make decisions. Who could sit still when they heard that the origin fruit was being auctioned? They were also very surprised that resources and materials could be exchanged for energy units. They couldn't understand what the energy units were used for. Some of the more agile people seemed to have realized that this had something to do with the defense towers outside the Invincible Palace. Guesses were just guesses. No one understood it for now. The auction was held at the World Commerce Hall. The entrance of the World Commerce Hall was very lively. The people from Sky Devil Palace are here. The saint from the 5th Sacred Heaven is here. The Black Golden Fire from Xiaoyao Mountain is here. One by one, the forces arrived. The people who were previously in charge were now in second place. Someone else came to replace them and take full responsibility for today's auction. No one wanted to lose the chance to fight for it. Anyway, it was resources. No matter how much they had to pay, they didn't need to worry. Compared to an origin fruit, resources were nothing. This was a heavenly fruit that could create a magnate expert. In the auction hall, everyone saw what the energy units were. There was a piece of mechanical equipment here. To these magnates, this was the first time they had seen such a strange machine. Even with their divine senses, they couldn't see anything special about it. A spell sorcerer explained. This is an energy unit exchange device made by His Majesty. Everyone just needs to put in resources, and you can exchange them for energy units. At the same time, you can store them on the black gold card. Everyone understood very quickly. After exchanging, there would be a black gold card with energy units on it. It wouldn't be troublesome when trading. Chapter 2220. Black gold card. The first thing that Lin Fei was going to promote. The equipment in the hall was also specially exchanged. Lin Fei did not have to worry about spending ordinary energy units. This equipment was very cheap, and its technical structure was very mysterious. Is he asking us to exchange for the resources we have? Everyone came back to their senses and gave a thumbs up in their hearts. This Tion was really not simple. How do we exchange? I want to try. The exchange of energy points was very interesting. They also wanted to see it. Immediately, an incantation sorcerer came to explain. This is the entrance. As long as you put in the storage ring with resources, this machine will automatically scan it and store it in the black gold card. Interesting. The first black gold card made the giant's eyes lit up. Good stuff. It's really strange. I can't tell what material it is made of with my divine sense. The black gold card was completely black. On the surface of the card, there was a name printed. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, such a simple black gold card directly shocked the giant. He could not tell what the black gold card was, and it was very difficult for him to accept it. The advantage of the black gold card is that it not only allows everyone to easily carry resources, but also allows you to buy a series of products from Invincible Palace. The incantation sorcerer continued to explain. The words products from Invincible Palace attracted everyone's attention again. Everyone knew about Di Tian's mysteriousness. One of the giant's avatars suddenly asked, I really want to know, does the Invincible Palace's series of products include incantation sorcerers and blade slave warriors? What a crafty way to say it. Oh yes. Does it include the weapons of the incantation sorcerers for sale? The spells of the incantation palace can be sold as well? Even though they knew it was not possible, everyone still wanted to test it. If it was really possible, they did not mind buying it back. The incantation sorcerer did not answer directly. Maybe it's possible in the future. Possible in the future? The words of the incantation sorcerer exploded in the crowd like a heavy bomb. Since this is the first time everyone has recharged the black gold card, His Majesty said that everyone has come from afar. After the origin fruit is auctioned, he will bring everyone a benefit. As for what the benefit is, I can't tell you anything for now. The incantation mage pointed at the rows of machines. There's still some time before the auction starts. Everyone can take out the black gold card first. It's convenient for both you and me. Everyone, do as you wish. Elder Chun, do you think that the appearance of this black gold card has some hidden meaning? Heavenly Demon Wanda, the doppelganger of the Heavenly Demon Palace, asked Shun Hu. In the Heavenly Demon Palace, anyone with the word Sky Demon in their name had a very noble status, equivalent to a member of the imperial family. Heavenly Demon Wanda was one of them. Uncle Wanda, I think the black gold card is very important. The Heavenly Devil Nikhang was the first to speak. Although I'm not too clear about the purpose behind the black gold card, I suggest that, Uncle, it's best to top up a large amount of energy points on the black gold card. Perhaps, at that time, Di Tian will think that he's too weak. And I Shang is the smartest. Heavenly Demon Wanda said with a smile. Let me see what tricks that Di Tian is playing. Everyone accepted the appearance of the black gold card. Far away on the other side, Lin Fei's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. This is great. I only need to pay a small amount of energy points, and I've obtained a large amount of resources. The machine was connected to the system, and Lin Fei was able to check the situation. The energy points were produced by the little devil that Lin Fei had asked. He did not need to pay too many energy points for a matter of a few breaths. From today onwards, you will all like the black gold card, and you will also like the profound sky world. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei looked at the black gold card being produced one by one. Note down the top 10 forces that top up the black gold card. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. They're so awesome. As the host, I cannot disappoint them. I must give them some benefits. An hour later, in the auction hall, the people from the 33 Ascended Worlds were all sitting together. This time, Lin Fei did not specially arrange for private rooms, and everyone was treated equally. Thus, in the auction hall, there were many regions. From the position of each region, the smart people could tell that these forces were powerful, and they had the right to speak. Only the truly powerful forces would always occupy the front row, as well as the central position. Those who were not powerful would be lined up at the side. A sorcerer walked onto the auction stage with a smile on his face and said to everyone, I am today's auctioneer, and I am very happy to serve everyone. I will not waste any time and immediately start today's auction. Let's welcome the origin fruit. The auctioneer clapped his hands, and 1 or 2 guards came up with a plate. Just like last time, the plate was covered with a black cloth, and there was a seal on it. Today's first origin fruit. The seal was undone, and the aura of the origin fruit rippled. Divine senses shrouded the origin fruit, and the auctioneer did not stop them, allowing them to examine it. The whole process lasted for more than 10 breaths. Everyone's eyes became eager, because the origin fruit was real. It seems that everyone has no objections. Then, today we will start the first auction. The starting price of the first origin fruit is 100 million energy points, and the starting price is 10 million energy points. 100 million energy points. Everyone was not surprised. It was also the first time that they could use energy points to bid, and they secretly admired Tion for coming up with such a method. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, someone immediately called out a price. 100 million energy points. 110 million energy points. 150 million energy points. 350 million energy points. The competition for the first origin fruit was very intense, and the price reached 350 million energy points in a short time. This number was still rising. With the support of the perfect currency, everyone did not stop. The price of the first origin fruit quickly soared to 1 billion energy points. As it was the first time they came to auction the origin fruit, everyone brought a lot of resources with them. Therefore, everyone's black gold cards had more than 10 billion energy points. It broke 1 billion. In the room, Lin Fei laughed even more happily. It seems that each origin fruit can be sold for 4 to 5 billion energy points. Lin Fei had already asked the little devil to analyze the price of the origin fruit. For 6 billion going once. For 6 billion going twice. For 6 billion going thrice. Chapter 22-21. The first origin fruit was obtained by someone at a price of 6 billion energy points. The last time Zhang Wuming left, Lin Fei had obtained a list of forces from him. He had a better understanding of the forces on the list. For example, the Holy Ghost race was bidding for the first origin fruit. This was a very large force. It was a superclass force, barely comparable to the top forces. In addition, the Holy Ghost race had a large population. Even among the superclass forces, it was ranked at the top. Getting the origin fruit made them excited for a while. After the first origin fruit was auctioned, the second one started to become more and more intense. No matter who it was, they did not dare to wait any longer. As soon as everyone came up, the price broke through 1 billion energy points, then 2 billion, until it stopped at 5 billion energy points. This price was very high. As the origin fruits were auctioned off one by one, the price soared to 8 billion energy points. When the seventh origin fruit was auctioned off, it reached 10 billion energy points. The eighth origin fruit was auctioned off for 12 billion energy points. The last origin fruit was auctioned off for 17 billion energy points. Those who could last until the end were all masters of sacred sky. They were all rich and overbearing. They did not have any scruples and shouted crazily. The last origin fruit was auctioned off. The people present did not come back to their senses for a while. And just like that, each of the 9 auctions was exciting. The origin fruit that they had been fighting for would finally be settled in such a way. No one would have thought that it would be so easy. If they had known that it would be so easy, they would not have needed to pay such a huge price. In the end, it was all for nothing. Congratulations to those who won the origin fruit. As for those who did not win, there is no need to be disappointed. There will be another chance next time. The auctioneer smiled. Next time, those who did not win. They did not think that way. The auctioneer did not look at everyone's expression. He smiled again and said, His Majesty said that there will be benefits for everyone after today's auction. Now, it is time to reveal the benefits. Those who were disappointed were not very interested. Bring it up. The auctioneer clapped his hands. The guard brought the plate over again. The plate was still covered with a black cloth. After the black cloth was removed, an unknown object was placed on the plate. Everyone at the scene had a puzzled look in their eyes. What exactly was this thing? This is a product of our invincible palace, called the Army Destroyer Spear. The auctioneer held it in his hand. Everyone can use it as a defensive treasure. Do you see this? There's a groove here. As long as everyone inserts the black gold card, the Army Breaker Spear can be activated. For example, this. Bang! Everyone heard a piercing sound. A black light beam shot out from the muzzle of the army destroyer spear. The speed of the light beam was extremely fast. Everyone's expression changed. What a sharp attack. There's no pause at all. The power seems to be at the God Emperor realm. While everyone was still guessing, the auctioneer did not stop. He fired again, and light beams shot out one after another. Smart people immediately realized that the broken army spear was not ordinary. Such concentrated attacks. Where did His Majesty D. Tian come from? He actually grasped such a technique. It's just a simple weapon. If its power is increased, or if there are more of them, they'll become much more powerful. It's enough to build an army. I must get my hands on this weapon. The auctioneer put down the army destroyer spear. As long as the black gold card has enough energy points, this type of weapon can attack without limit. The auctioneer's words. Once again, everyone was in an uproar. Although everyone had guessed this possibility, now that the auctioneer said it personally, the meaning was completely different. His Majesty said that everyone has come from afar and doesn't have anything good to give. Therefore, he decided that everyone here can get an army destroyer spear. Everyone can get one? Many people were extremely excited. They had seen such a weapon before. There was no limit, no need for anything. It was simply too amazing. Other than the army destroyer spear, those who don't have a black gold card can get a one-time use ability card made by His Majesty. I believe that people will come knocking on our doors soon. This army destroyer spear was specially made by Lin Fei. He wanted to build an army, and he needed a huge amount of resources. Where could he get them from? It was undoubtedly the 33 sacred heavens. Although the origin fruit would be found out sooner or later, they wouldn't say anything without evidence. However, it was inevitable that they would bear grudges. The amount of origin energy that an origin fruit could absorb could be counted on one's fingers. Once Lin Fei reached the top, those superpowers would definitely not let him off. Since that was the case, he had to think of another way. For example, asking them to beg him. The army destroyer spear was just one of them. The auction of the origin fruit ended. Everyone left one after another. But to everyone, today was definitely a shocking day. Not to mention the origin fruit, just the appearance of the army destroyer spear was extremely shocking. Although its power was only at the middle stage God Emperor level, to some of the smaller superpowers, it was definitely a good defensive item. It was much better than having an expert by their side. If D. Tian had this level of weapon, then what about a combat emperor? Many people were tempted. Night fell. Curse Wu Fa and Curse Lei entered the invincible palace again. After confirming that they could exchange for the strengthened curse technique, they immediately took action. The entire curse palace was also activated, going all out to obtain the origin fruit. In the fight for the origin fruit, the curse palace didn't get the origin fruit. The competition was too intense. Between the origin fruit and the strengthened curse technique, they chose the latter. It wasn't that their curse palace didn't have any giant experts. Once they obtained the strengthened curse technique, the combat power of the giant experts would increase by a huge margin, at least 1 or 2 times. That was terrifying. In the giant realm, it was extremely difficult to increase one's combat power every time. Now that they could increase their combat power by 1 or 2 times, any giant would know what to choose. Your Majesty, we have brought the items. Curse Lei took out a storage ring. The quality of the storage ring was extremely high. Only then could it contain a large amount of resources. You guys are quite fast. Lin Fei smiled. You guys have brought the resources. This emperor is a man of his words. I don't know which curse technique you guys want. You guys can take out a list. They had long prepared it. It's ready. Your Majesty, please take a look. Immediately, a subordinate brought the list over. Lin Fei glanced through it and thought, the curse palace's appetite is quite big. On the list, there were some powerful curse techniques. For example, familiar curse technique paralysis, curse technique great prophecy technique, curse technique corrosion technique, etc. Lin Fei wouldn't satisfy the curse palace in one go. This wasn't a one-off deal. There are too many curse techniques on this list. Moreover, some of the curse techniques are not something that could be obtained with these resources. Lin Fei made a few strokes on the list, removed some of the curse techniques, and returned it to Curse Lei and the rest. Chapter 22:22. After some discussion, Cursed Thunder and Cursed Wu Fa chose 6 types of enhanced curse techniques. Their goal was to exchange for enhanced curse techniques. If they couldn't fight for the quantity, they would choose suitable ones for the Curse Palace. They were very satisfied with the 6 enhanced curse techniques. Although they really wanted to use all the curse techniques that DTon had, it was a pity that just 6 enhanced curse techniques had almost exhausted all the resources that they had brought. There was nothing they could do about it. The transaction was completed. Cursed Thunder made a presumptuous request. Your Majesty DTon, we, the Curse Palace, would like to buy the sword slaves and saber slaves from Your Majesty. I don't know if it's possible. I also know that this is presumptuous, but I hope that Your Majesty will not take offense. Almost everyone in the Curse Palace was a curse mage. There were not many martial artists, especially those who had reached the War Emperor realm. There were very few of them. Cursed Thunder braced himself and asked this question. Lin Fei had already expected young Master Cursed Thunder to ask about this. Oh, you guys are interested? Yes, of course we are interested. Cursed Thunder almost blurted out, but he held it in. Yes, we are interested in this. If your Curse Palace is interested, a sword slave and a saber slave, each at a discount of 100 million energy points. Lin Fei smiled. I can even sell the curse mages to you, each at a discount of 1 billion energy points. Cursed Thunder left with satisfaction. They found out that this DTon was omnipotent. Enhanced curse techniques, sword slaves, saber slaves, and even curse mages could make a move. They couldn't wait to send the news back. Master is so sinister. After they left, the little devil said, You have given them a huge pie. 100 million energy points for a sword slave and 1 billion curse mages. When they receive the news, they will definitely not be able to sit still. Lin Fei smiled. Actually, I have only opened the door to their desires and ambitions. I believe that the Curse Palace's ambitions will expand rapidly after they obtain a large number of War Emperors. I am really looking forward to that day. This is really unbelievable. Curse Palace in a secret chamber. Cursed Wu Fa brought back the enhanced curse technique and quickly mastered it. All the powerhouses present had the same expression. They were shocked by the power of the enhanced curse technique. It's too scary. Its power has increased by 2 times. I didn't expect that spells could be cast in such a manner. It's even faster than the previous spells. I am looking forward to the Spellmaster Scepter in DTon's hands even more. After the tycoons mastered Enhanced Curse, their eyes lit up. This trip was too worthwhile. Curse Wu Fa was also very proud of himself. He gestured for everyone to calm down. Other than that, DTon has allowed us to purchase War Emperor-level sword slaves, and even curse mages. Although the price is not cheap, I feel that the Curse Palace should purchase a batch of them as our secret weapons. Chu Huan, the palace master, had a smile on his face. He never thought that he could bring back good news. I really don't know why DTon can only buy them with energy points. Doesn't that mean we have to keep looking for resources? Chu Huan coughed lightly. Everyone quietened down. No matter why DTon wants energy points, it has nothing to do with us. Isn't it just resources? It's not like we don't have them. Our next mission is to build a good relationship with DTon and strive to exchange for a large number of War Emperor rankers. Chu Huan did not have a one-man rule. Everyone agreed with the palace master's words. Next, let's discuss the small details. Elder, we are really going to visit DTon. After the auction ended, the forces that obtained the origin fruit immediately escorted the origin fruit away. In the profound sky world, and even in the mountain of God Emperor, they were not worried. Along the way, they were all escorted by DTon. Facing the densely packed War Emperor rankers and curse mages, no one dared to come out and court death. In the temporary residence of the Sky Demon Palace, the Sky Demon Nikhang was very surprised that the elders would make such a decision. She really did not like that DTon. This guy was a bastard, no matter what. She was still a beauty. How could he take her captive time and time again? Sky Demon Wanda laughed. Last night, our spies received a piece of news. After we left, the Curse Palace's young masters, Curse Thunder and Curse, were unable to visit DTon. When they came out, they were in a very good mood. According to the analysis, Curse Thunder and the rest should have reached an agreement with DTon. The Sky Demon, Nikhang, frowned slightly. What does this have to do with us? You don't understand. DTon relied on his subordinates to successfully occupy a place. At least in the lower realm, no one can shake DTon's position, not even me. Every time Sky Demon Wanda thought of this, he felt helpless. A dignified giant could not do anything to a junior. The Curse Palace is now a top-tier force, only a step away from becoming a top-tier force. Tell me, if the Curse Palace obtained stronger curse techniques from DTon with the help of curse mages, what do you think the Curse Palace will do? In the room, the expressions of a few elders became solemn. It is rumored that the Curse Palace's palace master is extremely ambitious. He has a great ambition to bring the Curse Palace to greater heights. The Sky Demon, Nikhang, blurted out, if they obtain DTon's help, the Curse Palace's strength will increase rapidly. With the strange attacks of the curse techniques, the Curse Palace will rise rapidly and affect the situation of the 33 sacred heavens. Sky Demon Wanda nodded. That's right. The moment the Curse Palace cooperates with DTon, the Curse Palace will affect the situation of the 33 sacred heavens. He can't be that powerful. The Sky Demon, Nikhang, also began to doubt, not daring to confirm it. A person could affect the situation of the 33 sacred heavens. Ordinary people would not dare to believe it. If it was in the past, the Sky Demon Nikhang would definitely scoff. But now, she was facing DTon, a man full of secrets. Even you're not sure yourself. Sky Demon Wanda laughed. We need to pay a visit to DTon. If the Curse Palace can cooperate with DTon, then our Sky Demon Palace can too. For example, the curse mages that he controls. The Curse Palace's private visit was not hidden from the crowd. Everyone had all sorts of suspicions and guesses. At the very least, they were sure of one thing. This young Emperor DTon had an unexplainable connection with the Curse Palace. Before everyone left, a piece of news spread from Invincible Palace. In half a year, Invincible Palace would be holding an auction. Holding an auction was not a rare thing. But this time, it was being held by Invincible Palace, and His Majesty DTon was standing behind it. At the same time, some related news spread. In half a year's time, DTon would be auctioning slave experts, such as saber slaves, sword slaves, and even curse mages. The forces in Invincible City were in an uproar. This was definitely a big matter. They had to report it. Chapter 22-23. The World of the 33 Sacred Heavens. Ever since the rise of DTon, the world of the 33 sacred heavens had never been peaceful. Again and again, His Majesty DTon caused a huge commotion. Everyone wanted to curse at DTon. You bastard. DTon was asking for a beating. Until now, no one had really taught DTon a lesson. They would grit their teeth at the mention of his name. Luckily, DTon did something good this time. He was auctioning the origin fruit. He's back. World of the 33 Sacred Heavens. Fifth World, Sacred Heavenly Sect. On this day, all the powerful figures of the sacred heavenly sect gathered, waiting for the return of the powerful figures. Near the tunnel, the elders of the sacred heavenly sect sealed off the area. They were going to welcome the origin fruit. One origin fruit could create a powerful figure. The appearance of a powerful figure meant that the power of the sect would rise to a new level. When there were 10 powerful figures, the sect would become a superpower. The Sacred Heavenly Sect was already a superpower. They controlled the fifth world. There was even a Sacred Sky Master in the sect who had broken through the powerful figure realm and stepped into the legendary, unparalleled realm. When the clone of the powerful figures returned, the Sacred Heavenly Sect cheered. Even the Sacred Sky Master came out personally. Thank you. Not at all. Contributing to the sect is not tiring at all. Sacred Heavenly Sect. In a secret chamber, the powerful figures of the sect gathered together, which was a rare sight. as expected of a fruit born from the essence of the barren world. This is unbelievable. The legends are true. The origin fruit possesses boundless energy. Anyone who refines it will be able to cultivate a powerful expert with just the medicinal effects of the origin fruit. The powerful figures all stared at the origin fruit. His Majesty Tian sure knows how to auction the origin fruit. Now, our sacred heavenly sect has benefited. The sacred heavenly sect master was very happy. Soon, the sect would have one more powerful figure. All right, let Tian Tu in. After obtaining the origin fruit, the powerful figures of the sect had a discussion. In the end, they would let one of the geniuses, Tian Tu, refine the origin fruit and step into the realm of a powerful figure. Not long after, a handsome and elegant young man walked in, neither servile nor overbearing. His eyes were bright. Disciple Tian Tu greets the elders. Tian Tu had good connections in the sect. The Titan elders all thought highly of Tian Tu, who is only a half-step Titan. How many people could resist a giant's attack head-on, even if that giant was only an early-stage giant? Very few prodigies could achieve such results. Come, sit down. Tian Tu knew that he was the one to refine the origin fruit. After the great elder returned, Tian Tu had been looking forward to this day. When Tian Tu saw the origin fruit placed in the center, his gaze was drawn to it, not leaving it for a moment. Little Tian, sit down and focus your mind. A soft shout echoed in Tian Tu's ears. Tian Tu came back to his senses. He immediately sat down cross-legged. The origin fruit contains powerful origin energy. You won't be able to refine it on your own, so we elders have decided to help you take another step forward. Heavenly Saint Sect Master stood up. We will guide the origin energy into your body. You only need to refine and store the origin energy. Once you have completely refined the origin energy, you will be able to break through to the realm of giant. Do you understand? Disciple understands. All right, let's begin. The Heavenly Sacred Sect Master also wanted to see to what extent an origin fruit could elevate Tian Tuesday. The other great elders had the same thought. Rise. The origin fruit seal was opened. The powerful origin energy began to flow out. Suppress. More than 10 great elders made their moves at the same time. The origin energy doesn't seem powerful. Heavenly Sacred Sect Master had a trace of doubt in his heart. This origin fruit didn't have much of a reaction. This was somewhat different from the records. However, he didn't think too much about it. They were very clear that the origin fruit was real. It was impossible for Tian to play any tricks in front of them. The only possibility was that the secret of the origin fruit wasn't as recorded. Traces of origin energy entered Tian Tu's body. As soon as Tian Tu merged with the origin energy, the destiny energy in his body became stronger, and its power was more than 2 times stronger than before. Elder, disciple feels that my strength has increased by 1 or 2 times. Tian Tu couldn't suppress his excitement. Ha ha ha, it really is the origin fruit. According to the secret records, anyone who refines and fuses with the origin energy will have their strength increased infinitely. It seems to be true. Great. Our heavenly sacred sect will soon have another invincible prodigy. Tian Tu's strength increased. Heavenly Sacred Sect Master was completely relieved. I really worried for nothing. More than 10 great elders were even more enthusiastic. Suppressing the origin fruit, guiding the origin energy into Tian Tu's body. No, it seems that the origin energy has decreased. I feel it too. What's going on? However, they didn't feel happy for long. The origin fruit gradually shrunk, and the origin energy that was released became traces. All the great elders were dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded. Heavenly Sacred Sect Master's divine sense surged, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Damn Tian, he actually picked the origin fruit early. The origin fruit in our hands isn't ripe at all, and the origin energy has been lost. Not ripe? At this moment, all the great elders were furious. Tian Tu, who was surrounded in the center, was also dumbfounded. I shouldn't be so unlucky. In the next second, Tian Tu was immediately enveloped by the Great Elder's anger. He suffocated, and his strong physical body seemed to be torn apart. Elders, quickly stop. Disciple can't take it anymore. Tian Tu's face turned purple. The origin fruit was not ripe, and it also caused waves of roars in the hands of the other 8 forces. Not long after they absorbed it, the origin energy was gone. This was a huge blow to them. He spent such a huge price to get an unripe origin fruit. No one suspected that Tian had done anything to it. The power of the origin energy was definitely not something that a War Emperor Realm Tian could make a name for. They thought that Tian had plucked it before it matured. According to the secret records, only by plucking it at the moment it matured could the origin fruit's origin energy not be lost. Shameless Tian. F*CK. Tian deserves to die. He actually dares to trick us, dares to treat us as fat sheep. Curses filled the sky. The 9 powers hated Tian to death. He had suffered a loss, but he couldn't say it out loud. If word really got out, he would definitely become a big joke. The world of the 33 sacred heavens would soon have another big joke after tea. Helpless, everyone could only seal the news. This matter must not be spread out. As for the chosen heaven's pride, they could only be wrong for the time being. They announced to the outside world that they would go into closed-door cultivation and come out when everyone no longer paid attention to them. He couldn't afford to lose face. The 9 forces wanted to ask the other forces, but they were afraid that they would be seen through again. They had no choice but to put away this idea. Perhaps it was just that their luck was a little bad. Chapter 22-24. Just as the 9 forces were feeling aggrieved, those forces that were on good terms with them came to congratulate them unknowingly. They congratulated them on the fact that they were about to have a new powerhouse. At the same time, they offered generous gifts. This made them hate Tian even more. Under such circumstances, what else could they say? They could only pretend to be strong. They could not expose it. They could not possibly say that they were cheated by Tian because the origin fruit had not ripened yet. As for that prodigy, he had gone into seclusion. He would not come out for at least a year or 2. They had already chosen the reason. The origin fruit was too powerful and needed time to consolidate. During this time, they would try their best to raise the prodigy's strength. This was the best way to cover it up, just as everyone was discussing the origin fruit. Another piece of news swept through the world of the 33 holy heavens and quickly spread throughout the world of the 33 holy heavens. Have you heard? His Majesty Tian is going to hold another auction. I've never heard of it. Didn't he just auction the origin fruit? Is there something else up for auction? Hee. You don't know about it. Listen to me. Cursed sorcerers? Sword slaves who know the sword techniques of the 10,000 Swords Villa? The information contained in the news was too great. Everyone was shocked. That was Tian's deterrent force. In the world of the 33 sage heavens, many forces were jealous of Tian's power, but they could not find a way to get it. Whoever had this wave of power would have unimaginable benefits in raising the overall strength of the sect. After everyone recovered from their shock, they were tempted. As the news spread, all sorts of rumors spread. His Majesty Tian said that he will auction cursed sorcerers. His Majesty Tian will auction a weapon made from the origin tree branch. All sorts of news made it hard to tell the truth from the lies. There was one thing that everyone was restless about. They were wondering if they should go there themselves. The merchants in the world of the 33 sage heavens were all smiling. Good news. Everyone knew that His Majesty Tian needed large amounts of resources to buy things in the mysterious sky world. He needed something called energy points. Even now, no one knew what they were. This had nothing to do with them. All the large merchant associations immediately mobilized their manpower to gather resources. Resources were about to be bought in a frenzy. Master, all 9 origin fruits have been used. Deep underground in the profound sky world, Lin Fei listened to Little Devil's report. They didn't notice anything, did they? Lin Fei had done something to every origin fruit. They can't tell, but Master is now being called a liar. Haha, I can trick them. So what if they are swindlers for once? In any case, they don't dare to say it out loud. They might even be busy trying to cover it up right now. Lin Fei did not believe that they would spread the news. He couldn't afford to lose this face. He had spent so much effort, but in the end, it was all for nothing. If word got out, he would really be laughed at to death. This time, Lin Fei had accurately calculated their mentality. He wanted them to suffer in silence. Even though they knew it was fake, they could only pretend not to know. That kind of private grudge. Lin Fei chose to ignore it completely. That kind of grudge, without hurting a single hair on his head. How many energy cannons have you produced? Half a year later, Lin Fei handed the responsibility of managing the auction to the Supreme Devil Emperor. Mountain God Emperor Space, deep underground. In a short period of time, this place was turned into a base by Lin Fei. The passage that connected to the 33 sacred heavens was also closed. For safety, Lin Fei arranged for heavy security. No matter who barged in, they would die without a doubt. It could be said that there was a guard every 3 steps. Even a powerhouse would suck in a breath of cold air. The existence of the origin tree allowed Lin Fei to continuously absorb origin energy units. Other than that, there were also destiny energy units. These 2 units of energy. The former was small, while the latter was large. As Master instructed, we have already produced 50,000 energy cannons. Deep underground. Now, many production factories were built. All kinds of materials were piled up like mountains. This was Lin Fei's first production base. Lin Fei soon arrived at a factory. Puppet warriors were busy in the factory. Energy cannons were lined up in a row. He casually glanced at them. And could feel the danger. 50,000 is not enough. We need to produce at least another 50,000 to reach 100,000. Lin Fei ordered Little Fiend to produce more energy cannons. After inspecting the location of the energy cannons, Lin Fei then went to the production area of the Heavenly Winged Archers. The Heavenly Winged Archers were a race that Lin Fei had exchanged for. They were not strong in battle, but all of them were known as godly archers. They had an innate grasp of archery, and with a 100% accuracy, their shooting range could reach a shocking 30,000 li. After seeing the power of the Heavenly Winged Archers, Lin Fei immediately started production. These were long-range attackers. Coupled with the support of curse mages, it was a nightmare for anyone. Master, we have produced 1,000,000 Heavenly Winged Archers. The Heavenly Winged Archers had a pair of black wings. When spread open, they were 5 meters long. They could feel the aura of the wind. In terms of long-range shooting, they had an endless advantage. It was not a simple ground attack. 1,000,000 should be enough. Once we have a base in the 33 sacred heavens, it won't be too late to produce more, Lin Fei said, but his heart was aching. 1,000,000 Heavenly Winged Archers consumed a large amount of destiny energy. At the same time, there were also production materials. Even if Lin Fei was rich and overbearing, he could not withstand this kind of consumption. The purchase of all kinds of production equipment also made Lin Fei feel strained. However, the 1,000,000 Heavenly Winged Archers were deliberately suppressed by Lin Fei. The number of curse mages had also increased to 300,000. The number of sword slaves and blade slaves had increased to 3,000,000. Just these 6,000,000 soldiers were enough to make Lin Fei go bankrupt. After careful calculation, Lin Fei now controlled an army of 7,300,000 soldiers. In addition, he was about to produce 100,000 energy cannons. This was all the power that Lin Fei was going to use to attack the upper worlds. That's right, Lin Fei was preparing to invade the 33 sacred heavens. The resources in the profound sky world and the celestial world were too little. If not for the existence of the Mountain God Emperor, Lin Fei would probably only be able to eat the northwest wind. There was no need for him to expend resources in that battle. Lin Fei also had no choice. He had to take action against the upper worlds and occupy a territory. As long as he had a territory, he would be able to obtain an endless supply of energy units. This was what Lin Fei cared about the most. The day of attack was half a year later. At that time, the auction would attract everyone's attention. It would be the best time to take action. I hope that everything will go smoothly. Chapter 22-25. The day of the auction was getting closer and closer. In the invincible city of the mysterious sky world, many young masters and geniuses of various factions had arrived. After the origin fruit was auctioned off, these people thought that Xianxia had a screw loose. Otherwise, who would auction the origin fruit? At least, they would not. Although everyone thought that Xianxia had a screw loose, no one thought that Xianxia was easy to bully. A simple trip to the mysterious sky world was enough for everyone to recognize His Majesty's power. If they were in the world of the 33 sacred heavens, they would be able to annihilate the other party as they pleased. But in the mysterious sky world, their influence was much weaker. Annihilate Xianxia with a single sentence? The price was too high. They might not even have a chance of success. Hence, they had personally restrained their geniuses. In mysterious sky world, they could do anything but offend the young emperor. Especially after everyone experienced the black gold card and received a small gift, no one dared to look down on him anymore. Everyone was very concerned about the auction in half a year's time. This was a good time to increase their strength. At this moment, Lin Fei's days were carefree. Senior Zhan Wuming, who had regained his freedom, also appeared in the invincible palace at the appointed time. Of course, it was done quietly. It has been a long time since we last met. Your Majesty's influence has increased. Even the higher-ups are talking about you. Wuming Zhan picked up his wine cup and drank it. I just did some insignificant things. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of tea. Wuming Zhan sighed in his heart. In a short period of time, all the higher-ups were gnashing their teeth at Xianxia. But in the end, none of them managed to take a bite out of Xianxia. Just this point alone made Wuming Zhan very impressed. No one had ever been able to live comfortably after provoking them. Xianxia was the first. Auctioning the origin fruit is a trivial matter. We are too ashamed to show our faces. Wuming Zhan smiled and took out a storage ring. These are the things you wanted. I don't know if they are of any use to me, so I'll take them all and let you check. Lin Fei did not check. These are the things that Senior Zhan collected. They must be of some use. It's fine not to look at them. After the raised production system was activated, the blood that Wuming Zhan collected became dispensable. Wuming Zhan didn't ask about the item's use. The two of them chatted idly. When they were about to leave, Zhan Wuming said, "Your Majesty, this old man has a presumptuous request. I hope that Your Majesty will not take offense." Right now, Zhan Wuming didn't dare to underestimate the young Xianxia. Although the other party did not become a tycoon, his influence was no less than a tycoon. At the very least, Xianxia was the undisputed #1 in the lower worlds. Even if a giant's clone came, Xianxia wouldn't be able to defeat him. When it was time to restrain himself, he had to restrain his temper. Lin Fei had already expected that the other party had something to say, so he wasn't surprised. Feel free to speak your mind. Zhan Wuming hesitated for a moment before saying, "I heard that His Majesty will be holding an auction in a few months. Rumor has it that His Majesty will be auctioning curse mages, saber slaves, and sword slaves. I wonder if it's true." Lin Fei smiled. Could it be that Senior wants it? Zhan Wuming had no choice but to ask about this matter. If Your Majesty finds it difficult, then forget it. The rumors are right. The auction in half a year is indeed going to be auctioning this. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Who asked me to not have enough resources? You've seen the recent situation. In fact, even if Zhan Wuming hadn't asked about this, Lin Fei would have given Zhan Wuming some benefits. Attacking any one of the 33 sacred heavens was not a small matter. It would be best if he could find someone who knew the ropes. Zhan Wuming Zhan's generation was undoubtedly a good choice. Your Majesty might not be interested in treasures, but this old man had a few resources on hand. Perhaps Your Majesty might be interested in them. Zhan Wuming had come prepared. He took out 3 materials and placed them on the table. These are the 3 resources. When Lin Fei saw the 3 materials, he found them very unfamiliar. However, in the next moment, Little Fiend's voice sounded. "Master, these are good things. You have to get them." Little Fiend's voice sounded very anxious. Lin Fei really didn't recognize the materials. There were countless resources in the boundless world, and there was no lack of rare top-grade materials. Even Di Tian couldn't recognize them. Lin Fei felt that the three materials that Zhan Wuming took out were extraordinary at first glance. They were very different from ordinary materials. Lin Fei didn't expect Little Fiend to be so anxious. This was very rare. "What is this?" Little Fiend explained. "The blue one on the left is called Star Stone. The red one on the right is called Blood Essence Stone, and the black one in the middle is called Ghost Flame. They're all top-grade materials." Lin Fei had seen many top-grade materials. There's no need to be so anxious about top-grade materials. Lin Fei still didn't understand. "Master, you don't know the benefits of these three materials. If you use these three materials to create a race, the overall strength of the race will increase by a large margin. For example, the Dao Slave's defense will reach the peak of the Combat Emperor realm. Ordinary divine weapons won't be able to break through its defense. Also, the Ghost Flame is an extremely hard material. Weapons made from this material will be indestructible. No one will be able to block the attack of this weapon." Lin Fei was completely shocked. The communication between Little Fiend and Lin Fei was completed in an instant. "Senior Zhan, good technique. You can even find such materials. If I'm not wrong, these should be Star Stones, Blood Essence, and Ghost Flame." Wuming Zhan actually wanted to see if Di Tian could recognize them. He had discovered these three materials by chance back then. Back then, he had flipped through a large number of secret manuals and found out about the importance of these three materials from a secret manual. If it wasn't for special circumstances, Wuming Zhan really didn't want to take them out. Upon hearing Di Tian's words, Wuming Zhan was extremely shocked. This old man is convinced. You can even recognize these materials. Back then, this old man had to pay a huge price to find them. Lin Fei smiled and said, "I also got to know them by chance. It's great that your majesty knows them. As long as your majesty supports me with 100,000 saber slaves and 10,000 curse masters, this old man will give these three mines to your majesty. I won't go back on my word." Wuming Zhan's gaze became anxious. "So cheap," Lin Fei almost shouted. He originally thought that the other party would ask for an exorbitant price. Little Fiend said, "Master, the three mines that Wuming Zhan took out might not be that easy to obtain. Furthermore, to mine these stones, you will need the corresponding equipment. Otherwise, even a top-notch expert can forget about mining them." Lin Fei understood what Little Fiend meant. If it was a normal businessman, Lin Fei might have immediately suppressed him. However, he wasn't someone who was so short-sighted. Chapter 22-26. Lin Fei needed the three materials badly. How could Lin Fei miss such a good opportunity to raise the strength of his subordinates? Moreover, he still wanted to figure out how to go up. Lin Fei saw what Zhan Wuming said as an opportunity. If possible, you might be able to find a breakthrough. Zhan Wuming laughed bitterly. "Your Majesty, there's something I didn't say clearly. Those three mining areas are now in the hands of others. They used to belong to me, but something happened to me, and my descendants are getting worse and worse. As a result, the mining areas fell into the hands of outsiders. Therefore, I would like to ask your Majesty for..." Towards the end, Zhan Wuming was too embarrassed to say it himself. Zhan Wuming used to be a force to be reckoned with in the 33 sacred heavens. His family was huge and controlled a large amount of resources. Later on, something happened to him. When he returned this time, his family was reduced to a mediocre force. Helpless, Zhan Wuming could only ask for Di Tian's help. Lin Fei's face darkened. He had expected this. How could it be easy to get the three materials? He didn't believe that a free lunch would fall from the heavens. "If your Majesty is willing to help the Zhan family, I'm willing to share a secret with your Majesty. It's about how to enter the 33 sacred heavens. If it were anyone else, even if they knew the way, they wouldn't be able to enter. However, your Majesty is not an outsider. The success rate is very high." Zhan Wuming knew that he had to offer something substantial. Lin Fei was indeed waiting for Zhan Wuming to offer something practical. For example, how to go up to the sacred world. The 33 sacred heavens had another name, the sacred world. Lin Fei and Zhan Wuming left the profound sky world. In the endless starry sky, both of them were extremely fast. Zhan Wuming's strength had recovered to the giant realm. His speed was naturally top-notch. Lin Fei was no exception. He maintained the same speed as Zhan Wuming. Your Majesty, we're almost there. The two of them passed through the starry sky. Zhan Wuming was also shocked by Di Tian's growth. He was using his full speed. Normal prodigies couldn't maintain this speed unless they entered the giant realm. However, Di Tian hadn't entered the giant realm yet. What a monster! The Zhan family had many prodigies in the past. It was a pity that none of them could compare to Di Tian. This should be the edge of Closer's world. To be able to reach the edge of the sealed world in such a short period of time, even those who were slightly weaker wouldn't be able to do so. Your Majesty has a good eye. In front of us is the border of Closer's world, Zhan Wuming said. According to us, everyone likes to call it the boundary wall. Two streams of light landed near the boundary wall. This place was overcast. At the same time, there was a wave of heavy aura that came from the realm wall, an innate aura. We're here. Zhan Wuming stood in front of the boundary wall. Lin Fei frowned slightly. I've been to this place once before. I don't remember it connecting to the holy world. Your Majesty, please follow me. Zhan Wuming walked to the other side, and Lin Fei followed. Your Majesty, would you like to hear a story? Zhan Wuming said as he walked. I quite like listening to stories. Back then, the sealed world was a part of the world of the 33 holy heavens. It was also a part of the wasteland world. For the sake of obtaining immortality, large and small forces were involved in a chaotic battle that swept across the wasteland world. Lin Fei listened quietly. He knew that this was a secret from back then. There were very few records about the sealed world. Lin Fei finally had a chance to understand the inside story. As Zhan Wuming slowly spoke, a magnificent scene appeared before their eyes. It was an unprecedented battle that had lasted for more than 1,000 years. This battle that swept across the wasteland world was called the Battle of Immortality by the later generations. Back then, my Zhan family was one of them. Unfortunately, no matter how they schemed, they failed in the end. That supreme expert went into seclusion. Later, the holy world appeared, formed by the 33 fragments of the wasteland world. The sealed world was created by the agreement of the 33 holy lords of the holy world. After a long time, the sealed world became a land of exile. Zhan Wuming came near a boundary wall. Sealed world has become a land of exile, if that's the case. Later on, the experts of Closer's world gathered together and launched an attack. The scope of the war was on the borderline. Boom! Zhan Wuming punched the boundary wall. The power of this punch shook the boundary wall. Boom! 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 Zhan Wuming attacked continuously, and all of them hit the same spot. Whoosh! Whoosh! Your Majesty, lend me a hand. When Zhan Wuming's first punch hit the boundary wall, Lin Fei immediately asked the little demon to analyze and calculate. He came to a shocking conclusion. There was another world inside the boundary wall. The two of them attacked together. The boundary wall turned into a mist, and ripples kept spreading out. This is a battlefield. The ripples didn't last long. Lin Fei spread out his divine sense. There was a battlefield inside the boundary wall. There were countless spirits on the battlefield. The moment his divine sense appeared, it was immediately attacked by the spirits. Lin Fei thought that his divine sense was strong, but under the attacks of the spirits, he was forced to retreat. Yes, this is the sealed world war. It lasted for 100 years. Zhan Wuming said. After that, the sealed world was defeated. The boundary wall was sealed by someone with great means, forming the current boundary wall. If that's the case, if I want to go to the holy world, I just need to break through? Lin Fei understood Zhan Wuming's intention. Perhaps this was the reason. That's right. If you want to enter the holy world, this is the only way. Zhan Wuming said. I said that outsiders can't do it because it's too difficult to break through. However, it's not difficult for your Majesty. With your Majesty's strength, you can suppress this space. This space is connected to various worlds. However, Once this space is broken through, the forces of the holy world will sense it. They can send their true bodies here. Your Majesty, you have to be prepared. Lin Fei asked the little demon to analyze this space. If your Majesty is alone, it might not be difficult, Zhan Wuming said. The 3 minds are in the 32nd world. I wonder if your Majesty is interested in giving it a try? Lin Fei's original intention was to use his army to break open a passage and force his way into the holy world. This method was very difficult. More importantly, it required a large amount of energy units. Even if Lin Fei was rich, it would be difficult for him to sustain it. 1 shot of a cannon and 10,000 taels of gold. This was no joke. Based on Senior Zhan's good intentions, I agree to your request, Lin Fei said with a smile. Lin Fei didn't care about the curse mages produced. A chance to enter the holy world would save him a lot of trouble and a large amount of energy units. Chapter 22-27. Just like that, Lin Fei and Wuming Zhan reached an agreement. Both sides believed that they had earned it. Wuming Zhan's clan needed subordinates to support it. Even if he was a giant, if he did not have subordinates, he would not have much influence and would be looked down upon by others. Now, they only needed to pay the price of 3 mines and a secret that was not a secret to them. They had gained a lot from this trip. It was the same for Lin Fei. 100,000 saber slaves and 10,000 curse masters would be a sizable force anywhere. However, to Lin Fei, he only needed to expend energy units and resources to produce them. They were like cabbages that could be found on the streets. This was a very good deal. That day, Lin Fei and Wuming Zhan completed their transaction. Wuming Zhan obtained 100,000 saber slaves and 10,000 curse masters as he wished. Lin Fei even personally agreed to send them over. After learning the route, Lin Fei could not wait to give it a try. They agreed to enter the sealed battlefield together the next day. It looks real. No one will recognize me. Lin Fei looked at the fake he had produced, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. To enter the holy world, Lin Fei had to be careful. This was especially so when it came to his whereabouts. If those fellows in the holy world learned of this, they would definitely come to deal with him. On this trip, Lin Fei did not intend to expose his whereabouts. For this, Lin Fei expended some energy units and extracted his essence blood to produce an exact copy of himself. If one did not know the situation, no one would be able to tell that this was a fake. Lin Fei sighed in amazement. The fake Lin Fei had an aura that was exactly the same as his. Even if one used their spiritual sense to check, one would not be able to tell that this was a fake. When the time comes, I just need to come out and walk around. Together with the auction, I will be able to attract everyone's attention. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this. Lin Fei was even less worried now that he was in the sacred world. He activated his mandate of heaven's energy to protect himself. He activated his heavenly mandate energy to protect himself, isolating his aura. I am really looking forward to it. Lin Fei instructed a few more things and ensured that he did not miss anything. Then, he waited for the next day. Who would have thought that inside the boundary wall, it will be a sealed battlefield? The two of them once again arrived at the end of the sealed world. They easily broke through the barrier and entered the border battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the two of them entered, tens of thousands of specters let out sharp cries and rushed towards them. These are undead specters. At the same time, heavenly sages are adept at using sound wave attacks. Your Majesty, you must be careful, Wuming Zhan warned. Senior, just lead the way. There's nothing to fear about mere dead souls and spirits. Wuming Zhan nodded. Let's try our best not to get entangled by the specters. A large number of experts perished on this battlefield in the past, and they all turned into specters. Once we get entangled by them, we will attract specter overlords. It's equivalent to an unparalleled expert in the giant realm. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate him. In the giant realm, even if they couldn't unleash their full strength, they were still giant powerhouses. They weren't easy to deal with. Lin Fei was well aware of this. Scram! Wuming Zhan bellowed, and the specter spirits that came forward exploded one after another. Let's go. Wumingjian was a giant powerhouse. Lin Fei was also an expert comparable to a giant powerhouse. The two of them moved very quickly. There were countless specters, but they couldn't get close to the two of them. Once they got close, they would be instantly killed by the powerful force. The two of them turned into shooting stars as they advanced. On the sealed battlefield, the two of them turned into shooting stars as they advanced. Even though the two of them suppressed their movements, their auras might have leaked. The specters kept surging forward, and a black mass appeared in front of them. A formless, oppressive aura assaulted them. "Your Majesty, this is why outsiders can't pass through," Wumingjian said solemnly. "Who's coming? Who's going to die?" Lin Fei was also very shocked. An army of humans was only SOSO. The formless sound wave attacks came one after another. It was rather terrifying. If ordinary human experts entered, they would definitely die. Block it, unless it was a special sound wave treasure. Kill. The sealed battlefield was very big. For the two giant powerhouses, the consumption rate was very high. Lin Fei's consumption rate was still manageable. With the support of energy, he wasn't afraid of consumption. Wumingjian felt a lot more pressure and started to consume pills. As he was afraid of alerting the Spectre Overlord, he didn't dare to take out a giant powerhouse treasure for fear of attracting the giant powerhouses. Even though the two of them were very careful, they still couldn't avoid being discovered by the giant powerhouses. Roar! A long roar surged over. "Be careful. This is the Spectre Overlord's sound wave attack," Wumingjian hurriedly reminded. A battle armor appeared on his body, and it shone brightly. The sound wave was like a long blade, blasting onto Wumingjian's chest. It was forcefully blocked by the battle armor, but he was forced to take a few steps back. On the other side, Lin Fei was the same. His energy protection was also sliced apart by the sound wave. Fortunately, he activated his invincible defense in time. However, this blade also consumed a large amount of destiny points. What a domineering attack! This was the first time Lin Fei truly experienced the attack of a giant powerhouse. It's coming again. A flurry of blades attacked from the front. The terrifying sound wave attack displayed shocking might. The sound wave transformed into blades that filled the sky and shot over. Bloodstained platform. Lin Fei took out a treasure, which had been upgraded to a giant powerhouse treasure. The bloodstained platform blocked the attack, causing the entire bloodstained platform to shake. The stored blood spirit energy continuously evaporated. Wumingjian took out a giant powerhouse treasure. It was a huge black shield. The black shield continuously spun, transforming into a huge black whirlpool. All the attacks that came over were deflected. "Your Majesty, let's charge over," Wumingjian said. "I was originally planning on carefully avoiding the Spectre Overlord, but it looks like it's impossible. We can only go all out." Dong, dong, dong. Not far away, a mountain-like shadow appeared, and the ground started shaking. Even Wumingjian and Lin Fei, who were standing in midair, could not help but sway. Not good. This is an Earth Overlord. A heavenly sage controls the Earth. Wumingjian clearly recognized this mountain-like fellow. Swish, swish, swish. The moment he finished speaking, sword lights shot out from the ground. At the same time, the ground rumbled, and many Earth giants crawled out of the ground, looking at the two with ferocious gazes. The summoned giants are actually half-step giants? What kind of joke is this? Lin Fei inhaled sharply. Instantly, 200 to 300 Earth giants appeared in the surroundings. Let's go all out. Just 2 Spectre Overlords had appeared, and they displayed terrifying combat prowess. Lin Fei truly understood how terrifying this place was. Even a giant powerhouse would die here. This was the danger of the sealed battlefield. The two of them finally experienced it. They no longer held back and attacked with all their might. The pressure was still great. This was especially so for a Spectre Overlord that specialized in sound wave attacks. It kept launching sound wave attacks from outside, forcing them to be distracted. The Earth Giants were infinitely close to the giant realm, and killing them was not difficult. However, under the control of the Earth Overlord, they kept reviving and appearing. Chapter 22-28. The dangers of the sealed battlefield far exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. After encountering the undead lord that could use sound waves, he encountered an earth lord that could control the earth. Before Lin Fei could heave a sigh of relief, several powerful auras erupted from the sealed battlefield. All of them were the auras of undead lords. F*CK. Why are there so many undead lords in the sealed battlefield? There were 7 undead lords chasing after Lin Fei. The blood imprint platform protected him from the attacks above his head. The amount of blood spirit energy consumed was enough to make Lin Fei want to cry. What a scam! Both Lin Fei and Wu Mingzhan were besieged by the undead lords in the sealed battlefield. The undead lords were surprisingly united as they stared at the two of them. At the same time, they summoned the nearby undead spirits to surround them. Wu Mingzhan and Lin Fei were helpless. Wu Mingzhan used all his strength and activated his treasures. The might of a giant killed the undead spirits and tore open a bloody path. Compared to the undead spirits in the sealed battlefield, this kind of attack could not keep up with the speed. Lin Fei's incantations lost their effect and could only use energy units. He cursed this place for being a scammer. No wonder Wu Mingzhan became so serious the moment he entered. The undead lords pursued them crazily. Luckily, the two of them were not ordinary giants. They blocked from the left and right, and with the expended cannon fodder, they managed to put some distance between themselves and the undead lords. We're almost there. It's just in front. The undead lords were terrifyingly strong, but they were not at their peak. Their consciousness had also changed. The two of them shook off the undead lords. During this time, Lin Fei kept the system active, avoiding the undead lords one by one and killing his way out. Charge! At the border of the sealed battlefield, Lin Fei saw a door. There were no undead spirits lingering near this door. Open! The two of them attacked the silver door together. Ripples spread out and revealed a world. Roar, roar, roar. After they entered, roars came from a sealed battlefield, making one's hair stand on end. We're finally out. Coming out of the silver light door, the two found themselves in a vast desert. There was an aura of desolation everywhere. This is the Death Desert, Wu Mingzhan explained. Back then, people from all sides charged into this place. Later, the battlefield was sealed, and this place became desolate. Over time, it became like this. Lin Fei was in the middle of the desert, and the heavenswell energy that came from heaven and earth was extremely dense. Killing my way out of the sealed battlefield is indeed dangerous. Lin Fei sat on the sand and let out a long sigh. No wonder there's no one guarding this place. I'm afraid those big shots aren't willing to enter from here. Wu Mingzhan sat down as well. His Majesty holds great power in his hands. If we can break through this battlefield, there's still a chance of success. It's just that the losses will be greater. As for the outsiders, no one can afford to pay such a high price. Wu Mingzhan was speaking the truth about this. Other than Dition, there were not many factions in the sacred world that could sustain such a huge loss. This loss is too great. This emperor needs to consider it carefully. Lin Fei did not care about the loss, but he would not express his thoughts at this moment. This matter does indeed need to be considered. After resting for an hour, the two set off again. After leaving the Death Desert, Lin Fei and Wu Mingzhan appeared in the starry sky. Looking behind him, Lin Fei was very shocked. That was only a small continent, and not the complete continent that Lin Fei had imagined. That was moved out by someone using great means. Wu Mingzhan said, "We call this the sealed continent. In fact, this continent is very small. It's just an entrance to the sealed world. Back then, this continent was extremely large. Unfortunately, after a great battle, it was left in its current state. If not for someone using great powers to seal it, the sealed world would no longer be connected to this place." Lin Fei was enlightened. This emperor was still wondering why such a small continent was left in this place. So such a thing happened in the middle. I wonder where the sacred world is. This is only the periphery of the sacred world. We still need half a month, to reach the sacred world. Half a month. In a vast starry sky, Lin Fei and Wu Mingzhan continued on their way. During this time, Lin Fei had learned a few things about the sacred world from Wu Mingzhan. At the very least, he was no longer a rookie. In a vast starry sky, they would occasionally encounter experts from various worlds. They were exploring the various worlds in search of treasures. Of course, there were also some wandering interstellar bandits. Lin Fei and Wu Mingzhan encountered them a few times along the way. The wandering interstellar bandits specialized in robbing passing cultivators. Lin Fei and Wu Mingzhan were unlucky enough to encounter them a few times. Furthermore, they were all vicious interstellar bandits. Their fates were tragic as they were instantly killed. Lin Fei also learned a few things about the interstellar bandits from Wu Mingzhan. In the sacred world, there were a few powerful interstellar bandits that were notorious and had powerful experts overseeing them. Lin Fei gradually became interested in the sacred world. This was an even more advanced world. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. During this time, the mysterious sky world was fine. The subordinates that Lin Fei had left behind were not to be trifled with. They had forged the mysterious sky world into an impregnable fortress. There were no problems with the mountain god Emperor Space. After closing the passageway, the mountain god Emperor Space became an important source of energy. We are here. A month was a very short time. On this day, Wu Mingzhan passed through the starry sky, and his field of vision widened. Up in the starry sky of the vast expanse, Lin Fei caught sight of an enormous world that resembled an enormous pagoda with 33 levels. It was a shocking sight. That is the sacred world. Looking from afar, the sacred world was very shocking. That's right. That is the sacred world. Every floor represents a world. There are a total of 33 worlds. Wu Mingzhan said, "This was refined by a powerful figure using fragments of the untamed world. In the end, it evolved into the current world. The fragments of the untamed world are in the hands of the Lord of the sacred heaven. Rumor has it that when the untamed world was shattered, there were a total of 99 fragments of different sizes. For example, your mountain god Emperor Space is one of the fragments of the untamed world. If anyone collects 99 fragments, they will be able to severely damage the untamed world." Lin Fei blinked. "Is that possible?" This old man knows very little about this matter. "I am not too sure about the exact situation." Wu Mingzhan smiled bitterly. "Now, only those old monsters at the sect master level know." Lin Fei looked at the sacred world of the 33 levels of heaven, and his eyes lit up. How can I miss out on such a good place? Although they could see the sacred world, they still had to fly quite a distance. It took them a full day. Let's go in. In front of the sacred world, one would understand what it meant to be insignificant. Even if he controlled a world and became a high and mighty emperor, in front of the pressure of the fragments of the untamed world, Lin Fei seemed very weak. Is there no one to guard this kind of world? In front of the pressure of the world, don't resist. Let the power of the world pull you in. This way, we can enter the small sacred world. The 33 levels of the sacred world were collectively known as the sacred world, and each level of the small world was known as the small sacred world. Wu Mingzhan and Lin Fei entered the small world of the 32nd level. Chapter 22-29. 32nd level, Nether Realm. The Nether Realm was not as gloomy as Lin Fei had imagined. On the contrary, the entire small saint world was bright and sunny, not much different from the outside world. The only difference was that it was huge. In Wu Mingzhan's words, every small saint world was vaster than the sealed worlds in the lower realms. At the same time, the resources contained in the small saint world were terrifying. Every small saint world does not restrict outsiders from entering, and there are no guards guarding it. Lin Fei and Wu Mingzhan entered without any obstruction. How is it? The small saint world is not bad, right? Wu Mingzhan smiled. Your Majesty, you better change your appearance to prevent others from recognizing you. You are now a famous person in the sacred world. Lin Fei smiled. It's fine. It won't be that easy for them to recognize me. Senior, what do you think? Wu Mingzhan looked at Lin Fei and said in surprise, what a powerful technique. I can't even see your majesty's appearance. Even your aura has changed. Impressive. Lin Fei came to the sacred world. Unless a powerhouse forced him to make a move, outsiders would not be able to see through him. This was naturally due to the system's energy. Yes, senior, just call me Lin Fei. The word, Your Majesty, is too piercing. I don't want to be recognized before I even see my mind. Wu Mingzhan laughed. The Nether Realm was huge. Master, this place is filled with heaven's mandate energy. Should we set up some equipment to absorb it? Little Devil reminded. Also, I noticed traces of origin energy flowing in the Nether Realm. It should be from the Savage World fragment. At the same time, this origin energy is flowing towards an area. According to the system's analysis, that place should be called the Nether Palace. Don't act rashly for now. Lin Fei only had a simple understanding of the Nether Realm. Snatching the origin energy rashly might attract the attention of the master of the sacred sky. This was not a good thing for Lin Fei. He was prepared to develop here as long as he could confirm the situation of the mine. The seal down there is powerful. The sacred world is rich in resources. Are they really going to attack the sacred world? Wu Mingzhan acted as a guide, leading Lin Fei in a certain direction. Both of them changed into black robes. This kind of attire was very common in the Nether Realm. No one would suspect anything. The strongest force in the Nether Realm is the Nether Palace, and the Nether Palace Master controls the Nether Realm. He is extremely powerful and can use a portion of the origin energy to attack. He is a very terrifying master of the Holy Sky. Unless I am at my peak and have two supreme treasures, I would not be able to suppress him. Lin Fei was shocked. Could it be that the master of the sacred sky has reached the unparalleled realm? No, it's not that easy to reach the unparalleled realm. They've only reached the pinnacle of giants. We are still far from that step. Wu Mingzhan said disapprovingly. We're here. They passed through many cities. Wu Mingzhan brought Lin Fei to a majestic city, but did not stop. Both of them were powerhouses of the giant realm. Along the way, they avoided people and came to a mountain range. This mountain range is called the Nether Mountain Range. There are many demonic beasts here, and they're the kings of the mountains. Some of the stronger ones have reached the giant realm. Even the human race does not dare to enter the depths. Wu Mingzhan retracted his aura and became very cautious. Lin Fei sighed. It's really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Even demonic beasts can advance to the giant realm. Dominating a part of the mountain range, awesome. The trees in the Nether Mountain Range were so tall that they pierced through the clouds. It was very terrifying. The two of them slightly released their aura. They scared away all the demonic beasts they met along the way. They passed through a dense forest. The field of vision in front of them suddenly widened. Not far away, a valley appeared. Outside the valley, groups of black armored troops were constantly patrolling. Lin Fei sensed a little and was a little shocked. The patrolling troops are actually all combat emperors, and they're all 3 to 5-star combat emperors. The defense of this mine is not ordinary. The observation towers were even more conspicuous. Lin Fei did not use his divine sense to check. The little devil controlled the system and performed an analysis scan. In the center of the valley, there was a red dot, and the rest were green dots. The red dot was naturally a threat. On the other hand, the green dot meant that there was no danger, which meant that it could not cause any harm. A mine actually has a giant realm expert overseeing it. The only ones who could pose a threat to him were the giant realm experts. The red dot in the valley, if he was not wrong, was it a giant realm expert? Lin Fei was suspicious. Was it that easy to break through to the giant realm? In a mine, there were 3 or 4 giant realm experts. One could imagine the power behind them. This is the Starstone Mine. Wu Mingzhan's emotions were very complicated. Back then, this was a secret base of our Zhan family. Now, it is no longer our Zhan family. This old man has let down my ancestor. Which faction does this place belong to? Lin Fei asked via secret vocal transmission. Nether Palace. Wu Mingzhan's words were filled with killing intent. So it's like this. Lin Fei had already guessed it. To be able to arrange a giant realm expert to oversee the mine, and to be able to occupy a place like this in the Nether Realm, it must be a first-rate power. Lin Fei did not need to think to know the answer. This is not easy to deal with. Facing at least 3 or 4 giant realm experts, Lin Fei felt a little pressured. Wu Mingzhan brought Lin Fei to the Starstone Mine. Then, tens of thousands of miles away, he saw the Blood Essence Stone Mine and the Ghost Flame Mine. Without exception, these 3 mines were under the control of the Nether Palace. At the same time, Lin Fei also learned from Wu Mingzhan that not only did they arrange for a giant realm expert to oversee the mines, but they also cooperated with the demonic beast tycoon of the Nether Mountain Range. The secret of the 3 mines had never been leaked. Over the long years, the 3 valleys had provided a large amount of precious ores for the Nether Palace. Damn, I really want to kill my way to the Nether Palace and plunder all those materials. It is a waste to leave them in their hands. Lin Fei suddenly had the urge to attack the Nether Palace. It was too wasteful. In the end, he suppressed it with great difficulty. I lack a strong fighter by my side, Lin Fei thought to himself. Each mine had a giant realm expert guarding it, and the distance between them was not very far. Lin Fei could not help but worry if there was a small teleportation formation in the mine. The 3 mines formed a triangular area, with both offense and defense. It was very difficult to deal with. This is a little difficult, Lin Fei frowned. Wu Mingzhan also seemed embarrassed. Your Majesty, you still have a chance. Wu Mingzhan revealed a secret. The Master of the Nether Sacred Heaven will not personally deal with your Majesty. Right now, it is only his avatar outside. Avatar? Chapter 2230. I can't do it by force. I can only do it secretly. After some thought, Lin Fei thought of a stupid idea. At first, Lin Fei prepared to attack a mining area by force. There were 3 supreme-grade materials. No matter which one, Lin Fei could not bear to give up. Even if he obtained one of them, the benefits would be unimaginable. Later, the department analyzed and calculated, and the success rate was very low. This was the Holy World. The combat power of a half-step magnate was also very terrifying, reaching the peak realm. In the end, Lin Fei chose to sneak in. Lin Fei's first choice was the Starstone Mine. In order to sneak in, Lin Fei spent some effort. He did not enter rashly. First, he arranged for a scouting flying insect to sneak in. The Starstone Mine was more secure than he had imagined. When the scouting flying insect sneaked in, it was immediately killed by the divine senses of the experts in charge. It was so secure that even a fly could not get in. Lin Fei gave up on scouting and waited for the people in the mining area to come out. Then, he would impersonate them and steal the ores inside. According to Wu Mingzhan, the 3 mines controlled by the Nether Palace were all set up with first-class arrays. Even experts who had mastered the mysteries of space would not be able to barge in. This completely gave up on Lin Fei's idea. He could only wait quietly. Just like that, he waited for an entire month. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Even if he was not in the mysterious sky world, with his impersonator around, outsiders would not be able to see anything. Moreover, his impersonator basically did not go out and stayed in the invincible palace all day, reducing the chances of being exposed. Finally out, since he could not force his way in, Lin Fei prepared to impersonate the people in the mining area. A month later, good news came. A group of people came out of the mining area. Wow, there are actually 3 half-step magnate here. Are they escorting treasures? Lin Fei did not show himself. He secretly guessed and quietly followed. The 3 half-step magnate were powerful, but they could not detect Lin Fei behind them. Damn it, I'm finally free. This time, we must have a good time in the city. We have been bored to death. Let's have a gathering tonight. I heard that a group of fairies came to the flowery restaurant. We can drink with them. This seat is treating. The 3 of them escorted to the nearest big city. This city was extremely grand, and the 3 half-step giants were unobstructed. They arrived at the Nether Palace's branch, and someone from the branch came to collect the ores. The 3 half-step giants then left. Lin Fei didn't reveal himself the entire time, following behind them at a steady pace. These 3 people were his targets. As long as Lin Fei could take down one, he would be able to enter the Starstone mine. Once he entered the mine, he would be able to obtain the ores buried in the mountain range. Wasn't it up to him to decide? This is a money-squandering den. The painting outside tower was also a high-class money-squandering establishment. The three half-step magnates entered the gold-squandering lair and were immediately welcomed by familiar people who opened a room for them. At the same time, they called over a group of beautiful fairies to accompany them to drink. Until midnight, the three half-step giants each called a few fairies and brought them to their own rooms. This is my chance. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He immediately realized that his chance had come. It was not easy to make a move with the three of them together. It was best to be alone, as there was no need to worry about exposing anything. You're the one. Lin Fei decided on one of them, a half-step magnate called Mu Guang. Mu Guang put his arms around the women and entered a room. He closed the door. Babe, come, let's have some fun. Block the room. Lin Fei followed in. He blocked the room. The two fairies collapsed on ground. Mu Guang frowned and immediately woke up. Who is it? Come out. As soon as he said that, Mu Guang felt his body was powerless and soft. He couldn't use any strength at all. He was shocked. I'm from the Nether Palace. You dare to go against the Nether Palace. Sleep. Mu Guang's eyelids became heavier. He saw a person appear in a blur, and then he lost consciousness. Hee, it's perfect to sneak attack with curses. Lin Fei revealed his true body, released the shield. From the moment he made his move to the moment he appeared, only a few breaths of time had passed. Just like that, a half-step magnate fell. No wonder this half-step magnate couldn't take it. Lin Fei used the unit of origin energy to activate the curse, amplifying its power. It wasn't something he could block. This was also because Lin Fei was worried that the effect would be too slow and cause a commotion, attracting the experts in charge of the gold-consuming lair. And it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Lin Fei waited quietly for a while. After making sure that everything was fine, he relaxed. Exchange for the memory-devouring bug. This was a special race. It had almost no strength, but it had a special function. It could plunder all the memories of others and imitate the exact same actions and tone without any thinking. With the help of this thing, a mere mining area would be a piece of cake. There is no need to be afraid of being discovered. A spider-like existence drilled into Mu Guang's head. Even his strong defense couldn't stop the invasion of the memory-devouring bug. After a while, Mu Guang's body trembled. The memory-devouring bug crawled out and landed on Lin Fei's hand. Done. The memory-devouring bug was white when it entered and black when it came out. It absorbed all the memories of others. Lin Fei killed the half-step giant with one palm and put the corpse into the storage ring. Slime. The slime came out, ate the memory-devouring bug, and climbed onto Lin Fei's body. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Fei didn't do anything and became another person. He looked exactly the same as Mu Guang. Even his aura was the same. Good stuff. Lin Fei sat cross-legged until dawn. He looked through the other party's memories and felt lucky that he didn't rashly attack the Starstone mining area. It turned out that there were a total of 10 half-step giants in the mining area. They could control the formation, which could resist the attacks of several giants. The formation was activated every day, eliminating all possibilities of surprise attacks. In addition to the 10 half-step giants, there was a giant clone in the mining area, which had the combat power of a giant. Outsiders couldn't take down the mining area at all. Once someone attacked the mining area, the formation could block the first wave of forces. The second wave was the giant demon beasts in the mountain range. They would also help. It was impossible to succeed in any mining area without at least a dozen or so powerhouses attacking. Only then would Lin Fei rejoice. In front of the sky-reaching formation, there was a high chance of being exposed. It was okay for outsiders, but not for him. Once he was exposed in the Nether Realm, the people of the Nether Palace would never mind to capture him. Lin Fei also learned the strength of the Nether Palace from this memory. Coming out of the building, Lin Fei's imitation of Mu Guang was flawless. The other two didn't notice it at all and thought it was the previous person. Gather. Are you kidding me? Chapter 22:31. In the Starstone Mine. Lin Fei and the other two half-step magnates came back together. They tried to figure out why they had gathered, but they knew nothing. He could only wait and see. Entering the mine was not as simple as Lin Fei thought. Fortunately, Lin Fei had all their memories, and the heaven-reaching array couldn't distinguish them. So they entered the mine smoothly. They're all here. What the hell happened? As soon as they returned to the mine, they saw more than 10 half-step magnates gathered in the open space. Maybe something big is going to happen. A look of surprise flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. His luck couldn't be that good to encounter such a thing, right? He was even prepared to steal the star stones. Why are you so slow? Everyone is waiting for you. Just as the three of them steadied themselves, a shout came from a man not far away, like a clap of thunder. This man was the leader of the mine, Xianxia. He was their boss, and he was also a half-step magnate. However, he had a magnate treasure and a backer, so he was their boss. Lin Fei kept a low profile. He did whatever they did. When the three of them returned, all the half-step magnates had gathered. Everyone looked serious. After all, it was not a small matter to gather them at the last minute. Xianxia said seriously, I called you back because there's a very important thing for you to do. You must complete it and don't let the higher-ups down. Something big. Team leader Evil Flame's words made everyone lose their composure. The status of the Nether Palace made them not dare to ask, so they waited quietly. Xianxia was very satisfied. The higher-ups said that if you complete the task, you don't have to stay here anymore. You'll be qualified to go to the Nether space and enjoy a month of cultivation. Your strength will improve by leaps and bounds. But if anyone drops the ball at the critical moment, I'll be the first to kill him. Everyone shuddered at the thought. They all knew the temper of the leader. Since he said so, it was not difficult to kill a half-step magnate. The higher-ups wouldn't blame them. The line of half-step magnates begging to join the Nether Palace was long. Who would be willing to give up their position to the Nether Palace? Don't worry, leader. We won't drop the ball. Evil Flame didn't think that they would drop the ball. I believe in you, Xianxia said. Today, our mission is very simple. Between the Nether Domain and Heaven Wasteland Domain, a giant-level monster beast has appeared, and, at the same time, it has a special bloodline. Our mission is to find this monster beast before anyone else does. Lin Fei's plan was disrupted. Encountering such a thing, Lin Fei himself was helpless. Catch demonic beasts? Giant level. What was going on? Lin Fei had no choice but to follow the half-step giant to the desolate border area between the Nether Domain and Heaven Wasteland Domain. Heaven Wasteland Domain was the name of the 33rd Little Saint Domain. Between every small sacred world, there would be a barren area. Normally, there would be very few people, and very few people would go there. The foundation of the Nether Palace was beyond Lin Fei's imagination. A small-scale teleportation formation was set up in the mining area. Lin Fei's party teleported to the Nether Palace's branch and teleported continuously. In less than half a day, they arrived at the border of the barren area. It was barren. Lin Fei had Mu Guang's memory. When he saw it for the first time, he couldn't help but be surprised. There were huge rocks everywhere, and at the same time, there was a gloomy atmosphere. It was very uncomfortable. Through the system, Lin Fei was surprised to find that there was no origin energy in this place, and even the heavens mandate energy was very little. It almost fulfilled the meaning of the words barren area. Our people are searching in the barren area. Now we are in charge of the search in the west. Captain Xianxia said briefly, then led the team to search in the west. Lin Fei asked Little Devil to monitor this area. Lin Fei was very confident in Little Devil's monitoring. At least, no one present would be able to see it. He was confident that he could avoid even a giant expert. Once the monitoring was turned on, the entire barren area was under his control. So many people. Are the forces of the Heaven Wasteland Domain also searching for that giant monster beast? Lin Fei thought. An idea came to his mind. Captain, what kind of monster are we looking for? Lin Fei took the initiative to ask. Xianxia's face darkened. You'll know when you see it. There's no need to know now. Lin Fei was not happy. Captain, you're wrong. Let's not talk about what kind of monster it is. What if it has the ability to hide itself? We may not be able to recognize it if we encounter it. His words were echoed by the rest of the team. Xianxia couldn't understand why Mu Guang became so talkative today. He was not like this usually. Unable to resist everyone's curiosity, he said in a low voice, "If you want to know, I will tell you. Listen carefully, that giant monster beast is called a rainbow peacock. It was born not long ago and escaped from a few small saint domains. Now you understand." Before he could finish, everyone exclaimed in surprise. How is that possible? Isn't an extinct race? It is said that the rainbow peacock is a sacred beast. The 7 feathers on its body can be refined into the extremely powerful rainbow light of the Barren Era. It can be used to get any treasure. Lin Fei was also surprised. Right. There seems to be information about the Sacred Beast clan in my memory. As a member of the Nether Palace, Mu Guang had access to many secrets. This time, it was all given to a rookie like Lin Fei. No wonder the Nether Palace would gather all the half-step magnates and use the teleportation array. For a sacred beast, it is absolutely necessary. The Sacred Beast clan was one of the most ancient and powerful races in the Barren World. The Sacred Beast clan was not a single race, but a collective name for all the sacred beasts. For example, the 4 most powerful sacred beasts were the Azure Dragon, the Vermilion Bird, the White Tiger, and the Black Tortoise. They all had terrifying battle strength. The Rainbow Peacock was one of the sacred beasts and ranked relatively high. The Rainbow Peacock was famous because its feathers could be refined into treasures and could be used to get any treasure. This was simply a treasure that was overflowing with power. If he was unhappy, he would lose control of the treasure and be beaten up at any time. This was also the reason why Lin Fei was surprised. Even a sacred beast had appeared. His luck was too good. So many people are heading towards the west. Could it be that there are traces of the Rainbow Peacock in the west? Lin Fei noticed that on the surveillance screen, there were many red dots and green dots appearing in the west. The number was constantly increasing. In the next second, Lin Fei opened the surveillance screen to the west. Under the surveillance of the system, Lin Fei saw the situation in the west. Figures were flying across the sky, rushing towards a certain location. Most of them were half-step magnates. They were also the vanguard of the various forces. Some of them were 10-star battle emperors. Naturally, they were the vanguard. The surveillance screen kept changing. Chapter 2232. In the barren area in the west, Lin Fei saw the situation through the system scan. Under the gloomy sky, a 7-colored sacred light shot into the sky, illuminating hundreds of thousands of miles around with a sacred aura. It was a huge 7-colored peacock. It didn't transform into a human form. Its huge body flashed with a sacred aura, and when it flapped its wings, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The most amazing thing was that the 7 feathers on the back of the sacred beast were the most dazzling. Surround the sacred beast. Set up the formation. We can't let the sacred beast escape. Hold on. Watch out for its attack. In the western region, human silhouettes were moving. Almost all of them were half-step magnates, holding divine weapons in their hands, attacking the sacred beasts. Numerous wounds appeared on the saint beast's massive body, dripping with blood. The 7-colored peacock's attack was extremely terrifying. It had the combat power of a peak half-step magnates. But at this moment, it couldn't withstand the attack of so many people. It was almost at the end of its flight. The sacred beast is indeed different. Although he couldn't observe it from a close distance, Lin Fei felt like he was there through the system's vision. Everyone, be careful. The sacred beast's big move is coming. Suddenly, the sacred light behind the 7-colored peacock swept toward everyone. In one swoosh, all the divine weapons left their hands. In the second swoosh, the bodies of the half-step magnates and their subordinates exploded. The encirclement of more than 100 people was torn open. The 7-colored peacock let out a long roar and opened a bloody path. Big move. Lin Fei's heart trembled as he watched. It was another kind of sacred power that wasn't inferior to the mandate of heaven. Lin Fei had no doubt that once the sacred beast reached the magnate's level, Even the magnates might not be able to stop it. It's coming this way. Lin Fei didn't care much about the lives of those people. He was very interested in the sacred beast. If possible, he didn't mind getting some benefits. Captain, I feel something coming toward us. Lin Fei could see everything clearly through the system and started to calculate. He had to cause trouble for the Nether Palace. It didn't matter if he offended one of them. Plus, he had already offended a lot of forces. Xianxia disliked Mu Guang very much. They didn't believe his words at all. Don't talk nonsense. What could possibly be coming towards us? Captain, something seems to be coming. There's a dangerous aura. Is it the enemy? As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the others all stared ahead. It's a sacred beast. 7-colored holy light appeared. The group of them cried out in alarm. Holy beasts existed in the holy realm. This was something everyone was aware of. However, when a single holy beast appeared, the most fortunate thing was that it had yet to reach adulthood and was still in its infancy. The rainbow peacock's speed was very fast. In a few breaths, everyone could see its huge body and its body riddled with scars. Xianxia glanced at Mu Guang, and the look in his eyes became much better. Mu Guang, you did well. The others reacted one after another. Captain, I think this Saint Beast is heavily injured. Let's capture it immediately. We can't let others beat us to it. I saw someone chasing after us. Lin Fei reminded. Xianxia came back to his senses and noticed the half-step giant chasing after him. This was a great contribution. If they could capture the Saint Beast and guard the mine in the future, the benefits would be unimaginable. Inform the elders immediately. Xianxia reacted quickly. Hurry up and capture the Saint Beast. The Nether Palace wants this Saint Beast. Lin Fei wasn't at ease. He took out Mu Guang's axe. The Nether Palace will kill anyone who dares to interfere. The Rainbow Peacock's ultimate move killed a group of people, but that was only a part of them. The people chasing after them were all killed, most of them from the Heaven Wasteland domain. What's so great about the Nether Palace? We're from the Heaven Wasteland Palace. We're interested in this Saint Beast. There were hundreds of people chasing after the Saint Beast. Hearing Lin Fei's voice, they were unhappy, especially the Nether Palace, who bullied the weak. Especially this time. The 6th young master of the Heaven Desolate Palace had also personally joined the hunt. He had brought a group of experts with him. Just as he was about to capture them, the Netherworld Palace encountered them. I'm Xianxia, who dares to steal my Saint Beast. Xianxia was dressed in battle armor, surrounded by more than 10 half-step magnates. He caught up with them, glaring at them with a murderous look. As a captain, Xianxia's status was far lower than the other party, so he knew who they were. He secretly cursed Mu Guang for being a busybody, but he was unwilling to see the Saint Beast being captured. This was his credit, and he might only encounter such a thing once in his life. Xianxia's subordinates went to intercept the Saint Beast. Seeing the other party's attitude, he said proudly, "The Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Nether Palace have minded our own business. If you interfere, I'll destroy you trash, and the Nether Palace won't speak up for you trash." He had a background and was the son of the Heaven Wasteland's Sacred Master, so he had the confidence to speak. Who do these half-step magnates think they were? How dare they be so arrogant in front of him? Unfortunately, if they were ordinary people, no one would dare to attack a young master of the Heaven Wasteland domain. He didn't expect that there would be an accident. That was Lin Fei. Lin Fei was worried that he couldn't find a chance to cause trouble, but this young master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace was acting tough, so he realized that his chance had come. If I kill this young master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, I believe that the Heaven Wasteland Palace will be furious. Lin Fei immediately had an idea. Xianxia, who do you think you are? If it weren't for your father, you would be nothing. You're just a half-step giant. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of us? Brothers, our Netherworld Palace is not any weaker than the Heaven Wasteland Palace. The sacred beast is right in front of us, and if we can capture it, then it will be a meritorious deed. But now, a young master wants to take away our meritorious deed. Originally, the others were frightened by the young master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace and did not have the mood to do anything. But with Lin Fei's demonic voice, The crowd was in an uproar. I'm not willing. I'm not willing either. This is a rare opportunity. We can't give it up. Xie Yin was stunned. Lin Fei had used origin energy to bewitch everyone. He couldn't do it alone. He needed someone. Who was Xianxia? He was one of the young masters of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, and he had a chance to inherit the position of the Lord of the Sacred Sky in the future. In front of him, a few ants dared to scold him, which undoubtedly infuriated him. You bunch of ants, how dare you? Today, this young master will let you know the consequences of going against this young master. Zhan Xiaowang was enraged. This young master will kill each and every one of you. Lin Fei was not afraid and said loudly, We are not ants. Everyone, don't be afraid. We are all at the same level. Who will kill who? For credit, kill. What did it mean to take the lead? Lin Fei was taking the lead. The others were startled, but when they reacted, their faces were filled with anger. Kill him. What dog, young master? Let's kill him together. Chapter 2233. Why did they start fighting? Xie Yin hadn't expected the situation to develop to such an extent. By the time he came back to his senses, he was already fighting with them. He had even joined forces to kill a half-step giant. Damn Mu Guang, it's over this time. Xie Yin flew into a rage. Young Master Zhan, it's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Let me explain. He was well aware of how powerful the Heaven Desolate Palace was. Even the Netherworld Palace maintained a harmonious relationship with the Heaven Desolate Palace on the surface, and the higher-ups had even ordered them not to easily fight with the Heaven Desolate Palace. In the blink of an eye, he was fighting with Zhan Xiaowang. What awaited Xie Yin was a ferocious attack. The three half-step magnates surrounded him, holding divine weapons in their hands. A bunch of ants dares to say it's a misunderstanding? Kill them all. No matter where Zhan Xiaowang was, everyone would treat him with respect. A bunch of ants dared to provoke him. They simply deserved to die. Xie Yin did not bring many people with him. They were just a vanguard team that was searching for the holy beast. They could not stop the other party's strength. In just a short while, 5 or 6 half-step powerhouses had died. Lin Fei was also besieged by 5 or 6 half-step giants. It's time to act. Their current mission was to kill Zhan Xiaowang. Only then would they be able to make the Netherworld Palace a scapegoat. Master, a giant powerhouse is rushing over. Imp reminded. This was Lin Fei's special instruction. He was to inform Lin Fei as soon as a giant powerhouse appeared. Right now, Lin Fei didn't want to expose himself in front of the big shots so early. Demon Killing Slash. This Mu Guang specialized in saber techniques. Lin Fei had successfully grasped his opponent's saber technique, and no one could see any flaws in it. The resplendent saber light suddenly exploded, and the demon's slaying slash slashed out, killing 2 half-step magnates with a single slash. He opened up a path of blood, and his sharp eyes locked onto Zhan Xiaowang. Even ants like us can kill you. The moment Lin Fei broke out of the encirclement, he locked onto Zhan Xiaowang. No matter which giant arrived first, he had to kill Zhan Xiaowang. Demon Killing Slash. The long saber slashed towards Zhan Xiaowang. Zhan Xiaowang. He was very strong, blasting apart a half-step giant with one punch. Facing the saber strike, he said disdainfully, An ant will always be an ant. Let this young master blow you up with one punch. Zhang Xian threw a punch at him. He wanted to destroy the attack with a single punch, as well as the ants of the Nether Palace. He really liked the feeling of beating people up. Thus, in the Heaven Wasteland Palace, he was known as a fighter. Half-step giant realm. In Zhan Xiaowang's eyes, this was nothing at all. With his battle prowess, he could even put up a fight against a giant powerhouse. This was the pride of a battle maniac like him. Voila! This time, Zhan Xiaowang was destined to be disappointed. How could he break Lin Fei's saber strike? The moment Xiao Chan faced it, his entire body was split apart, and he fell from the sky. Idiot! Use your origin energy to activate the demon-killing chop. You can also block it. Lin Fei rushed over and took away Zhan Xiaowang's storage ring, as well as the gloves that he had meticulously forged. So what if he's a young master? He was still killed by our Nether Palace. Lin Fei threw his head back and laughed. The battle happened too quickly. Xianxia had just blocked the attack when he saw the proud young master get killed by Mu Guang. His eyes widened. Damn, he can't even take a hit. Xianxia almost suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. It wasn't that Xianxia Wang was a battle maniac. Half-step giant powerhouses couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. But how could he explain the scene in front of him? Xianxia knew Mu Guang's battle prowess very well. It was on the top of the half-step giant realm. It could only be considered average. This scene happened so quickly that no one noticed the change in that saber. Unless you experienced it yourself, it was no different from an ordinary attack. It's over, it's over. Xianxia woke up, and his face instantly turned pale. The young master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace was dead. He was killed by an ant that he had called an ant. This was a heaven-piercing matter. The remaining few half-step giant powerhouses shouted, "Brother Mu, you're awesome. What battle maniac?" It turns out that he was just bragging. "Brother Mu, you killed him well. This guy should be killed." Once Xianxia Wang died, his subordinates were all in a mess, and their bodies were trembling. "Kill that kid and avenge the young master. Kill him." The young master's subordinates all surrounded them with ferocious expressions. Now that the young master was dead, they wouldn't have a good ending either. No one could survive when the sacred god was angry. Young Master Zhan was one of the few sons that he doted on, and he might even have a chance to inherit the throne in the future. Now, they had to kill the people of the Nether Palace. It's too difficult to kill us. The experts of the Nether Palace are here. Lin Fei secretly mobilized energy units. This is the territory of the Nether Palace. How dare you be so arrogant? A dull sound exploded above everyone's head. Everyone's heart trembled. The elders are here. Great, kill them, Lin Fei said excitedly. The others also became excited. The half-step giant powerhouses of the Heaven Wasteland Palace were all panicking. The elders of the Nether Palace were all giants. Run. Everyone turned around and ran. If they didn't leave now, when would they? A gust of wind blew past them. No matter who it was, everyone from the Heaven Wasteland Palace was beheaded and their corpses fell to the ground. Once the people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace died, the dull aura disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei was very satisfied with his masterpiece. He didn't believe that the Heaven Wasteland Palace wouldn't fall for it, since a giant powerhouse had intervened. "Master, another giant powerhouse has come. I think he's from the Heaven Wasteland Palace." Little Fiend reminded again. Lin Fei laughed inwardly. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. All hail the elders! All hail the elders! At this time, the avatar of a giant of the Nether Palace happened to arrive at the area and saw the cheering disciples of the Nether Palace. Not bad. Good job. The avatar didn't care about the dead. He wasn't interested in the dead. With the status of the Nether Palace, it was normal for them to kill some people who were against them. A reputation had to be set off by bloody heads. The avatar was very satisfied with the style of the half-step giant powerhouses. Xie Yin felt that something was wrong and cautiously said, "Elder, they're from the Heaven Wasteland Palace." The avatar glared and said, "So what if they're from the Heaven Wasteland Palace? I'll kill them even if the young master is here. Who does the Heaven Wasteland Palace think they are? They don't deserve to fight with the Nether Palace." Lin Fei was slightly stunned and almost laughed. "Wei Shuanglin, how dare you kill the young master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace?" An angry roar came from afar. Then, a terrifying anger turned into an endless black storm that swept over. Chapter 2234. They came at just the right time. Lin Fei was glad that the little fiend was monitoring the surroundings. There was no need to say anything. When the Overlord clones from Heaven Wasteland Palace saw the young master's body on the ground, they immediately launched a fierce attack. The remaining Overlords could not withstand the wrath of the Overlords and were killed on the spot. They fell from the sky and their bodies were torn into pieces. "Nether Palace, you've gone too far." Wei Shuanglin did not know that the young master of Heaven Wasteland Palace was dead. He was enraged by the fierce attack. "So what if you're from Heaven Wasteland Palace? You can't kill people from Nether Palace." Both of them were early-stage Overlords. Therefore, the two of them fought fiercely. It was earth-shattering. The entire barren area was alarmed. The sacred realm is the sacred realm. Lin Fei pretended to be sent flying and took the opportunity to leave the battlefield. Fight! Fight with all your might. If you don't fight, how can I fish in troubled waters? Lin Fei was very happy to see this. The people from Nether Palace were dead. The young master of Heaven Wasteland Palace was dead. Both sides could not calm down. This is not enough. Lin Fei thought for a while. He had to do something. I have to look for it. Where did the sacred beast go? The commotion in the barren area could not be hidden, especially the aura of the overlords. Even the experts from Nether Palace could sense it. They all looked toward this area. The sacred beast, the rainbow peacock, continued to flee. His pursuers followed behind him. Young master, this is great. The rainbow peacock is here. There were many young masters in the barren area. For example, this young master was the young master of the Vice Palace Master of Nether Palace. He was also here to reap benefits. He had 7 or 8 overlords with him. The sacred beast is injured. Use the formation to trap it. Nether Palace was rich. In order to capture the sacred beast, they naturally brought formation flags. The formation flags were activated. They locked onto an area. Hundreds of formation flags spread out and trapped the sacred beast in the formation. If the sacred beast was at its peak, it would not care about this formation. However, it was injured and could not break the formation. Ha ha, I'm so lucky. The young master laughed out loud. What a great contribution. While they were trapping the holy beast, Lin Fei secretly followed them. Holy beast, you're lucky to have met me. Lin Fei laughed. At this moment, a holy beast was far less important than the 3 mines. With a casual glance, Lin Fei smiled. I was just worried that no one would do it. With them around, it would be hard for the Heaven Wasteland Palace not to be blamed. Our Heaven Wasteland Palace has taken a liking to the rainbow peacock. You are not qualified to have it. Just like before, the dull sound reverberated above everyone's heads. A dangerous aura followed. A gigantic hand descended from the sky. He slammed it down heavily. Rumble. The array that trapped the rainbow peacock was broken. The young masters from the Nether Realm suffered a devastating blow and were all smashed into meat pies. The 7-colored peacock regained its freedom, but it didn't leave. Instead, it raised its head and looked in the direction of Lin Fei. As expected of Saint Beast, you can even sense it. Lin Fei shook his body, concealing the aura on his body and revealing his figure. Lousy is not interested in you. You can run, as far as you can. Lin Fei didn't care if the holy beast could understand his meaning. If you don't run faster, you will be caught. From then on, you will have no freedom and will be controlled by others. You're letting me go? A tender voice sounded. It came from the mouth of the rainbow peacock. You're not going to take me back? Lin Fei would be stupid to take the holy beast away. Perhaps there was a large wave of experts rushing here. Bringing the holy beast with him was tantamount to a ticking time bomb. He wouldn't be stupid enough to do that. Go, go. Lin Fei waved his hand. I'm not interested in you. Master, there's a group of powerful people outside. Their aura is almost the same as the holy beast. The little demon suddenly reminded. Despicable human race. Our holy beast clan was also attacked by you. Suddenly, a dangerous aura came, and at the same time, a furious shout came. 2 blade lights, like the wind, came from the left and right, tearing a huge hole in the void. This attack definitely reached the level of a giant expert. Damn it, Holy Beast Clan? Although Lin Fei was not a giant expert, he was still an awesome existence with a system. His invincible defense was instantly activated. Using his hand as a blade, he slashed out 2 blades and broke the opponent's attack. In the void, there was a cry of alarm. This guy is difficult to deal with. Everyone, go together and destroy the giant expert of the human race. Lin Fei was not interested in wasting the source energy unit here. That blade easily broke the opponent's attack. The second time he attacked, it was no longer 1 person but 5 people. 5 giant experts attacked. Your Holy Beast Clan is awesome, but our Heaven Wasteland Palace is not to be trifled with. If you have the ability, just wait and see. Lin Fei tore open the void and drilled in. In a few breaths, he disappeared without a trace. Damn it, my energy! Even if Lin Fei left calmly, he was affected by the giant expert's attack and consumed a lot of energy units. For example, the source energy unit. This thing was used less and less. Lin Fei felt the pinch more than anyone. I remember now. This time, I don't need to deliberately cause trouble. The Holy Beast clan will not let them go. Now, those people are going to suffer. Lin Fei found the information about the Holy Beast clan. The Holy Beast clan was also a force in the Holy World. Although they did not control as many worlds as the human race, they still controlled a small holy world. Almost all the Holy Beasts lived in the small holy world. Although they only controlled a small holy world, the Holy Beast clan's influence was not low. They were almost invincible in the same realm. Not everyone in the holy world dared to offend them. The Holy Beast clan was famous for protecting their own. Whoever was targeted by them was destined to be unlucky. In the human world, many powerful forces were destroyed by the Holy Beast clan. The premise was that the human race had offended the Holy Beast clan, especially the Holy Beast clan that was born in other worlds. Once the Holy Beast clan knew about it, they would definitely come to ask for it. They should be here to take the rainbow peacock away. Maybe there will be a battle during this period. This is no longer my problem. I should take the opportunity to go to the mine. At the place where Lin Fei left, 5 people appeared beside the rainbow peacock. These 5 people had the aura of holy beasts. Don't be afraid. We are from the Holy Beast clan. We are here to bring you back. A blue-clothed woman emitted a friendly aura. You shouldn't have been born too long ago, so you can't transform yet. This is a transformation technique unique to our Saint Beast clan. You only need to cultivate for a moment, and you can transform. A technique turned into Jing Guang and entered the rainbow peacock's mind. Who was that person just now? He could actually block the attacks of the 5 of us. The lady in blue turned around and said, Heaven Wasteland Palace doesn't seem to have many people like that. Chapter 22:35. The sacred beasts had come for the rainbow peacock. They had come in person to buy 5 He-Gemin level experts at once. Their battle prowess was not to be underestimated, especially when they had returned to their original state. The appearance of the 5 sacred beasts was like a bomb in the desolate area. Heaven Wasteland Palace, Nether Palace, you've gone too far. The 5 sacred beasts were furious to see their members injured. The sacred beasts were not as powerful as they used to be, so every member was very precious. Seeing the sacred beast rainbow peacock in such a pitiful state, it was a huge blow to them. They were extremely resentful towards the human race. In order to bring the rainbow peacock back, the 5 suppressed their anger and didn't attack the 2 major forces. We have to add fuel to the fire. Lin Fei was hiding far away, but he had no intention of leaving. The 2 hegemons of the Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Nether Palace were still fighting. This was a rare opportunity for Lin Fei, and he did not want to miss it. He had to provoke the sacred beasts no matter what. I'll have to trouble you guys. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed as he launched an attack at the 5 sacred beasts from a distance. The rainbow peacock, the Nether Palace wants it. Get lost. A terrifying palm fell from the sky. Lin Fei didn't make too much noise and kept it within a certain range. Shameless human race. Despicable. The sacred beasts were furious. The 5 of them joined forces, and their strength was unimaginable. They withstood the attack, but their faces were extremely solemn. They almost couldn't withstand the attack. Oh no, he's taken the peacock. While they were defending, the rainbow peacock that was about to transform was caught by a giant hand. A few seconds later, it disappeared in front of them. Chase. Whoosh. 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 The 5 of them turned into their original forms, and the aura of the sacred beast spread. The 2 hegemons of the Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Nether Palace were shocked, because the sacred beasts were coming for them. The 2 of them were early-stage hegemons. Either one of them would be in danger if they fought against the sacred beast. They didn't dare to continue fighting. Elder Wei, the Saint Beast has been captured. Hurry up and stop them. Wei Shuanglin was shocked. I've already sealed the sacred beast, Rainbow Peacock. I'll stop them. You take it back to the Nether Palace immediately. Catch! Without waiting for Wei Shuanglin to think, a stream of light rushed towards him. It was the sealed sacred beast, the rainbow peacock. Wei Shuanglin was wary of the holy beast race. Now that a great reward had arrived, he reached out to grab the holy beast without hesitation and shouted, "This is the Nether Realm. It's not your sacred beast's turn to be arrogant." Anyone would subconsciously ignore something else. Even if Wei Shuanglin had his suspicions, with the saint beasts in front of him, and in addition to his bursting confidence, he really didn't care. After all, this was the Nether Realm. No matter how tyrannical the saint beasts were, they still had to follow the rules. It was impossible for them to tear off all pretense of cordiality. With this attitude, Wei Shuanglin only had one thought in his mind. "I made a great contribution." A trace of reluctance flashed in the eyes of the nearby Heaven Desolate Palace experts. Why should the Netherworld Palace pick up all the benefits? He charged at Wei Shuanglin with a deadly attack. "You dare to launch a sneak attack?" Wei Shuanglin was furious. He wished he could destroy the other party. "I'll launch a sneak attack. What can you do? You're courting death." Lin Fei saw everything. How could he let the experts of Heaven Desolate Palace cause trouble? He couldn't let his energy units go to waste. "Heaven Desolate Palace, you're courting death." In the void, the energy units transformed into a blade. With an untraceable angle, the blade struck the expert of Heaven Desolate Palace, sending him flying and vomiting blood in midair. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several sounds of the air being split could be heard. The attack was too fast. The doppelganger of Heaven Desolate Palace spat out a mouthful of blood and only had 30 to 40% of his combat strength left. His eyes were filled with shock. Heaven Desolate Palace will remember this. To be able to make an expert of Heaven Desolate Palace vomit blood, he was at least a mid-level giant expert. This giant expert of Heaven Desolate Palace hated Nether Palace to death. They were really shameless to bully the weak. Moreover, they had killed young Lord John. Wei Shuanglin was full of confidence. He grabbed the flying sacred beast and ran to the nearest Nether Palace branch. At the same time, he took out a message glyph to send back the news of the sacred beast so that he could get reinforcements. It's about time. Lin Fei wasn't so kind. The 5 experts of the Holy Beast race would inevitably turn the Nether Realm upside down. Lin Fei was confident of this. After attacking the 5 sacred beast experts, Lin Fei gave up and withdrew his aura as if he had never appeared. Chase. Despicable humans. The 5 overlords of the Sacred Beast clan had huge bodies that blotted out the sky. At this moment, all of them were enraged. Who didn't know that the Sacred Beast clan was protective of their own? The fact that the Netherworld Palace dared to capture the Rainbow Peacock showed that they didn't put them in their eyes, let alone the Sacred Beast clan. The Nether Palace had to face the wrath of the Sacred Beast race. The 5 giants of the Sacred Beast race were unbelievably fierce. Without any obstacles, they easily caught up to Wei Shuanglin and locked their killing intent on him. His hair stood on end as great fear enveloped him. "Quick, activate the formation and stop them." Wei Shuanglin was also smart. He entered a large city and ordered the formation to be activated to stop the 5 sacred beasts outside so that he could buy time. Once the experts of the Nether Palace arrived, they would have to leave the Nether Realm obediently. Boom! One of the 5 sacred beasts was the Crimson Ape Guardian Deity. He held a golden hammer and smashed it at the city. The city shook with a loud bang. The golden hammer smashed 3 times in a row, and the formation collapsed. More than half of the city was turned into ruins. "Hand over our people." The 5 sacred beasts attacked one-sidedly as soon as they entered. Wei Shuanglin was so scared that he didn't dare to stay and fled in a panic. 1 city, 2 cities, 3 cities. One city after another was turned into ruins in front of the 5 sacred beasts, fully displaying the ferocity and violence of the sacred beasts. Wei Shuanglin grabbed the Rainbow Peacock tightly in order to make a great contribution. Hee, the Nether Palace is in trouble. Lin Fei didn't follow. There was no need to do so. They came at the right time. A big fight is inevitable. I can go to the oars now. A group of red dots appeared on the system to support him. It was needless to say that they were the experts of the Nether Palace. Master, the 3 experts in charge of the 3 mining areas of the star mine have been dispatched. Little Devil sent a piece of good news. Right, it seems that the experts of the Heaven Wasteland Palace have also come to the border of the barren area. They seem to have heard that their young master was killed. Lin Fei was even happier. Chapter 2236. The 5 leaders of the Sacred Beast clan were filled with rage. The Netherworld Palace had gone too far. Under the fury, cities were destroyed one after another. There was no need to do anything, just a small movement, and the city would be turned into ruins. The forces in the cities were in big trouble. Those who were fast were still fine, but those who were slow were crushed to pieces by the Sacred Beasts. They were too furious. The Sacred Beasts knew that they were from the Sacred Beast clan, but they still dared to capture them. The Sacred Beasts were known for their bad tempers, and they rarely entered the human world. The Netherworld Palace's actions had completely enraged the Sacred Beasts. After the anger, the Sacred Beasts brought destruction. Nothing could stop the Sacred Beast's wrath. The Netherworld Palace's branches were torn to pieces. The half-step Sacred Beasts were also unlucky. They were either killed with a slap or eaten in one bite. The Netherworld Palace had suffered great losses in a short time. Wei Shuanglin could only hold on. He had to bring the Sacred Beasts back no matter what. As long as he could control the Sacred Beasts, no matter how many half-step Sacred Beasts died, he could make up for the loss. I underestimated the Sacred Beast's power. Lin Fei rushed to the mining area while paying attention to the Netherworld Realm's movements. The more people come, the better. Once the seal is broken, it will be very interesting. Lin Fei wasn't so kind as to give the Sacred Beasts to the Netherworld Palace. He only needed to seal the Sacred Beasts, and Lin Fei could break the seal with just a thought. Master, there are 6 or 7 Sacred Beasts from the Heaven Wasteland domain. Do you want to see them? Is there a problem? With 6 or 7 Sacred Beasts gathered, Lin Fei didn't dare to be careless even if they were the clones of the Sacred Beasts. They won't be able to sense it. That's good. The scene changed, and he arrived at the border of the barren area. At the border, there was an expert of the Heaven Wasteland Palace who was vomiting blood. He was standing in front of a middle-aged man in silver armor. Elder Yin, young master, died a pitiful death. You must avenge him, Ing Huoming said angrily. The Netherworld Palace has gone too far this time. Ing Huoming was the early-stage Sacred Beast realm expert who was vomited blood by Lin Fei. Elder Yin had a very high status in the Heaven Desolate Palace. At the same time, he was also a member of the Young Master's faction. Now that the Young Master was dead, it would definitely be troublesome. As soon as he found out about the situation, he rushed over. The matter was too big. He had no choice but to come. The Netherworld Palace has completely shed all pretense of cordiality with our Heaven Wasteland Palace. Elder Yan's face darkened as he pondered how to minimize the impact of this matter. If this matter was not resolved well, it would be difficult for him to explain himself to the Sacred Master. If his luck was bad, he would only be able to sit on the bench in the Heaven Desolate Palace from now on, and this was not something he wanted to see. Elder Yin, 5 leaders from the Holy Beast race, are chasing after Wei Shuanglin from the Nether Palace. Do you think we should take this opportunity to strike? Ing Huoming said cautiously. Elder Yan's eyes lit up. The Nether Palace has no choice but to pay a price when facing a dozen Overlord experts. Lin Fei not only saw it clearly, but also heard it clearly through the surveillance. Elder Yin led his men in the direction of the Holy Beast race. Lin Fei knew that the Nether Palace would lose a few Overlord experts this time. Even the avatar of an Overlord expert would need a long time to recover. In fact, Lin Fei had guessed correctly. When they heard that the 5 Overlords were chasing after the experts of the Nether Palace, they also had an idea. The only thing they could do was to kill a few Overlord experts of the Nether Palace and try to bring the Sacred Beast back. Lin Fei returned to the star mine as soon as possible. The formation on the mine was still active. Lin Fei did not use force and turned into Mu Guang. He hurried into the mine. Since the Overlord experts had gone to help, there was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about. The remaining few half-step overlords were not worth his attention. Currently, 5 overlords of the Nether Realm were in turmoil. Lin Fei naturally wanted to fish in troubled waters and cause trouble for a while. The Starstone Mine was the first. I'm sorry. These star ores, this old man wants them. Lin Fei blasted open a cave in the mine. This place was filled with star stones that had been excavated. The remaining half-step giants were also guarding this place, guarding the star stones. What did you get in? The half-step overlords were shocked. Even overlord experts could not force their way in when the formation was activated. A mere formation is nothing in front of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Lin Fei threw out these words and launched an attack. The half-step overlords were all killed by Lin Fei in a flash, leaving behind a few corpses. Can I control this formation? Even if I can't, I have to change the formation flag. Lin Fei quickly killed the half-step overlords and some combat emperors. As for the rest, he dispatched the combat emperor army to take control of the Starstone Mine. That's easy. Inside the formation, the little devil did not disappoint Lin Fei and quickly changed the formation. If the Nether Palace knew about this, they would probably vomit blood. The formation that was used to prevent outsiders from entering was controlled by an outsider and used against them. Nice! Lin Fei stored all the star stones in his storage ring. Or rat, can you do it? It was a very ordinary name. It was used by Lin Fei to mine ores. This is a special existence in the endless world. They love to chew on ores, and ores of any grade are their targets. After being modified by the system, they're the best mining race in the world. There's no need to worry about the entire process. This special, or rat, was very cheap. Lin Fei could only rely on these little things. In reality, Lin Fei had still underestimated the little creature's power. As soon as they entered the vein, even miners would need time to digest the hard star stones. In the eyes of the little creature, the star stones were crushed in 2 or 3 bites and swallowed into its stomach. Lin Fei was dumbfounded by this scene. What a terrifying efficiency. Lin Fei was relieved. Exchange for another batch. On the other side, the experts of the Nether Palace came to support Wei Shuanglin. As soon as the two sides clashed, an intense battle broke out. The nearby cities were unlucky and were completely destroyed. It was almost impossible to see the appearance of the cities. The 5 sacred beasts were extremely ferocious. In their original state, they were invincible among those of the same level. The Nether Palace was not easy to deal with. After all, this was their base. In the end, it turned into 15 overlords attacking the 5 sacred beasts. This was the strength of the sacred beasts. If it was a human, they would definitely die. Even so, the sacred beasts were under great pressure. At this moment, Elder Yin appeared with his men and joined the battle to help the sacred beasts deal with the Nether Palace.